to AFL Nation.
Sunday afternoon footy on it. AFL Nation takes us to the SCG where Sydney are up against GWS in the 30th edition of the Battle of the Bridge. It's AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, and Victoria Police made for more. Search police careers. Matthew Cox with you for the pre-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse, and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. Joining us for the call this afternoon, Sammy Hargraves. Good afternoon to you, Sammy.
Good afternoon to you, Matthew. Really looking forward to this game. Sydney desperate for a win when you're 2-5 on a season. Yes, we know a few years ago they came back from 0-6 to make finals, but if you get yourself to 2-6 in a season, the odds of you actually making the 8, let alone being a factor in it, are getting very, very small, and they'll get smaller and smaller as this game goes on if they're not in a winning position. So this is a must-win game for them. They've beaten the Giants the last 4 times they've played, and including that stirring come-from-behind win in week 1 of the finals last year. And the Giants at 4 and 4 sitting in 8, they're coming off a few bad weeks that very similar to this time last year when they went through a lull at about the exact same stage. So what better way for both of these teams to get a W back next to their name by doing it in the 30th edition of the Battle of the Bridge?
Yeah, it is shaping up. They've had a few great encounters over the journey, these two teams, and their rivalry has built particularly in the last couple of years, but there is some importance and some meaning in the match today. Josh Jenkins is with us as well. Afternoon to you, JJ.
Afternoon, boys. Yes, I feel like I'm just hanging on to the rope with the Giants. I'm not willing to concede that there are issues, but if they can't get it done against the team who, I think if you took the jumper and the logo away from Sydney, you'd say it's a pretty ordinary team. I've had them a fair bit this year. I've barely seen them move the ball like they used it last year. I think a lot of it is the opposition really going to school on them. They've had personnel issues. It's going to be a fascinating day today, and I don't want to be the loser.
First half of last week, they looked back to their electric best against a good opposition in the Gold Coast Suns.
Yeah,
they were dominant out of the middle.
First quarter
and a half. They were dominant out of the middle.
Yeah.
I think they got the 29 points out in front. Chad Warner was back to doing what Chad Warner does. Isaac Heaney was dominant in that first term. The drastic fall away was startling.
And probably more
12 goals conceded in a row.
Yeah, and more worrying than the games where they've just been beaten on merit from start to finish, because they looked something like last year's version. But in that moment, they, from basically quarter time, 10, 15 minutes into that second quarter, it was genuinely one-way traffic, like we saw at Ballarat yesterday, 18 goals to 3 after quarter time for the Bulldogs. And you just don't see that from Sydney. And I feel like there's a bit of a wrestle in terms of, a lot of the past champions of the club and a lot of what Sydney has been built on over the past 20 years, the Bloods, spirit. But if you look at what Sydney were last year, they're an electric team, but they weren't really a Bloods team, were they? They were built on great ball movement and sexiness and slipperiness, but they haven't quite been able to work out who they want to be in 2025. And maybe 2025 is going to be about them learning what they are into the future.
So one thing that Dean Cox said he wanted to improve when asked at the start of the year was about how they defend the ground. And it didn't happen last week.
Seen it.
12 goals unanswered.
Yeah.
But the Giants have got some issues of their own, and depth may be one of them. When you lose Cumming and Pete Ling to the Crows, and Perryman's been a fantastic pickup for Collingwood and playing an important role for them, but he played a very important role for the Giants last year. And it just seems like when their best players are down, the next crop aren't quite ready to fill the shoes of those guys who were their second tier, set your watch to players that they've lost in the off-season.
And that's why you see opposition teams target these guys, because they're the glue guys. They're the really important players, and every good team has got 3 or 4 of these players who, most general footy fans wouldn't really be in love with or even perhaps recognise, but the importance to the team, the way that they connect the team. Some of the guys play half forward or half back or on the wing. They keep the team connected. So, interesting day for the Giants. Hogan and Green both played weird games in Canberra last week. Both had opportunities to be far more impactful in the game than they were. I'll be interested to see what they do with Toby Green positionally. Does he play up around the ball a little bit more against the Swans and try and get the ball in their half, or do they try and isolate him and get him some opportunities? Because Sydney are going to be quite tall. To my reading, one of Hamling or McCartan's going to play forward. So, to me, that's not going to be that's not a path forward to where they need to get to. But the way they've picked their team, I can't work out how they can fit all those guys in the back half. So many questions to be answered over the next 3 hours.
That comes about a week after Dean Cox said that they were going to try and settle Tom McCartan back. So that is going to be curious to watch as the teams continue their warm-up for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Footy's on, and BWS has got the deals. Get your game day bevies sorted with great value. Head into BWS for savings today. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And speaking of drinking wise, what is our unmissable moment for them today?
I drink very wise. A slab of beer last 2 years at my house. I think it is the captain of the Giants. His first couple of weeks this year were back to close to the very best of Toby Green, but his game last week was really strange. I wonder whether he at times tries to be so selfless because he's the captain, I'll let others and bring others into the game. Today's a day where it wouldn't surprise me if Adam Kingsley just had a quick chat to him at the captain's run yesterday and said, it's a Toby day today. We need you to be one of the best 3 or 4 players on the ground. And if he is, it's hard to see GWS getting beaten.
Choose to drink wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Today's subs for Martor Safety Knives. Cut smarter, works safer. Visit martoraustralia.com.au. Angus Sheldrick holds that responsibility for the Sydney Swans amongst their 3 inclusions, while Jake Stringer has been named as sub for GWS. The toss of the coin for Keno Go. $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. I missed because I was looking down at the piece of paper, and I think we all were looking.
There's a fair bit of confusion. No, I was watching the coin toss, and then whether there's a little bit of a breeze. It's a perfect day in Sydney, but Toby Green was a little confused as to what was supposed to happen. It's as if he forgot the process.
I was just mesmerised by the great job you're doing, Matthew, and just couldn't take my eyes off you.
Well, that's a bit scary, but thank you, Sam. Keno Go, play with $2 today. As we said, footy's on, and BWS has got the deals. Get your game day bevies sorted with great value. Head into BWS for savings today. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. The key matchups we'll allude to throughout the first quarter for Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs, but I think it's going to shape particularly around both forward ends of the ground as our pre-game show concludes for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. Your tip, JJ?
GWS by 3 goals neat.
Sammy?
Yeah, I'll go with the Giants as well, but it is going to be a fascinating match. It feels like a season-defining match for Sydney. It's just one they have to win. It's going to be a long road back for them if they don't.
Bright sunshine, 22 degrees at the SCG as Sammy Hargraves will get us underway. Round 8, Sydney and GWS.
No clear winner in the ruck, but McInerney was the clear winner at ground level. Took them out of the middle and just wobbled the ball inside forward 50. Francis has been a bit of a revelation, playing up forward, took the mark, and then wanted to take on the whole back 6 of the Giants. A bit of push and shove that continues to go on with Taylor, Iden involved as well. And Buckley and Hamling has started forward, JJ, so you're right on the money with that. The Dogs premiership defender, former Docker after that. But that's centre clearance and the fast start. 30 seconds gone on the clock, and Francis, top 10 pick in his draft year, he's going to kick from 45, and he leaned to the right as the boot made contact with the ball, and Iden gives him a mouthful and a little shove to go on with. That's a big miss to the right-hand side.
That's why you always do the wrestling after you've kicked the goal, Coxie.
Spoken like a true full forward. Josh Jenkins with us for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. As the Giants tried to work it at Buckley, he was unable to take the mark. Florent mopping up, fed it across to Campbell at right half forward. Goes back to Warner, has time and space, goes by hand to Wicks. Back into the team this week. Inside 50, Heaney juggling. Did he claim it? He did. under severe pressure from Tom Green, will go back on a 45-degree angle, 45 from home.
Two absolute hacks going inside forward 50. The kick from McInerney was almost a front punt, which Aaron Francis was just playing in front, right spot, right time, and it was almost identical for Heaney against Tom Green. Just played in front. The ball came sailing in. It was a terrible drop punt or attempt at drop punt, and this guy is close enough to back to his best.
7-2 for the season. Last time he played GWS, he took that ripping mark and kicked a couple of great goals, and this one goes through the middle. Sydney on the board early, 1-1-7, leading the Giants, who are yet to score thanks to tyre power. Mega May Sale save on Falcon tyres. And there's still a bit of arm wrestling and pushing and shoving.
It's a really bright start for Sydney. You know, we're only a couple of minutes into the game, but the ball hasn't been in the Giants' half at all. Some real looks, plenty of luck, plenty of fortune in terms of where those balls have landed going inside forward 50, but yeah, it's always promising the way you can start the game, win a couple of contests, clearly show that you're up for the fight. Literally, they're more than happy to engage in a wrestle and a push and a shove. So good to see Isaac Heaney just back to his best. I feel like they need him in both parts of the ground if they're going to be at their absolute best. So I'd expect him to do plenty of centre bounce stoppage work and then be looking to get forward as well.
At one stage, they were 28 points down in that final last year. The Swans, they turned for home almost 4 goals down, and they dominated the Giants in the last term, and Heaney was instrumental in that. He's been instrumental to start this off. Bedford takes it at the back of the stoppage and then spits the kick out to right half forward. A bouncing ball that Hogan rose up and slapped down. It was well taken at ground level by Weir. And now just couldn't quite collaborate with a teammate by hand, and Blakey's there to mop up. He tried to be too cute with the left foot kick. Warner is fortuitously going to get a free kick. Green got into his back. That was Tom Green. The goal was actually kicked by Harvey Thomas with a left foot snap. It was a nice finish, but it's irrelevant. Free kick going to Warner.
It's remarkable how some of those are frees and some are not. 50s, I should say.
1-1-7 the Swans. We've played almost 3 minutes in this first term on AFL Nation.
Warner went short to Blakey at left half back. He sent it to the centre wing where it's in a mess. Jordan tries to clean things up. But it back to Warner, who greets the contest and sends it to left half forward. Francis takes it on the half volley. Gives a quick handball off to McInerney. High ball inside attacking. 50 underneath it. Haywood juggling. Couldn't complete the mark. Bedford to Callaghan for the Giants. Linking up with Ash, who goes back to Callaghan across the defensive goal square, and he goes back to Ash. Now it's centre half back for the Giants. It's a long raking handball into the middle, goes past Hogan. Jordan getting back, finds McCartan by hand. He goes searching for Wicks under pressure. This is labour intensive.
Not quite cohesive as they would have liked, and Braden Campbell's just going to put the foot down. He's going to put Cadman in the rear view and sets his sights from 50 on the left. It bounced to the left-hand side. It is a minor score. Swans have started the better 1-2-8. Giants yet to score. 3.5 minutes played, first term on the online fencepsupplies.com.au clock. And for tyre power, the Mega May Sale, they lead by 8 points in the early stages of this one at the SCG.
Just a couple of teams who both their offensive systems not quite where they need to be, Coxie.
No, it's a bit like a learner trying to get their car into first gear. It's just a bit clunky to start proceedings this afternoon. Ash goes towards left half forward. Cadman takes a nice mark. He's 55, almost 60 from home. Hogan directing traffic in the pocket. He elects to pop it shorter to Ward, who started as the sub last week, but it's on the field to commence things this afternoon.
Inside the top 50 for games played. Game 323 today.
Still outside 50, tracks back to Ash. His attacking side of the broadcast wing. He goes on top of the cricket pitches for Whitfield to poke it inside 50, and he's turned it over. Isaac Heaney takes the intercept mark, and an opportunity goes begging for the Giants.
Ball movement looking good for the Swans. They're really wanting to take it on. The kick over the top is into some space for McInerney to run onto. He skids the ball to Hamling, 20 out. Farmed out the handball on the bounce. Taken by Cleary. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Cleary skipped one like a rock off a pond through a vacant goal square. And again, another little push and shove ensues. They've been fond of a fracas early. in the 30th Battle of the Bridge. 14 plays 0 on the scoreboard for Tyre Power, the Mega May sale. Josh Jenkins, our expert for MEGT.
Just a bizarre decision from Lachie Whitfield, having a look at the options he had. I mean, most of the Sydney players were in the defensive 50, but on the Sheen panel service replay screen, you've got to test the top of the goal square. You've got to put the Sydney defenders under pressure, and part of the reason for that is if you turn the ball over where Whitfield did, it's basically impossible to defend, and Sydney are able to move that ball through the middle of the ground. Not quite as sexily as they did last year.
I don't know if one of those disposals was effective. From defensive 50 to a goal.
Well, luckily the goal was effective, so that's all that mattered, but it wasn't pretty.
Griggs hacks the kick out, but again it's intercepted by the Swans. Lloyd has it. Defensive side of the centre square. He hoists it long, inside 50, hoping for a mark from Hamling. Brings it to ground. Iden cleaned up by McLean. They still scrap away. Buckley harassing. It'll be a ball up inside 50. No, a free kick going the way.
Yeah, high bump
of the Giants on Iden.
Proper feeling in the game, isn't there? Like, it's not, none of it's...
that's crude.
None of it's manufactured. It's proper feeling.
Short ball to where...
We are in Sydney. That would be sin bin, I reckon, if that was rugby league.
Yeah,
that
shoulder
would be sin
charge.
bin from McLean. Swinging arm, high, defenceless player, got him from behind.
Ball to the wing for the Giants and another turnover. Heaney affecting it. Fed it to Warner inside 50. Bouncing footy wide of Hamling. Collected by Taylor. Iden, they're under pressure. We're working back. There's going to be a free kick the way of the Giants. Now advantage will be paid. They're in the back pocket. Broadcast side.
Again, it's not pretty, but it is effective coming out of defence. Toby McMullen sends them down the broadcast wing. Rampy's fisting it back Sydney's way. Corey Warner the crumbs. Back to Wicks. Wicks, a careful kick.
Gee, that's
and just
50
clattering
for sure.
into the back of Rowbottom was Ash, and they come from him from all angles. That was pretty crude as well. Ash has been dumped a couple of times. Briggs getting involved. They take umbrage. And they'll take a walk too because it's 50 metres.
Every day
it
of the
should
week.
be.
Every day of the week, that's 50 metres. So both teams need to attempt to be the first to try and walk that fine line. You want to lean into this space, but you don't want to be giving away shots at goal like Lachie Ash has here. That should have been a slow entry into the forward 50. Instead, silly free kick, silly 50-metre penalty, and Rowbottom gets a good look at it.
45-degree angle. He'll kick this from just inside 50. James Rowbottom, he is a warrior. And he's a finisher. 3-2-20 for the Swans. The Giants are yet to score. And yet to settle within the first 6 minutes of this contest.
Well, they're losing the battle in terms of the emotional stuff and all the spirit and contested work. They've given away a couple of silly free kicks. That 50 from Ash is not his finest moment. He's had a really good year, Lachie Ash, but that was 50 all day, every day. The numbers aren't yet telling a true picture and true story. It is 8-2 inside 50s in favour of Sydney, but that's been quite obvious. Just some of they look a little disconnected, GWS, coming out of that back 50. So many times we've seen them through Ash and Whitfield and Himmelberg really be connected through the middle part of the ground, but they've been able to run out of D50, but they haven't been able to hit targets as yet.
Those stats thanks to Capital.com. Trade faster, trade smart. Giants inside 50 with the kick. McCartan greets the contest, brings it to ground. Brown's there. He's wrapped up by Melican, and Wicks ball up top of the goal square for the Giants.
That's why testing the top of the goal square is always a good option, particularly when momentum's against you.
Tossed into the air. Briggs and Grundy go at it. The ground level. Thomas fighting for it. Wrapped up by Blakey. Another ball up. Ground still looks a bit scuffy. I know there were complaints a couple of weeks ago about the condition of it. Briggs tapped it into the path of Blakey. Goes to Lloyd across the defensive goals square they go. To the outer side, the mark will be taken by Fonte. The intercept. One of 4 inclusions for the Giants. JJ's frustrated because they're not moving. Long ball inside 50, top of the goal square. Blakey got a hand to it, as did Hogan. Trundles through for the Giants. First, it's a rushed minor score. 11 travelled in the opening term on the online fencesupplies.com.au clock.
I was frustrated because the only player moving was Tom Green. He was on a beautiful little hit up. Now, he probably would have been too far out to score, but that was the option.
Blakey kicked to a 2-on-1, which they didn't have the number advantage, and now it's a 50-50 ball to be won. Bice shoving a little handball up. Lloyd got it to Chad Warner. Chad retreats a long way. Rampy's got some work to do. Thomas applies the pressure for him, and now Melican coming out of defence. He's shaped to go long, but outfoxed them all and hit up Wicks, deep right back pocket.
Be frustrated with that, I reckon, Adam Kingsley. Darcy Jones has just got to take that out. He was almost teasing the Sydney defenders to try and make a perfect kick, and a perfect kick it was. If he was hot on the tail of his opponent there, Jones, he would have been able to force a long kick down the line and potentially win that ball back.
Switched back across their defensive goal square again. Melican, now Heaney at left half back. Cute little kick inboard was good to Chad Warner. Full steam ahead for Bice. Tumbling handball forward to Grundy. Chad Warner ran on, gets the honoured run, and then sizzles a kick inside forward 50. That's superb ball movement. And he scalpeled one onto the sternum of McLean. 30 out to the left or directly in front.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That is what we've seen, and that's what we've come to love with Sydney. Now, some of the key players involved. Warner had a couple of involvements. Isaac Heaney started it with a beautiful kick back through the 45. And Chad Warner, I mean, he knows no one can catch him. He was running about three-quarter speed and was able to hit up the big fella McLean.
On the runway from 30.
Wants a bit more.
He wants a bit more as well. And there's another. He took on Buckley, and Buckley dumped him on his back. He kicks the goal and then instigates the fight that followed. 4-2-26, the Swans. The Giants just the one behind. Well, they'll be just getting the BSB and account numbers of the AFL. I think a few. Just a direct deposit.
Yeah. Well, the fighting's fantastic, but
it's a good spectacle.
It's no good for the Giants because I'm not sure if they know, but they're down by 4 goals. So now look, Sydney are more than willing to get involved in a fair bit of it. And to the defence of Jack Buckley, I mean, Hayden McLean has charged straight at him, so he's probably got to get involved there and defend himself to some extent. But the Giants just look. I think their lack of offensive prowess is leading to them being in difficult positions to defend, and they just don't look connected in attack at all, the Giants, and that's leaving them quite vulnerable in defence. I mean, this GWS defensive group is as good as it gets, but they look all at sea with some of that ball movement coming in.
From the original ball up, it was trapped in congestion. We get a secondary stoppage on top of the centre circles. Brown tries to escape, but he's shut down by McInerney. Another ball up. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. Tossed up on the edge of the SCG cricket pitches. Tom Green unable to get a clean handball away. It's a scuffle. Rowbottom was able to get it out to Jordan, who got it across to McInerney, who's been bumped after he disposed of the footy into the left forward pocket. Francis was tracking it, got shoved out of the way by Taylor. Gave the handball to Buckley at the top of the defensive goal square. Hoists the kick wide. Corey Warner underneath it. Darcy Jones arrived quickly. Himmelberg assists it over the boundary line and out of play. Will throw it in at left half back for the Giants. They trail by 25 points as we tick over 14 and a half minutes in this opening term. For onlinefencesupplies.com.au, shopping for fences made easy.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pliers, and Victoria Police recruiting now. Lovely pick up off the toes for Darcy Jones. Then the Matador move to have the tackler go underneath. Unfortunately, the target on that occasion, O'Halloran, Tom Green just couldn't collaborate with him by foot, and Rampy was there to quell it all. So boundary throw in front of the interchange, still inside Sydney's attacking half. Just over 10 minutes to play. First term, onlinefencesupplies.com.au clock. McLean had to get down on his knees, so too did Bice. Got it back to Rowbottom. Bumped as he kicks, but he turns it around the body to right half forward through the fingertips of Jordan. And then Lockie Whitfield just helps him and the footy over the boundary. And ask the question, did he show sufficient intent there, James Jordan? Because he did paddle it over the line himself whilst he was being harassed by Whitfield.
Plenty of options for James Jordan to go after, but it looks like he's going to play as a defensive forward on Whitfield. We know Whitfield's regularly up over 30 disposals.
Tossed in right half forward for the Swans. Whistle on play. Free kick going the way of the Giants.
Bedford on the bench doing some body work.
No, Rowbottom's going to get it.
Arms going wrong directions in Sydney. Rowbottom with the free kick right half forward into the pocket. Haywood flies and takes the chest mark. Tight angle, but he's about 15 from home.
Gee, they're off, aren't they, GWS? They're just Yep. More than willing to concede a couple of metres to players who were on the move. On that occasion, it was Hayward coming at the footy, and you could just see with the ball in flight, couple of metres, and Hayward's a crafty forward. He's always going to be able to make the most of that, and he's a really solid finisher as well.
10 goals for the season, make it 11 as he does the check side through from the right forward pocket. And they are out to 31 points, the Swans, 5-2-32 to the Giants. Just a rushed minor score on the Tyre Power Mega May Sale Save on Falcon Tyre scoreboard, as there's still a bit of arguing going on inside defensive 50 for the Giants.
Well, I think it's tools down on the verbal stuff at the moment for the Giants. Just get after the ball, get your system in place. They barely marked the footy, only taken 8 marks as a team. So, get the ball in the hands of Whitfield and Himmelberg. Callahan hasn't had an impact in the game. These guys need to find their feet in this game. Tom Green's had 4 disposals. Ash has had 4 disposals as well, but some of their other prime movers just haven't been involved in the game. The forwards have barely seen it. Hogan and Green both statless early in the game, so it's far from the start GWS were after. I mean, it's a spirited game, but they're just not up for the fight in terms of the stuff that really matters.
Swans running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. Rare clearance about to come up for the Giants. It was Brown who got it from Ware and then just banged it inside forward 50. Hogan had to compete with 3 in the air. The crumbs were there for Heaney. Coughed it up though. Ware run on with it. Spirals one to the top of the goal square. Front spot Melican. Cadman lost his feet and lost possession. Melican got McLean 45 out from their defensive goal, and it was a clean kick to McLean. 32 plays 1. So we'll look to the boundary now for the drain man to see what Adam Kingsley is going to conjure up, because it's panic stations, I reckon, JJ. You've got a team in Sydney whose season's on the line, and they have jumped the Giants here because they know that they just had to, and the Giants just haven't been ready for it.
Well, defensively, they're miles off again here, just conceding uncontested marks. They're just not close enough at all. Another mark chain here, and you use so much energy when you're having to chase in defence.
Florent Roberts goes to the outer side with a kick to Blakey, inboard to Bice, attacking side of the outer wing for the Swans. And again, they've got numbers everywhere. Blakey running past. He pops it into the pocket. Didn't unload. Goes over the head of the contest, though. Rolls out.
Free kick, Taylor.
So the Giants get an opportunity to reset. It's not just their defensive group, but the midfielders. Nowhere, the Giants.
Yeah,
they have been for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been that way for a little while, you're right. Tom Green's, had his hands on the ball, but hasn't necessarily been able to set much up as they turn it over again.
And McCartan takes the intercept mark, attacking side of the outer wing. He comes inboard with a kick to Wicks. He now goes long. The broadcast side, Roberts underneath it, has time and space, takes the chest mark. They're just poking it around at the moment. It's a bit of a training drill. Now Bice has it centre circles.
He's been a great story, Bice, and he's a very good user of the footy. Toby Green's gone back in to defence, and he's been given a free kick. Hayden McLean, the guilty party. So Toby's just going to swing at the left half back where Cal Ward takes the chest mark. He's got Iden making a move for him, and the 20-metre pass finds him. A little bit of candy commerce to have Florent fly past him, and then Himmelberg dropped an uncontested handball that was put to him, and Francis put him under the pump. Himmelberg was able to recover, got it to Iden and he to Ward, and with a little sandwich kick, he's got Bedford. Bottom edge of the centre square. They go into the corridor on the angle, and the mark is taken by Fonte. First game of the year. One of the Giants suspended for the off-season shenanigans. Now Fonte just flicks the kick inside forward 50, and he's found the leader, Darcy Jones, who got about 10 metres of separation on his direct opponent. He takes the mark, 45 out, 45 angle.
He looked a bit uncertain, Fonte, with ball in hand. He was probably thought he missed his moment. There were a couple of players streaming alongside him. He could have created a bit of an overlap, but he's worked his way through it, called to play on. Typically young players will just blast that ball long, but he thought his way through that quite nicely. Saw Jones hitting up at him, and it's an understatement to say that Jones needs to kick truly.
6-1 this season for Darcy Jones. Little hop, skip and a jump, and he kicks from just inside the arc. The kick is looking good.
It's there.
And they get there first. It's taken a while, but the Giants have got a major on the board with 6 and change to play in this first term on the Tyre Power Mega May Sale clock. The Mega May Sale you can save on Falcon tyres. They stop a run of 6 straight from the Swans. Those stats for Capital.com, trade fast, trade smart. Josh Jenkins from EGT.
Yeah, they needed it and they got it. It was the first time we've seen them move the ball with any type of purpose in this first term. So I think for me, though, the offensive stuff will come for them. It starts from a willingness or an improvement to defend. They just haven't been able to buy into that side of the game yet. They've seen the Swans just chip and mark, move the ball through the middle part of the ground. So that'll be the key message, I would think, from Adam Kingsley at quarter time, is to buy in, take away the uncontested marks, get it long to a contest. But I think if you can force the Swans to go long, then Taylor and Buckley will take care of it.
It was 5 straight, Coxie. Giants fans, I haven't given them an extra one. That's the last thing you needed. 5-2, 32, 117.
Calculator misfiring. It's been all over the shot in the midfield. Grundy ended up with it. Lost control of it. Play on the call. Ash comes up with it to Buckley in the harder defensive 50. Goes to the outer side of the ground. Thomas got shoved out of the way by Wicks. Tom Green is there. Got it to Ward. Back to Thomas. He shuffles the kick towards the centre wing. In the back for Toby Green. No, play on. Bedford, the handball to Briggs. Can release Callaghan running through the middle of the SCG. Delivers it inside. 50 for Cadman. 45 out directly in front.
It looks he's eager to move the ball on, but it's a short 50 at the SCG from memory. So back yourself in. This young man's got a powerful left leg. They're going to need him to continue to take small leaps on the way to being the player he's going to become, because it can't just be Jesse Hogan.
Career high 3 goals in the qualifying final last year. This one splits the middle and has the accuracy and the distance. 2-1-13, the Giants move to Swans 5-2-32. For Tyre Power Mega May sale, 5 remaining opening term for onlinefenceSupplies.com.au. Josh Jenkins with us from EGT.
5 minutes neat remaining on the clock. It's a big 5 minutes, isn't it? Because Sydney would be really, really eager to hang on to some sort of momentum and some sort of advantage on the scoreboard. They've done so much great work. Kicked the first 5 goals of the game, but to give up a couple with 5 minutes to go, it's a massive period in the game, because if the Giants can kick another 1 or even 2, then they will go into quarter time feeling red hot about things, knowing that Sydney played a really similar game last week where they were dominant in the first quarter and then fell away.
So we're back in the middle of AFL Nation with 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now. It's Heaney emerging with it out of the middle. Just overcooked the kick into the left forward pocket. Whitfield there to collect. Ash under the pump now, who got it from Whitfield. Jordan forced him to handball wide. He was looking for Fonte. Umpire thought differently. Said that he was looking for the line. Found the line. Ping for the free kick. Insufficient intent to call, and Corey Warner can go back. Deep left forward pocket. Man on the mark, just 20 metres around from the left point post. Giants have got themselves back in the contest. Corey Warner going the banana and just going skinny on it. So a minor score.
Perhaps looking after the umpires there, because I'm still waiting for the Sheen panel service replay screen. It looked like Ash was under a fair bit of physical pressure and had a teammate in the vicinity.
20-point lead for the Swans on the Tyre Power Mega May sales scoreboard.
Whitfield goes short to Fonte. He goes to right half back for Callaghan.
You get a chance to speak in the pre-game. The great story, a proper Western Sydney product, Josiah Delana making his debut. Category B rookie, played for the Allies. He's impressed at the VFL level for the Giants. Came through their academy from a Fijian family. That's exactly what this club is set up to do.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was actually inspired to try his hand at footy by seeing Israel Folau move from rugby to the Giants.
So all that money was worth it.
Well,
We got one.
He better be good.
He's already had a disposal and a tackle.
As the Giants, they'd navigated the defensive 50. That's all they'd stayed in. The kick outside's been turned over. Francis, inboard kick. Settling to Jordan, takes the mark just beyond 50 at right half forward. He pops it up into the pocket. Heaney flies. Iden from behind knocks it over the boundary line and out of play. Will throw it in right forward pocket for the Swans with a 20-point lead.
That's going to be the key for Bedford. When Heaney gets forward on him, he's going to need to communicate quickly. He did there. Well, I think Iden realised it more so than Bedford communicated, was able to get across and be the third man up, because Heaney's going to be too good for Bedford in aerial situations.
Briggs down to Tom Green. Kick ricochets into the path of Rowbottom. Has 2 to beat and he's unsuccessful, so we'll get a ball up at right half forward for the Swans. 5-3-33 plays 2-1-13 for Tyre Power.
Delana involved in the tackle there. He said he got just sick of tackling big front rowers. He grew up playing rugby league. Now there's a ball there to be won at right half forward, and Warner, that's Chad, wins it. He hooks the kick around across the top of the goal square. It bounces past Francis and Buckley and out of play, 10 around. So boundary throw in for the drain man. The drain man got a gurgle. Call the drain man. The ball about to come back into play for the new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals. The Swans have got 5-3-33. The Giants 2-1-13 for Tyre Power. 3 and change to play in this first term. Off the hands, it fell nicely for Callaghan. Close call to give was good to Tom Green and he to Iden. Bumped as he kicked, but he fired them down the line on the outer side. Good position from McCartan, too good. He did it illegally. Hogan will get the free kick, defensive side of the outer wing.
First touch.
And it's a short one to Ward.
Capital.com stats.
Centre wing, or the kick was interrupted by McCartan and the Swans have affected the turnover. Ball to the centre wing where Campbell takes the mark. He's just happy for things to settle. Looks inboard. Risky kick. Under pressure, McInerney from Thomas. Spills to Rampy. Sweeps the handball out wide for Bice, who can link up with Roberts, who's centre wing on the broadcast side.
No hurry here, no hurry. I'll know roughly how long there is to go, particularly now they're right alongside their own interchange. So good opportunity to take some sting out, own the footy and make sure they're the ones that score last.
The interchange for Krause Electrical Solar as the kick goes up towards Heaney. It's knocked over the boundary line and out of play.
Again, no doubt the Swans have identified it. A kick to Heaney in a one-on-one against Bedford. Ash was able to get across and support. So it's going to be fascinating. How many times can they get Heaney ahead of the ball in one-on-ones against Bedford?
20 points the margin. 2 to play opening term for onlinefencesupplies.com.au. Tossed in, Grundy down to ground level. Callaghan and Tom Green were fighting each other for it. Ash also getting involved. It's all over the boundary line and out of play.
That's happened a few times in this game. The Callaghan and Tom Green end up disrupting each other, going for the same ground ball.
Yeah, well, they're hunters, aren't they? They're both hunters.
Is it
no Kelly today? No Kelly today either?
It's not selfish, but, I mean, they haven't played that much footy together in the midfield, so probably just a work in progress.
It bounced nicely from the boundary throw for Tom Green. He gave it back to Briggs. Briggs' kick to Iden. He was dispossessed. Chad Warner was able to get hands free and got a handball to Jordan. They work it back and then a hurried kick into the deep left forward pocket. Francis and Buckley engaged. Buckley got the decisive fist. Taylor was there and then taken was Ward in a row-bottom tackle. In fact, it was Florent. They're screaming blue murder, the Swans fans. It's going to be a free kick to Cal Ward.
Man on the mark's been allowed to walk back about 2 metres. It's only been a subtle shift this week.
No, well, that you have to do that in that situation.
Was that a 9 metre?
Yeah, that's the 9 metre situation there, JJ. There's Delana seeing a ball over with Wicks in tow on the outer side. 5-3-33, minute and a half to play on the clock for onlinefencesupplies.com.au. It's a 20-point lead of the Swans for Tyre Power. The Mega May Sale. All single goal scorers. The Swans started with a flourish. The Giants have pegged back a couple, but there's still some work to do. From the boundary throw-in, just fisted the Giants' way. Toby Green got denied access to the footy by Rampy the first time and then dispossessed in a row-bottom tackle the second time, and row-bottom gets the reward.
He's been on fire. One of the players that can hold their heads high despite the poor start to the season for the Swans. Entering this match in 15th spot on the ladder. A high ball from Rowbottom to Warner taking the diving chest mark at left half forward.
Don't see that too often from him. It was a genuine one-on-one backyard, kick it up and see who can win it.
He goes into the pocket for Heaney.
Yeah, there it is.
So the two big names, Heaney's asking how long is left.
Well, he wants to snap it, but he should realise you can still snap it by stepping off.
He's going the SEN Draper technique, and it's not working for him. Curls to the left and's gone through for a minor score. 5-5-35 plays 2-1-13 for Tyre Power Mega May Sale.
You're calling that the Sam Draper.
Well, he's holding it way out in front of him with one hand on top. It's like eating a hamburger.
Well, James Hird was teaching that about 12 years ago, but only two players have seemingly picked it up.
Did it work for you?
Not really.
Briggs, Halloran had it slip through his hands, and so the Swans have found it again through Wicks, who just thumps it forward in a hurry, and in the rush has kicked it out of bounds on the full. So left half back, the Giants with 5 seconds left on the clock for onlinefencepplies.com.au. We're going to be out of time, and they've got a 21-point deficit to contend with as we draw closer to quarter time. Ash runs around the man on the mark. Siren will sound as this mark is taken by Halloran on the broadcast wing. So 5 straight goals to start the quarter from the Sydney Swans. It felt like a season on the line game for them, and they started in the manner that you'd expect from a team that's looking their footy mortality in the eye in season 2025. The Giants got a couple back late in that first term. They've got a 21-point margin ahead of them on the Tyre Power Mega May Sales scoreboard. Sam Hargraves, Matty Cox, Josh Jenkins with you on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Mega May Sale. Save on fork and tyres.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
It's the OMF Mate Sale, and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like the Revivify Support Mattress for under $800, or the Mornington Mattress for under $1,200, and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus this week, get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale, and soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano-EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano-EX are not instant, and Nano-EX is not available on all models.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game?
Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals.
Taken by Cleary. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Cleary skipped one like a rock off a pond through a vacant goal square. 45-degree angle. He'll kick this from just inside 50. James Rowbottom, he is a warrior and he's a finisher on the runway from 30.
Wants a bit more.
He wants a bit more as well. And there's another. He took on Buckley and Buckley dumped him on his back. He kicks the goal.
And at quarter time of the SCG, 5-4-34, Sydney leading the Giants 2-1 at 13. The Macca's I'm loving it moments. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals. Matthew Cox alongside Sam Hargraves and Josh Jenkins this afternoon. JJ, your thoughts on the first quarter that sees the Swans leading by 21?
Yeah, well, they've probably got the lead they deserve. They were certainly the more dominant and impactful team in that first quarter. They controlled the ball. They were able to take some time and some sting out of the game when they needed to. It's been a pretty fiery and spirited first quarter. James Jordan's tracking Lockie Whitfield everywhere he goes. I wonder whether they try and move Whitfield around or whether they just ask him to work his way through the tag. Isaac Heaney's been really, really dangerous, getting ahead of the ball on different occasions. Kick 1-goal-1, but the Giants got a couple late just to give themselves a sniff.
Josh Jenkins from EGT. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police. Recruiting now. Heaney taking the ground from the bounce, and we'll have a secondary stoppage right in the circles at the SCG. Grundy got the decisive hand to it, but Callaghan found it off the deck first, just flicked it onto the boot and tumbled one forward to 50. It was fisted back about the same distance that it was kicked, and Callaghan was able to get on the end of it again. He put it by hand on the bounce to Ward, and then Ward to Iden, who heaves a long and high kick, and players shielding their eyes from the sun as it falls short in front of O'Halloran. Rampy overran it. Toby Green might have been taken high by bias. Blakey didn't agree with the decision, but that was the call that was made. So
He's
Toby,
clever.
one of the smartest.
Yeah. One of the cheekiest.
I wonder, we were talking about this off air, the recruiting of Jake Stringer. I wonder if, given that they lost the midfield depth, where they thought, well, if we get Stringer in, he can play that role inside forward 50 that Toby has made his own, and then they can re-release Toby Green back into the midfield where he started his career. It hasn't been able to happen due to injuries and form and a few other things. So back inside forward 50, 16-10 this season. Toby Green right where the 50 meets the boundary. That's why I call it the friend zone there, Coxie, because it's very hard to score.
He was getting offered some chips, did you see, from behind the fence?
It's a friendly crowd at the SCG. Very hospitable. It's just the one behind 2-2-14, 20-point lead again for the Swans. Early stages, second term, Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Not sure the vocabulary matched the offer, though. Ball to the wing for the Swans. Hayward over the top of it. Callaghan traps in, ball up.
The message from Adam Kingsley would have been less about sort of system and method and more about just let's get up for the fight. We got lucky, we kicked a couple late, but we weren't up for it in the first 20.
There's a bit more pressure here. Warner ends up with it, though, for the Swans. Puts it down the throat of Iden. Centre wing broadcast side for the Giants. Wants to go quickly. McMullen sends it inside 50 over the head of Hogan, and it's out the back. McCartan took a nice acrobatic mark To intercepted centre half back, fans wide to Lloyd, half back on the outer side.
Poor entry, just missed the first one there. It was a great place to turn the ball over for GWS, but just weren't able to get that first hit up, which would have allowed Hogan or others to get back closer to goal.
Lloyd, Briggs has been taken high by the looks of it and is very slow to get up and very groggy in the doing as well, as McLean is rolled down gently.
And not good, because he had the concussion in was it the first opening round?
Yeah, out of the
very
community
early
series.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Grundy was able to get it down to McInerney. Off a quick step, he hurries it inside forward 50, and Francis had found some separation. It was called play on, though, as it might have taken a touch on the way through. So just at the front edge of the square, Whitfield wrapped him up right in the nick of time and won the free kick for the going. He's going to fire to the outer side. Cadman, the ball was in the air a long time. Melican shut it and him down, but didn't do it street legal, according to the umpire. Cadman free kick.
He gives the handball off to Callaghan, running past, sends it inside 50 for the Giants. Hogan beaten by McCartan again, who gets up with the footy first. Found McInerney, You're trying to get it to Heaney. He wasn't looking and knocked it away from his back. Ball trundles at left half forward for the Giants. Cadman turns it over. McInerney, he got in the path of Warner, who lost control of it. Fresh edge shot. Halloran comes up with it. Gives it off to Cadman. He sets it high inside, attacking 50 for the Giants. Bounces awkwardly for Jones. McCartan will mop it up. He dumps the kick back out of defensive 50 for the Swans. Cadman trying to trap it in. Awkward handball into the mess. Ball up, left half forward. That was chaotic.
Well called, Coxie.
Tell you what, I reckon
not easy.
You'll get better footy down at the Greenvale Reserve if you go and watch it. That was
on the tens vibe about it, wasn't it?
Ugly couple of minutes.
Jones spun as he kicked, so it took an awkward bounce inside forward 50 again. Lovely little dish, and this could be, but won't be in the end, McMullen, who fired on the run from 35 and just pushed it to the right-hand side. So they've done the bulk of the attacking in this first turn. They've had a couple of decent looks, the Giants, 2-3-15, and a 19-point lead turned over coming out of the defensive goal square. Warner had to get out the mop. That's the Chad. He cleaned it up nicely, and the kick was perfect to Heaney, and now he's got a drive-by runner, and it's Chad again.
He kicks it to centre half forward and links up. Mark taken by his brother Corey. Slight angle edging towards left half forward. 50 from home.
His cruising speed is remarkable, Warner. And equally, Ian Blakey, probably the two best in the competition at running flat out, but still being able to kick the ball short. Often when you're running flat out, you've got no choice but to kick it as far as you can. Warner was just cruising through the middle part of the ground. He started it and finished it, found his brother who, look, this will take a good kick to finish, but he's capable.
He kicked a goal last week against the Suns. It's an ugly one off the boot, going to land in the goal square. Taylor's claiming the mark, and eventually it's paid, despite some leg pressure from Campbell. So the Giants get an opportunity to reset. They are trailing by 19 points. 5-4-34 Sydney. Giants 2-3-15 for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
It's going to come back in again. So Taylor's turned it over to Bice, and Bice is a brilliant kick for a first-year player, for any player of any year for that matter. He rifled one inside forward 50 and found Francis, who was only 40 metres out. He's going to square it up, concede a couple of metres, but to a more central location, and Blakey, who kicked a career-best 3 goals last week in the loss to the Suns, is on the end of it.
Disappointing effort from Jones. He just allowed Bice to slide in across the front of that contest as the two forwards, or the two players, were coming to compete on the footy. That's, as a small, you've got to take care of players who want to, and identify players who want to slide across and take intercept marks.
So you get the lead to 25 points. He arced around and whips the kick superbly. They like that from the Lizard. 6-4-40 now, 25-point lead, 2-3-15. The Giants still just over 14 minutes to play in this second term. Capital.com, trade fast, trade smart clock. Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got its scoreboard. Unselfish from Francis JJ, because the man on the mark for him was only 40 metres out on a 45 angle, but he spied Blakey.
Yeah, it was interesting. Not sure I would have
I think we all know
as willing to pass it off. But also,
what about the spray that he gave O'Halloran in the face?
From Francis, I mean, you know, in a way, if he can find a way to kick a couple, it's hard for him to get dislodged from the team. So nice and selfless from him to find Blakey, who was able to hit the scoreboard. He's been able to hit the scoreboard a fair bit this year. He's just been inaccurate in some games.
3 goals in the last quarter last week. We were watching that on the Sheen panel service replay screen. A message from Sheen: choose your repairer when insuring your car. Back in the middle, McInerney shut down by Bedford, and the umpire will ball it up.
All right, so they made it's only a soft drink.
Someone's thirsty. Briggs down to Tom Green.
It's our panel of Fletcher drinking on the job, is it? No, I'm kidding. It's Fletch. No, just a solo.
Nearly turned your mic off. Jones gave it across to Bedford. Tom Green. Florent, he was able to strip the tackle, Tom Green, and sends it to the top of the 50 where McCartan's taken another intercept mark for the Swans. And he just looks so much better down in that defensive unit.
It's not even close, is it?
Short ball is okay to McInerney, a little closer to centre half-back. 6-4-40 Sydney leading GWS 2-3-15, the 30th edition of the Battle of the Bridge, as McInerney goes wide to McCartan, who takes a bounce. Defensive side of the broadcast wing, sends the kick towards left half forward. Hamlin presenting, brings the ball to ground. Blakey able to crumb and sends it high inside attacking 50. Taylor knocked it out of the grasp of Francis. Fell to Himmelberg, who's got an issue. The handball wasn't clean. McMullen lost it. Ash diving in, wrapped up by Hayward. Ball up inside 50.
This has been impressive, JJ, considering that this is a makeshift forward line for the Swans. So they've got no Amadi, they've got no McDonald. They haven't had him for the year, as we know. They've got Hamling playing up forward and Francis, so they both recruited as defenders, yet they've got a 6-2 lead. It's working out all right at the moment for Dean Cox, who not a lot has this year. They've found it again at left half forward. Got to be quick, Blake. He ran down by Callum M. Brown. And he rolled at the right time too. And he's rewarded for a superb chase down free kick, which Collingwood fans won't like hearing after the events of last night. And Callum and Brandy got it back from Bedford, left it behind, and then Florent planted him like a tree. Bedford came through and collected it again. Little give over the top was good to Harvey Thomas. Himmelberg on the end of that handball, and Himmelberg onto the chest of Cadman, 25 out directly in front.
Again, Greenville Rec Reserves probably got the Giants covered, but they just found a way. And sometimes, look, Callum Brown just decided, I'm going to take off and make something happen. And what it does create is movement. It forces movement because Brown moves with such speed and intensity. You can't help as a forward but to get on your bike and move. It found its way into the right set of hands with Himmelberg, and he spotted up Cadman, who should finish.
Kicked one in the first term when they desperately needed it. Kicks his second in the second term. Under the same set of circumstances. So they get 3-3-21. Back to 19 points. Adrift from the Swans. 6-4-40. Just under 12 minutes to play. Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it clock. I won't say they're running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite in hot water, but they've got themselves back in the running, Josh Jenkins from EGT.
Yeah, they're in the fight now. They're definitely in the fight, and it's a nice cameo from Cadman. He's earned himself a couple of free kicks up the ground. He's kicked 2 goals because, his superstar teammates in Toby Green and Jesse Hogan haven't been any factor in the game at all. Toby Green's only had the 2 disposals for Capital.com, and Jesse Hogan has had the 2 as well, so no impact in the game. So a cameo like this from Cadman is important because you're expecting surely at some stage one of Hogan or Green will get busy.
Back in the middle, both rucks put their arms in the air, and the umpire waved it. Play on. Giants with their clearance inside 50. Offhand, Darcy Jones, snapping ball, 40 out to the left. Minor score, 3-4-22. The Giants trailing the Swans 6-4-40, all thanks to Robot Building Supplies. ROBOT, Robots got it.
Gave him the double fake.
Nice field position win here early in the second quarter for GWS. It's quite similar to what we saw in the first term, the difference being Sydney were able to make the most of their chances.
Bice brought them back into play via Wicks, and then Wicks, centre wing to Lloyd. Lloyd, defensive side of the outer side to right half forward. Taylor, a big fist, and there's a whistle on play. It's a hold. It's going against the Swans. So free kick Giants on the outer side. Don't know what that was for or who was actually doing the holding, rather. We'll have to have a look at the replay for Sheen Panel Service on the Sheen Panel Service replay screen. So Himmelberg gets the free. Works around the man on the mark in Corey Warner,
targets.
then whips the kick to a 3-on-1 situation, and the one was the smallest man on the ground in Harvey Thomas. In fact, he's the second smallest. He's got a centimetre on Jones, and Melican took the easiest of uncontested chest marks.
He sends it. Oh, the Giants player's gone down behind play. A big old shove to McLean, who appeals.
Oh, dear.
Doesn't win the free kick. The mark is paid for the Giants, who have put it into space, top of the goal square for the Swans. Hamling off the carpet into the post. A comedy of errors from the umpires, from the Giants, and from the Swans, ending up in the minus score, 6-5-41 to 3-4-22.
Would have been his first career goal, Joel Hamling, in game number 97.
Wow. It's not the game we hoped it would be, is it? It's both teams are a little clunky. The Swans have been less clunky. They've had some moments, but haven't... Oh, gee, there we go again, Sam.
Almost turned it over, coming out of defensive 50 again. Fonte's going to get another go, courtesy of Ward, that he span out of the Hayward tackle. Unlucky to be given a high free kick. He's done everything to give this back to the Swans. Fonte finally gets a teammate in Callaghan. He then to Iden, and then a looping handball out to Ash. He's undecided. Support runner over the top was Callaghan. Put the foot down and got some separation, then wobbled it down the outer side wing. It evaded Grundy. Bedford with immense courage slapped it forward as he was taken out high into the path that was for Hogan. Bedford down on his haunches, clutching at his face. With no regard for his own safety, he steamed up at that football.
Brave. You know it. You know you're going to wear one.
A crude swinging arm from Melican it was.
You know you're going to wear one, but you've still got to find a way to get that ball where it needs to go.
That's not on.
Did he get hit in the face?
Yeah, he did. That's just... I mean, that's how are you seeing that, JJ? That's either a play at the ball from Melican or he knew exactly what he was doing, because that is just a straight arm.
Yeah, I think you deserve to be
to the mush.
Well and truly looked at for that. It's there are other ways. It's a difficult situation for both players to be in. Great bravery and courage from Bedford, because he knows he's going to get there first, but not early enough to take possession of the ball. So Melican will have some questions to answer. Benny Hart, the assistant coach, getting around him. Interesting to see an assistant coach down on the bench as well as a senior coach. That's all just coach from
Interesting that there wasn't a whole lot of remonstration, but I reckon when they get a look at the replay, there was
no one really in the vicinity.
An out coat hanger at a player who only had eyes on the ball. Maybe Melican did, but we'll need to see the replay again. As it all unfolds, the man who had to take the kick was Ware. And Ware has slotted one from 45, so they get a couple in a row. And the margin is 13 points now all of a sudden, with 9:22 on the clock. Jacob Ware is a very good finish.
He knows straight away, but I mean, knowing doesn't excuse it. But
no, that's to his credit. He knows he's got that very wrong in the moment. So,
I mean, you got to provide alternatives for him as well, and Cadman clearly has seen it on the replay screen for Sheen Panel, because he is getting stuck into Melican, but probably telling him he's going to have a week off.
So that'll be interesting, won't it? Because he's got every right, Melican, to make a play at the ball, but is he in breach of his duty of care? Was it foreseeable in that moment that he was going to take the face?
That's not how I would make a play on the ball. No. If your main objective is the ball, that's not how you would play the ball.
It's a big swinging arm, was it? It looked ugly.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. Giants with the clearance to right half forward. Robert Scott in front of the youngster. The debutant Ward arrives. So you've got the debutant Delena and also Ward, the most experienced player out there for the Giants, assisting it over the boundary line and out of play. The good news for the Giants is that Toby Bedford's on the phone. He's had some treatment to the cut on his cheek, but it looks as though he's preparing to come back on. Jake Stringer, the sub this afternoon for the Giants, and Angus Sheldrick for that for the Swans. The update for the drain man from the boundary. Swans with a clearance from the boundary throw in. Iden's taken by McLean. Play on the call. Jordan receives the handball, left half forward for Sydney. Gives it off to Warner, running past. Goes long inside, attacking 50. McLean, 2 to beat. Taylor got a hand to it. Campbell, crude tackle on Ware at the top of the defensive goal square. It was high, and the free kick will go Ware's way.
Did Ware contribute to that, though?
Oh, I reckon that dodgy surface caused him to slip there down in the left-hand forward 50. But
this is a brutal game, JJ. There's a body count mounting here.
Giants are back in the contest well and truly, though. Even the way the game's being played at the moment, suiting GWS big time.
Giants have worked this through the middle. Toby Green. They've got it to Callum Brown. Then he went the switch. Callahan's going to get it back to Ware. Ware's going to come wider still to Callahan. Just backward of right half forward.
Callum Brown in the ruck.
Callahan of Cal Ward.
Callum Brown in the ruck's giving the Giants a bit.
Ward shape to go long and then check the kick short to Fonte. Getting some boos is Joe Fonte.
I think they're upset the ball went 11 metres.
Yeah, that might be it. Now Fonte, he fires with a bit more depth into the kick. It'll land about 25 out. It spits out the back. Melican leads the charge. Cadman tried to drag him to ground. He kept his feet, Melican, but ran out of tarmac. So boundary throw in next to the right point post for the drain man. The drain man got a gurgle. Call the drain man. 41 plays 28. 13-point Swans lead. The Giants are starting to work their way back into this game. 4-20 Pies and Victoria Police.
Heading travel on the online fencepsupplies.com.au. Clock Grundy dumping kick out of defensive 50. Ash will track it back, gives the handball to Toby Green over the top, links up with Tom Green edging towards right half forward.
Toby Green sneaking inside forward 50. You've got to imagine he came off the interchange bench. I doubt he was the loose man behind the ball.
Tom Green unloads to the top of the goal square. They all went tumbling down. Offhand.
7 players on the deck.
Florent got it to Delana. And he was unable to get the disposal away. Free kick going the way of Florence.
It's a quick game, as the young man will, he's just found out it is a super speedy game. Probably the hardest thing for brand new players to pick up on.
Florent in the back pocket, broadcast side for the Swans. Goes high towards this broadcast wing off hands. Buckley, front and centre, found Ward. Tom Green, back to Ward under pressure, left it behind. Warner went in for it, came out without it. And then Halloran has a crack. He eventually gets the kick inside 50. Diving mark taken by Hogan. And he gets his first opportunity to have a look at the big sticks.
It's like the two teams have switched jumpers. The Giants were so far off in all the little areas, the little important effort areas in the first quarter. They were 2 metres off their man in defence. They weren't playing in front as forwards. This quarter, even that kick from Hogan, we saw that twice from the Swans in the first quarter. A Sydney forward playing in front, the ball lands in his lap. That's exactly what happened for Hogan there.
The script is eerily similar to last week for the Sydney Swans as Hogan stutters, comes in and he's put it well to the right. He led off. That's just his second minor score for the season, Jesse Hogan, and couldn't have come at a worse time for the Giants. 4-5-29 to 6-5-41. They needed that one on the Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got its scoreboard.
Just 4 goals from their 22 inside 50s, JJ. They're going at just below 19% efficiency, the Giants. It's not a great stat for them for Capital.com, but they're going to come inside here again. The turnover at right half forward. Callahan got it to McMullen. Hooks the kick around the body. Reaching down low was Cadman. Melican did enough to disrupt him. Wicks's handball was dangerous back to the goal square. Lloyd handball down to a path for Heaney, and that path was straight into the brick wall of Ward. And has Ward been rewarded here for the free kick? Yes.
Is it a high fend?
Maybe a high fend.
Forearm.
Or maybe they just don't think that even without the prior, Heaney did enough.
And 50.
And it's going to be 50.
Gee, it's on, isn't it? Toby Green's gone down. It's genuinely fiery. Like, there's nothing manufactured about this at all.
There is... Well, cue the Andy Marr, because there's spot fires everywhere.
The most important part...
There's one happening over the boundary line.
Don't disrupt Andy. He's still celebrating the election, I think.
Well, you wouldn't be celebrating the Blues.
The important part is they've given away a goal. Now, I'm keen to see the replay. Heaney looked like he was some chance of receiving a free kick. But in the end, they played the high fend off. Ward equally gets a free kick and a 50. They walk to the goal square, and it is a goal separating these two teams.
6-point ball game for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Remember, Sydney kicked the first 5 goals of this match, and the Giants have now kicked 5 out of the next 6. There's just under 5 minutes to play. Online fansupplies.com.au clock. JJ, how are you seeing the replay for Sheen Panel Service?
He definitely, I reckon maybe the point of his elbow must get up. I need to see the replay again, but the point of Heaney's elbow, he definitely goes to fend, right? There's no doubt about that. But most of his arm is down on the chest of Ward, so maybe the point of the elbow got up under the throat, but gee, he looks unlucky.
It's all happening Sunday afternoon, AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. Warner tried to combine with Heaney. His handball astray. Briggs fighting in hard for it. Rowbottom has his head sat on by Toby Green. Bedford to Callahan. Whitfield all by hand. Himmelberg tracking it, goes to ground. Gives the handball to Whitfield.
It's
on the up, Callahan.
It's on again.
It is as going out wide. McMullen sees Wicks over the line, and another spot fire starts there as well.
This is the most spiteful game we've seen for the season. This is spicy.
They're all playing for free too at this point.
They really don't like each other, the two Sydney teams. 6-5-41 Sydney with a 6-point lead, edging towards half-time. As Ware is taken into tackle by McLean, who's infringed.
And the same as the first quarter. In the first quarter, the Giants were losing this battle in terms of the emotion and the fire and the spitefulness. Now the Swans are losing it and giving away free kicks.
Ware to Cadman inside 50, was searching for Hogan, had 2 to beat. Bice did well to knock it over the boundary line and out of play. We'll throw it in left forward pocket.
McLean's lucky he didn't get the 50 away for dissent then. He gave the umpire a substantial spray.
I have not seen a dissent-free 50 in quite some time.
Oh, she's feisty. The battle of the bridge is exactly that, is a battle. Florent rose up to take a ball and was gang tackled by 3 in charcoal. And they shove him back into the deck for good measure, and they continue to push and shove and bump as the ball's thrown up. Briggs, lovely down, the double palm at Callahan. Across the face from the left forward pocket, it bounces out. We'll have another boundary throw in. There's real feeling, there's real animosity in this. This is a throwback game, JJ. 6-5-41 to 5-5-35, under 4 minutes to play. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Still 3, best part of 4 minutes to go, so plenty can happen, but can't wait to see what both teams do when both teams need to make adjustments at the half.
For the boundary throw in, Roberts with the clearance. Out to Ash, who intercepts for the Giants. Gave it to McMullen. He sends it back inside, attacking 50. Himmelberg rose, didn't take the mark. Toby Green tackled by Rampy.
Hang in for that, yeah.
And it is holding the footy. The free kick will go the way of Dane Rampy, who's still in a bear hug from Toby Green.
Great battle between those two.
Good call. He immediately looked to drop his body and try and draw a high free kick. So great work from the umpire there not to get drawn into that.
Rampy just walks off his line and eventually kicks it to the centre wing. Briggs front spot, didn't take the mark. Heaney has it knocked out of his grasp. Florent coming through, sends the kick towards left half forward. It's into space. Taylor, Ash, neither can lay claim. And eventually Taylor has to do the defensive work and shut down Jordan. Ball up left half forward for the Swans. They lead 6-5-41 to 5-5-35. Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got it.
We're wondering when the game of footy might break out from the fight that's ensuing at the moment. It is very willing. So ball gets forced out of play, and Bedford with a little display of sportsmanship helps Chad Warner up off the deck, and he was the recipient of an incident that will be looked at very closely by the MRO. Lewis Melican, who is as fair and honest as the day is long, but that's a moment that he'd like to take back. And possibly a case to answer there for. There might be a few. There's certainly going to be some fines dished out.
Gee, Briggs, not sure what he was doing in the ruck. He just got all turned around. He's not in great form, Briggs. He's nothing close to his best version.
Gave away a free kick to McLean. Now he's standing the mark, Briggs, about 52 metres out.
Wouldn't think he's got the trip here.
He fancies himself here. Hayden McLean will kick this from 60. No, he's just going to pop it up into the hot spot. Try to give Heaney a run at it. In the end, it was McInerney that went on it, and he slapped Toby on the back of the head. Toby took the advantage. Callaghan got it. Three-man weave coming out of the fence. Ash full steam ahead. They're out on the outer side here, the Giants, if it sits for Cadman.
Which it does. He takes it centre wing on the outer side. Wheels around on the left. Sends it towards the 50. O'Halloran in a marking contest with Lloyd. Ball spills out. McCartan to Roberts across the defensive goal line for the Swans. Hits up Florent. Back pocket. And he goes to a 2-on-1. Getting there was McMullen. Did well to impact the contest over the top of Isaac Heaney. And then McMullen heads to the Crowes Electrical bench. Kick goals with Crowes Electrical and Solar. Jake Stringer yet to be activated as sub this afternoon for the Giants. Angus Sheldrick for the Swans also yet to be activated for the Drain Man. Got a Google? Call the Drain Man.
AFL Nation, 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police supply now. Briggs did get the decisive hand, but he gave it straight to Heaney. Off a step, just sends it down the line. Broadcast wing. Hamling, clean collect. McInerney ran into a problem. Then he made it Jordan's. Slipped the tackle to James Jordan. Skids the kick to left half forward. Francis sees it over, got front spot on Taylor. And they'll toss it in just inside 50. Left half forward. Beautiful day in Sydney. Magnificent stadium this is at the SCG. And the fans that have turned up, and they have en masse, have been treated to as fierce a contest as we've seen this season. 41 plays 35, a minute and change left in the half. Swans hanging on to a slender lead. Tom Green came up with it, slicing up and under kick Taylor. Gained about 40 and it went up about 50. Florent was the first there when the ball bounced. He was well tackled by Delana holding the ball. Great tackle from the debutant. Maybe a bit lucky with the call, JJ.
Yeah, he's come to the right sport. He used to have to tackle 60 times a game. Now he's only got to lay 6 or 8. He's going to be getting a game every week, and it's a nice ball inside.
Nice kick to Briggs, who released Callaghan, who's running hot for Ream. 18 touches, making 19 in this term. The Giants have gone inside 50 with the kick. Melican pickpocketed and then sends it back towards right half back. We're taking in the tackle is Ware from Campbell. Ball up, left half forward for the Giants.
I reckon Cadman's game's 24 months away from really... It was a marking contest 10 or 15 minutes ago in the goal square. He just wasn't quite strong enough to take possession, and that kick just had to give himself a bit more time and complete the job.
Briggs got rid of McLean. Ware went to ground as he tried to take possession. Swans get the dumping kick, clearing their defensive half of the ground. Taken on the half volley by Campbell. Pumps it into a vacant 50. The Sherrod is spiralling end on end, getting back Buckley. He slips over on that dodgy turf. Callaghan comes up with it, gives the handball to Whitfield on the last line of defence. They get some composure and link up with Ware, left back pocket for the Giants, trailing by 6.
My front lawn looks in better nick. And it is in dire straits, my front lawn, and that's not looking much better, that end at the SCG, it must be said. The siren sounds, and what a combative and hard-fought first half it has been in the 30th edition of the Battle of the Bridge. At half-time, 41 plays 35. The Swans kicked the first 5. The Giants have kicked 5 out of the next 6. There has been spot fires everywhere in this contest. Andy Marr, there's going to be players lighter in the wallet. There's going to be players that might be looked at and might miss some weeks. We've had just about everything in this game, and we're only at half-time on AFL Nation before and 20 Pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. Josh Jenkins for MEGT is going to dissect an incredible first half at the SCG on AFL Nation straight after this.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Robot Building Supplies. ROBOT.
Robots got it. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue burgers are now touring for a limited time. With smoky barbecue and tangy honey mustard sauce, crispy onions, and 100% Aussie beef. Grab the hit single or double Tennessee barbecue burger today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel, and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. and never dig blind.
This is the biggest crane in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
It's the OMF Mate Sale, and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like the Revivify Support Mattress for under $800, or the Mornington Mattress for under $1,200, and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus this week, get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale, and soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Super Bowl 60 is in San Francisco in February 2026, and your once-in-a-lifetime Super Bowl experience awaits thanks to Ballpark. Access to events, parties, hotels, and game day tickets. Book your tailored package. Email superbowl@ballparktravel.com.au.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mold-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mold-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
How did the handicappers of the Store Gift have it that Lachlan Kennedy, but more so Gout, aren't able to even make the final? This is a once-in-a-generation, maybe once in 3 generations athlete, potentially in Gout, and the system has him not even making the final against the bloke who actually beat him only 2 weeks ago, Lachlan Kennedy. What's going on?
Whoever it was and however it was.
Just get him through the final.
You've got this massive event. You've got great government support. You've got broadcaster support.
He's got to be in the final.
You've got the whole nation tuning into the most watchable thing on television.
Change the rules. Just get him in the final.
Get him to the final. If you told an American that, he said, we've got this generation.
We've got no loss.
And he didn't make the final. That is one of the great own goals. He stormed home to finish second in a race that he was not allowed to win.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals.
Taken by Cleary. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Cleary skipped one like a rock off a pond through a vacant goal square. 45-degree angle. He'll kick this from just inside 50. James Rowbottom, he is a warrior and he's a finisher on the runway from 30.
Wants a bit more.
He wants a bit more as well. And there's another. He took on Buckley and Buckley dumped him on his back. He kicks the goal.
10 goals for the season, make it 11 as he does the check side through from the right forward pocket.
He arced around and he whips the kick superbly. They like that from the Lizard. Kicked one in the first term when they desperately needed it. Kicks his second in the second term under the same set of circumstances. As it all unfolds, the man who had to take the kick was Ware, and Ware has slotted one from 45, so they get a couple in a row.
They had It was a spiteful second term at the SCG. The Swans are in front by 6-5-41 to 5-5-35 as we enter the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Spaces for living. Live bold. Step bold sale on now.
Matthew Cox alongside Josh Jenkins and Sam Hargraves with you this afternoon. JJ, your initial thoughts on the first half, which was incredibly spiteful, particularly in that second term as the Giants worked their way on top.
Yeah, highly pressurised, plenty of mistakes due largely to the pressure in the game, and even when the physical pressure's not there, there's that perceived pressure, and you know that the next body is not that far away. So it's been, look, it hasn't been entertaining in terms of high octane and high skill, but I guess you've got to respect the level of competition and combativeness that we've seen in this contest. So really looking forward to the second half, because Sydney came out and went bang, threw a massive punch. GWS were able to get to quarter time, make an adjustment and say, come on, we've got to be up for the fight, and made the adjustment. Now, as both teams have had their opportunity and had their moments in the game, who's going to be able to adjust and I guess be the more steady team? I think the most steady team will be the winning team in this second half, the team that makes the fewest mistakes and can capitalise on the turnovers that they can cause.
It was about this time last week where the Swans started to concede those 12 goals in a row to the Suns, which is a similar script with the Giants kicking the last 3 goals of the game. In saying that, though, the Giants had a very poor quarter against the Bulldogs last week, where they scored 1 behind to 5 goals 3. So an interesting term awaits. Some of our awards from the first half: the toughest player for Anthem Workwear. Build your greatest achievements. Visit anthemworkwear.com.au.
Toby Bedford will do the job. I think everyone who's participated in this game has had to be tough at different stages, but Bedford took one on the cheekbone and was cut open, but hasn't slowed him down.
The Mackay Tall Timber Ruckman of the day for Mackay Timber Manufacturer and Suppliers of Quality Tasmanian Oak Timber.
I don't think either ruckman has had really much of a say in the game. I'll tell you, the game did move a little bit when Callum Brown, of all people, went into the ruck. I liked what he was able to bring to the table, more so around the ground, but I reckon he's been the most impactful of anyone who's played in the ruck. McLean's been solid. He's given away a couple of silly free kicks, but he's been pretty solid, and I reckon he's been pretty solid all season long.
Brown coming in for Riccardi, who went out with a hand injury, who was going to be the number 1 ruck because Kieran Briggs was going to be dropped. That's what Adam Kingsley said during the week. So a fascinating dynamic that's unfolding there, considering Briggs is out of form. Around the grounds for Melbourne Airport parking. Melbourne Airport's value car park is just $12 a day. Plan ahead and book online at melbourneairport.com.au. There's a couple of games still to come this afternoon, Sammy. One at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, where there's a fairly big celebration taking place for the Hawks.
Yeah, 100-year celebration for the Hawthorn Football Club. It'll be a very special day for them. They'll do it against the Tigers, who always get a great crowd themselves, as we know. So it should be hopefully a full house, or it probably won't be, but you'd expect about 80,000 thereabouts, wouldn't you, for an occasion like this? 2 very big clubs. Mr. Clarkson set to attend. There's going to be a fantastic on-ground presentation and ceremony before the game. So if the Bulldogs had Bob Murphy in the big armchair, I'm wondering what the Hawks are going to do. Is Shane Crawford doing something similar, telling the story of the Honeypots, Mayblooms, Hawks, and what an incredible club they've been over the journey as well. So enjoy that. And then this might be the game of the round on the Sunday night, the Lions and the Suns. This Q clash has got all the hallmarks of a classic. There's not often that these two teams come into a Q clash when they're both at the pointy end of the ladder, certainly not from the Suns' point of view, but it's a 2v3 matchup, and what a game it promises to be, JJ.
Yeah, can't wait. 7:20 must be a public holiday in Queensland tomorrow, so can't wait. Full house at the Gabba. I reckon the fact that it's at the Gabba's worth a fair bit to Brisbane. I hope the Lions don't stomp on them, because I want to see the Suns continue to emerge and be the contender I think they can be over the next couple of seasons. But I can't remember a more disrespected reigning premier than Brisbane. They're a breath away from being the back-to-back defending champs. No one talks about them. We barely watch them. They're barely on TV. It's quite unbelievable, and they have done.
When you say we, well, I don't think that the AFL media does, but I would say that the AFL fixtures do.
Yeah, well, they're never on Thursday nights or Friday nights. I think they've been on once this year. So some of their performances this year, some of their comebacks have been quite breathtaking. So, yeah, it's got every chance of being an unbelievably good game tonight.
And finishes the round. You'll hear it as part of AFL Nation's coverage this afternoon. Focusing back to the SCG, the smart play for acquired financial services, funding tools and vehicles for trading.
The smart play, you might have to chop me out here. We've seen a lot of combative play and potentially some not so smart play with a few 50s and whatnot given away. What have we seen?
Did Toby do something rather clever?
He drew a clever free kick. That'll do. Next.
But you're 100% right. Not a lot of this has been smart.
No, it's all combat.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It's not the most tactical. I'm sure in the coach's box there are tactics being deployed or attempted. But
well, segueing that, the coaching move of the first half for Henley Holmes. Henley breakthrough collection build from only 227,900. Henley Holmes.
It hasn't paid off yet, but Himmelberg was in that forward line a fair bit in the second term. I'll be interested to see where he lines up in the second half.
Got his hands to a fair few and just wasn't able to reel in the mark.
And again, Heaney forward of the ball, I think, is the Sydney ace in the pack. When he can get forward of the ball and he got that opportunity against Bedford, took the mark, rushed himself and missed the goal. If he can get 2 or 3 opportunities inside 50 against Bedford one-on-one, that might be enough.
Half-time at the SCG, the Giants conceded the first 5 goals of the game before kicking it 3 in a row to win the second term. They trail by 6 points. 6-5-41 the Swans, 5-5-35 the Giants, as will continue the half-time floor show thanks to Choices Flooring on the other side of this. Spaces for living. Live bold. Step bold. Sail on now.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
It's the OMF Mate Sale, and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like the Revivify Support Mattress for under $800, or the Mornington Mattress for under $1,200, and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus this week, get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale, and soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
In light of that being at play and Noah Bolter being able to play while about to be sentenced, I can understand why they are going down that path from a legalities issue from an AFL perspective.
There's a time when these stories they go from right and wrong to brand. And it gets to be a point where the brand damage is so great that the perceived risk of taking the player on versus the brand damage is too out of kilter to ever consider it.
Well, why then is it okay for a brand perspective for Richmond to play someone who has assaulted someone by his own admission?
Yeah, so
how do you line that up with the inappropriate conduct of someone else?
So what I was about to say is I don't think Bolter yet has tipped into the significant brand damage space and does tip into that area, then they won't play him because brand or commercial consequence will trump these right and wrong decisions.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to Drinkwise.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Both teams have emerged from the rooms at the SCG. It is half-time in the 30th edition of what they call the Sydney Derby, but with no imagination whatsoever gone into that name. We will continue calling it the Battle of the Bridge, and that's exactly what it has been, an out-and-out battle. This has been a throwback match, the likes of which we don't often see in modern football. It's been very physical. It's been very spicy. There has been fracas and to-dos all over the park for the whole first half. There's been some incidents that will be looked at as well, not the least of which, and probably first and foremost, is Toby Bedford, who has been subbed out of this game now, which that puts a different twist to the tale with the collision between he and Lewis Melican. So he's out with that eye issue, which is where Melican got him. Ball going inside forward 50, Josh Jenkins steaming in with Bedford, eyes only for the ball. Melican coming the other way, round arm that took Bedford high and in the eye, and now Stringer subbed on.
Yeah, well, I said to myself, because I don't think anyone was listening, that if Bedford was concussed in that moment, he's looking at 4+, I would think. Now, I don't know the matrix inside out, but it looks like one of those...
You were thinking referred straight to the tribunal?
Yeah, probably. Now, he's not in concussion protocol yet, but, I mean, Lawson Humphries just went in for Geelong and the game was played last night, so we know these things can take time. So, really, really interesting and not something that Melican will be looking forward to because, look, he's a really fair player, but that was an ordinary incident.
The eye, we just seen a bit of vision, is almost closed over from Bedford. Fair play, Melican, we know, but that he knew straight away, got it wrong. He put his arms straight up in the air in apology. So 41 plays 35, 6-point ball game for the Swans. There's no Adams, no Amati, no Cunningham, Fox, Goulden, Papley, Mills, McDonald. For the Giants, no Daniels, Cornelio and Kelly. Swans clearly hampered. And now Jake Stringer really letting Melican know.
You might say Joel Hamling's playing as a forward, but he's not. He's playing on Sam Taylor. So even though he's in the forward line, he still looks to be tagging Sam Taylor.
Matty Cox to get us started at the SCG on a Sunday afternoon. It is literally game on here between the Swans and the Giants.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now. Callahan wins the clearing kick inside 50 with that man we were just speaking about. Melican takes the intercept mark.
Great response from him.
Yep. Goes to Campbell, who takes the mark under pressure from Ash at right half back for Sydney. Leading by 6 points, 6-5-41 to 5-5-35 thanks to Combank backing Melbourne businesses. Short ball from Campbell to Florent, who's a little closer to the centre square, but still on the broadcast side. And again, this chipping game that they've had so far this afternoon, the Swans. Patient build-up, Rampy with the ball, centre wing. Now he pulls the trigger. Long ball to right half forward. Hamling, juggling, claiming.
Surely.
That's a mark.
Taylor, Whitfield, they're all diving.
Ball hit the ground at any stage.
Looking at the...
No.
He had first.
Or maybe on the hip. Maybe, but... Geez, that was a good effort.
Looking at the Sheen Panel Service replay, a message from Sheen. Choose your repairer when insuring your car as the ball's knocked over the boundary line and out of play.
Interesting now that Haney, so the tag is released because Bedford, the tagger, has been subbed from the game. So whether Haney's role changes, Tom Green is with him at this stoppage. Now, Green's a ball hunter himself, but he'll have to pay attention to Haney.
Crowes, Electrical and Solar. Grundy went to ground. Briggs went off the ground to exit defensive 50 via the broadcast wing. It's Satterite for Rampy eventually. Now he turns inboard and spies the corridor. Wide open for the Swans. Lloyd, defensive side of the circles. Could have gone. Just took his time and waited for Campbell to present laterally. So they gain no metres, but Campbell's a very good user and he drops it on a dime there for Hayward, who held a strong mark, with Whitfield making it as awkward for him as possible. Top right-hand point of the square. Minute and a half played. Third term online, fencepplies.com.au. Hayward spies an option in the left forward pocket. The pack forms. Hamling slaps it back into play. Taylor was clean. Iden got a handball out in the nick of time. Ware's being worn by Lloyd over the boundary line, left forward pocket. Boundary throw in about 30 around. That boundary throw in for the drain man. Got a gurgle. Call the drain man. Josh Jenkins, game evenly poised with a 6-point margin. What breaks it open for you? Where is it broken open for you from EGT?
You've got to think Haney's going to play a part, particularly forward 50 stoppage. Tom Green is his opponent. Little handover.
Tossed in. Rowbottom digging his way out of trouble. Snapping for goal. It's across the face. Just sneaks in for a minor score. Sydney moved to 6-6-42. Giants 5-5-35.
A report coming in that an umpire has given the Ray Chamberlain to Isaac Heaney. Don't ever speak to me like that again. Has been caught up. Caught by the microphones. We might try to get that audio as well via afl.com.au.
Yeah. Interesting there. Rowbottom was the blocker, so he put the block on for Isaac Heaney, and often, like a basketball game, the screener is often the one who gets free, and that's what happened with Rowbottom, just unable to finish.
So right half back to Whitfield. 7-point margin.
He's been able to work his way through the Jordan tag. He's had a dozen.
Oh, and that's a dangerous kick. McMullen recovers, but he's got to feed it back inside defensive 50, and Iden gave it to him in a worse position than what he gave it up in. And the handball looking for Ash. Heaney tried to cleverly slap it over the right shoulder. He was looking for Cleary, but the boundary line gobbled it up. Everybody with a wry smile on their faces. We all just collect ourselves and compose ourselves. Was someone's phone going off in the
yours? What was going on there? From solos to phone calls.
Is it the phone ringing, or was it just the... No, I think that was the video of Isaac Heaney being told to don't speak to me all that again. Chad Warner taken to ground by Briggs from the boundary throw-in. And again, there's push and shove and wrestle.
A little bit. It was a boxing match in the first half. It's a bit of a chess match here. We're waiting for the game to reveal itself early in the second half.
A little more tense at the moment. As the ball was slapped forward to the centre wing. It's like a game of volleyball at the moment. Everyone's spiking it back into the Hayward direction. Found Heaney, who goes to ground. Wicks trying to burrow his way out of trouble. And Heaney's a little bit sore behind play as well.
He felt one. He wore one there.
Yeah, Callahan it was.
Yep. They can just be awkward when you're unprotected there, up going for the footy.
Grundy the tap down. There's some holding and a free kick will go the way of Sydney.
There was a free kick discrepancy in favour of the Giants in the first half, so often we see a correction. 19-8, the free kicks in favour of the Giants for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart.
As Warner goes inside 50 off hands, it's not kept in by Campbell, takes it through. It'll be a rushed minor score. So 6-7-43 plays 5-5-35 for Combank.
Just Callahan landed on Heaney after making the tackle with his knee on the rib cage of Isaac.
21 disposals for Callahan, 344 metres. Cleary overran it. Ash paddled it out in front. He's got two to contend with and beat them both. Inboard handball Ward, who rode the Hayward tackle. Got his handball out, but has turned it over. Chad Warner came at the crucial time after Cleary did all the hard work. Warner puts the polish on it and put it into the path of Francis. 40 metres out, 45 angle. Lovely touch kick from Chad.
Well, the Giants did quite well. Ash was superb, 1v2. Buckley a little unlucky that he wasn't rewarded being tackled to the ground without the footy, but the Swans had 4v3, so they always looked likely of winning that ball back. Warner was assessing his options. Francis was on the lead for quite some time, but gets a good look at it.
So it's an 8-point margin at the moment. He starts at left and got it to shape nicely back to the right. Very good finish from Francis and a bit of breathing space for the Swans. 7-7-49 to 5-5-35. 15 and a half to play, third term. Combank backing Melbourne Businesses scoreboard. Josh Jenkins from EGT.
Well, it's a really nice reward for the Swans, particularly for Francis, who he and Hamling have clearly got jobs in terms of trying to keep Taylor and Buckley quiet. Hayden McLean's been the most dangerous forward for them, but 5 disposals and 1 goal won. It doesn't necessarily jump off the page at you, but Francis has been okay. He's been presenting, he's been competitive, he's able to kick nice and truly there. So nice little reward for he and for the Swans, and an important first goal of this third term, because it's been very stop-start. There's been a lot of messy play, a lot of stoppages early in the quarter. So the all-important first goes to the Swans.
7 played in this third term for onlinefencesuppliers.com.au. Rowbottom, the original clearance, ended up in a scrap. Then Heaney found Warner, who tried to escape, had to give the handball off to Cleary, who's put it out to the left. And a minus score, 7-8-50 now. Sydney doing all the scoring so far in this first 7.5 minutes. 5-5-35. The Giants are stuck on for Combank backing Melbourne Businesses.
Yeah, that goal to Francis was their first goal since the 6.5 minute mark when Blakey got their 6th. So it had been a little while between majors for the Swans. Now Cadman dinks the kick. Defensive side of the outer wing to the top edge of the square. Still in their defensive half, Briggs. They retreat even further. So just at the back end of the cricket pitch now. Looping handball over the top to Callaghan. Disposal number 22. Takes a bounce and takes it long and deep inside forward 50. Was on a platter for Stringer. But the Lizard got a crucial hand in. Spoiled over the boundary line. That is a very, very good defensive effort from Nick Blakey.
Yeah,
doesn't always get the plaudits in that space.
Yeah.
We know the run, the dash, the creativity, the attacking weapon is off half back, but that was a crucial spoil and he made it well.
Tossed in Grundy, tapped to ground level. Tom Green or handball, and then his teammate slipped over. Fonte has to lay the tackle on Heaney. Halloran dives in for it, trapped by Grundy. Crocodile rolls him. Ball up right on 50 for the Giants.
Find and carry.
Wouldn't be the worst idea to use Stringer up around some of these stoppages high up the ground just to get him involved in the game.
Heaney with the clearing kick. Intercept mark taken by Buckley, and he turns and goes. Inside 50 again with the kick for the Giants. Cadman from behind. Bice brings it to ground. Blakey on his back. The Lizard couldn't get rid of it. Coughed it up. Brown spinning, snapping, wobbly. Top of the goal square for the Giants. Fisted through for a minus score. 5-6-36 play. 7-8-50. Giants trailing for Combank backing Melbourne Business.
Got a good look at it there, Brown, didn't he? Just tried to kick it a little bit too hard. I mean, he had to flush it to kick that goal, but was able to arc around quite nicely. In the end, he got a pretty good look at the goals, just kicked the ball a little bit too hard.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20. Off hands. O'Halloran read it nicely. Inboard handball. O'Callaghan. In fact, it was Fonte who got hands clear. Just couldn't collaborate with a teammate by hand. Chad Warner intervenes. Got it to Heaney. And didn't get back to Heaney in the manner they were hoping. Just a hurried kick down the line for the Swans. They get to right half forward. McLean let it get out the back. Callaghan's going to beat him and overtake him in the foot race. Slipped at the crucial time. McLean got it to Corey Warner. Corey Warner lined up the goals, but the option out to the left was Hamling backpedaling. And he put it on his head, and Hamling can go back from 5 metres out, left of the goal square.
Get his first ever.
For his first ever AFL goal, and he's hit the post for the second time. JJ mozzed him. All ends up.
If you believe in that stuff, yes.
We do.
I don't.
We've just seen clear evidence of it. You've ruined a career moment for the young man.
Well, he's not a young man these days. He's been around for a decade or more.
Yeah, he's 32 years of age, but that's young for me.
Giants through Ashko to the harder defensive 50 for Fonte.
15-point lead of the Swans now.
As we tick over 10 minutes in the third term for onlinefencesupplies.com.au, Brown overran it, had to go the bump on Roberts. Jordan arrives for support. Underground handball back to Roberts. He wanted to go over his head. Florin arrived. He's caught by O'Halloran. Spun to ground. Rowbottom in under pressure. Releases the kick to the top of the 50 for the Swans. Taylor goes to ground. Bounces out the back for Iden. Stolen by McInerney, who puts it through the wrong posts. He had an open goal square in front of him. If he just deviated ever so slightly to the left, he's waltzed through the right hand, between the right-hand goal post and the right-hand point post for a minor score. 16 points the margin for CommBank.
Gee, what a let-off. Yeah, that would have been a big gap in the game for the Swans. I mean, you mark that down 9.5 times out of 10, but sheepers, that's a let-off.
He won't enjoy that on the Sheen Panel Service replay screen. Well, that's a big miss for any player, let alone one with the skill of McInerney. It makes it a 16-point ball game now. The Swans have just been able to get separation on the Giants here. They've got the fast start in the second half. The Giants worked their way back into the contest once. They'll need to do it again. 7:10:52 to 5:6:36 for CommBank backing Melbourne businesses. They've plotted a course to the outer wing, to the defensive side of it. Harvey Thomas around on the left to right half forward. Callum M. Brown held out Roberts with one hand and got the free kick for the hold.
Get back quickly off your mark.
Yeah, this is far too long. Yep. He's just waltzing back.
I mean, it's... He
just
might
wandering
kick the goal
back
and make a fool of us, but I mean, this is a 1 in 100. It's a 1 in 20 to get the journey. He's rolled back like he's 20 out directly in front.
You got it wrong at the other end, though.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm going to talk him into it, but again, I don't believe in that sort of stuff.
Where the 50 almost meets the boundary, 5 metres in from it. He's taken the onus upon himself. The kick is not going to register a score as it pushes across the face. Didn't make the distance. Offhand, Stringer sliced it high up and under. And I don't even know if he's registered a score, has he?
No, he hasn't.
From the left of the goal square, 6 metres out, he snapped out of bounds on the full. I don't know if he could do that again if he tried. The odds were higher or shorter to make the goal, let alone the out of bounds on the full. That's extraordinary.
16 points the margin it remains. Milliken gives the handball off to Blakey. Thumped away from Taylor into the path of Roberts at right half back. Turned over, Tom Green. Goes to ground for McMullen, but he followed up. Found Toby Green, who's ridden into the turf by Rampy. Ball spills free. O'Halloran evades the tackle originally from Corey Warner, but scoffed it up. McInerney on the rebound for the Swans. Corey Warner will be on the end of the chain. Sends it towards right half forward for Sydney. Bouncing ball for McLean. Has pressure from Iden. They both assisted over the boundary line and out of play at right half forward for the Swans, who lead 7:10:52 to the Giants 5:6:36.
Just haven't been able to be clean inside forward 50. Toby Green received that ball with a metre of separation but was quickly closed down. They're just not quite able to connect inside 50, particularly by hand, the Giants.
Josh Jenkins with us from EGT, built a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Giants get the kick towards left half forward, off hands, going for it. Roberts claimed, ball up. Edging back towards the centre wing.
Chad Warner left that for Roberts, but Chad actually had the better play on it because he had a clear path through that congestion. In the end, it's a stoppage and then a whistle. Free kick going to Callum M. Brown. It's against Grundy. Sydney Swans fans not overly wrapped with the decision, not in full agreement.
Dean Cox won't be happy either. The number one ruck giving away a free kick to the part-timer.
Brown inside forward 50 and Hogan stands strong in the contest. Crucial contested mark from last year's Coleman medalist. Needs to go back and kick his first of the day so that the day doesn't get away from the Giants.
He's a great contested mark. I think he's the best contested mark inside forward 50 the game has to offer. Max King at his very best is probably in that conversation, but this guy is a star.
17 goals, 2 for the year. This for 18. Works it right to left and sneaks it in the right goal post. That'll fit. And the Giants get their first of the second half. Margin back to 10 points. For CommBank, backer of Melbourne businesses to kick your business goals. Talk to your CommBank team today. Josh Jenkins for MEGT on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 in Vic Police.
Just some of the key protagonists in this game. Finn Callahan's been busy, been a little bit sloppy and messy, but he's had a game-high 22 disposals, laid 6 tackles as well in this one. Just having a look at his metres gained. He's always prolific there. 405 metres gained. Tom Green's had 21. Importantly, he's kicked the ball 11 times. Can be a guy who handballs the ball a lot, but he's had 11 and 10 kicks to handballs. Chad Warner, the number 1 possession winner for the Swans, 19 disposals. He's had a couple of goal assists as well. He's been really active in setting up the game for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart.
They are running hot for Ram, Australia's favourite hot water. 1-5 this term to 1-1. Is how it's shaping. 7-10-52, plays 6-6-42. The Swans will get another clearance. Warner inside attacking 50. Francis, 2 to beat. Ball spills to ground. Hayward coming up with the crumb, then slipped over. Pushed it back into the congestion. Fonte tried to feed it out. Tom Green tracking it, putting it back into the path of Fonte. Did well to keep the tapping going and in front of himself. Then O'Halloran's died, but then set upon by Rowbottom. There's tackles and bodies flying left, right and centre. Eventually Brown releases Fonte, who started it all. Gets it to centre half forward inside 50 at full stretch. Cadman can't complete the mark, but keeps the ball in play. Blakey feeds it across to Roberts. He'll clear the vicinity in defensive 50 for the Swans. Good fist from Whitfield to bring it to ground against Hayward, who kept engaging in the contest. Ware comes up with it. Handball to Whitfield, who can release O'Halloran.
Of a quick step, he turned and took the Giants deep inside forward 50. May have needed one more step to get a better look because he gave it straight to McCartan, who couldn't complete the mark low down. Settles for a boundary throw in deep right forward pocket. Giants kicking to your left radio speaker. They trailed by 10 points. Swans could have just about put them away if they were accurate this term. But it's a 10-point ball game. Boundary throw in. McLean had to evade him. O'Halloran, quick gather and snap. Bounces across the front of the goal square. Cadman leads Blakey to the ball and Blakey bottles him up.
It's given him a bit, O'Halloran. I like what he can bring at ground level inside 50. He's tough. He doesn't cough the ball up, which we see a lot at both ends of the ground. Players who just cough the ball up and they cause turnovers immediately, but he's been busy in this game.
McLean tapped it down to McInerney, found Bice, who cops the handball straight up to Ward. Here's O'Halloran, gives the handball back to Ward, trying to escape, goes to ground under pressure from Bice. The handball awkward over the boundary line and out of play. We'll throw it in left forward pocket for the Giants.
Having a minute or two here, the Giants have been able to get some field position and build a little bit of pressure, some back-to-back inside forward 50, deep forward 50 stoppages. Free kicks often happen in these situations.
Tossed in, McLean down to Tom Green, skies it to the top of the goal square. Cadman and Bice collide, knock it back over the boundary line and out of play, still left forward pocket for the Giants.
Again, another forward 50 stoppage, another moment in the game where the Swans defenders have got no time to rest. They've got to be on their job, so work together here. Tom Green, a big body, can set a block.
10-point margin. McLean finds McInerney, dumped in the tackle by McMullen, who will be rewarded. And we'll go back 45-degree angle, 40 metres out.
That's why they're so valuable to teams. And we often hear coaches and sometimes players talk about, we want field position. And most of us think, how boring. Wouldn't you want to score? But your defenders are behind the ball, not moving. They're standing, they're resting, they're instructing, they're communicating. And it's just building pressure. And McInerney did next to nothing wrong. But in that part of the ground, you've got no time. McMullen laid a great tackle and has a great opportunity to bring the Giants right back.
He comes in and has hooked it badly to the left. Hasn't kicked the goal in 2025, and that remains the case. 6-7-43 the Giants move to. Trailing now by 9, 7-10-52 thanks to CommBank backing Melbourne businesses.
Don't mind the look of McMullen though. He's had the 13 disposals today. He's been busy.
Port Ferry product. Bice sent Delane the wrong way like a broken compass. Bounces his way straight up the corridor from the defensive goal square. Then just veered out to the left-hand side and he spied Florent out a wing. What a weapon he's been.
That was his best Nick Blakey impersonation, wasn't it?
Veering this way and that. So Florent to left half forward. Jordan got worked under it. Now the Giants have got numbers at the fall of the ball. Callahan's had his own ball today.
Big ball here.
Defensive 50. It hung a long time in the air. Wicks fisted it away from Harvey Thomas, and the Swans emerged with it. It was a really good bump put on by Thomas that affected the row bottom kick. It broke right, out of play, right forward pocket. We'll have a boundary throw in for the drain man. The drain man got a gurgle. Call the drain man.
They've really
17:52, 6:7:43. JJ
really lost the Brendan McCartney. More jumpers in the screen than the opposition this quarter. The Swans. I mean, it's been a fascinating battle across the park. A game that's been sort of 10-minute bursts of momentum for each team.
McInerney, fresh edge shot. Gets pinned for holding the footy. This time Ware is the one affecting the tackle. So wins the free kick inside defensive 50 for the Giants.
23-9, the free kicks in favour of the Giants. Now, I don't feel like too many of them have been incorrect, so it might just be one of those anomalies.
As Iden takes it in the heart of defensive 50. Goes to Fonte, who's now half-back outer side. Goes towards the wing with his kick. Hogan got a hand to it. Interrupted it for McCartney, who's then brought to ground. Play on the call. McInerney out the back. Pops the Sharon into the path of Rowbottom. He takes the mark. Centre wing on the outer side. Runs into the centre square. Sends it to half forward. Ward and Hayward collide. Spills the ground. McLean coughs the handball up to Callahan, who gives it across to Ward as they try and escape. Tom Green going the other direction. Finds us some space, but not the kick. Turnover. Wicks takes the mark. Centre wing broadcast side.
Hogan was the target. Wicks read it better after Green just sort of eased his way out like it was a crowded nightclub. Just shimmied his way through.
Ghosting.
Hayward just spreads it as wide as he possibly can to Blakey. Just inside their attacking half. Broadcast wing. Blakey shaped to go long. Checked the kick. The option was Heaney leading into the right forward pocket. It evaded him. And then Taylor was able to gather and give. It was a scrounging kick to the bottom right edge of the square. Hogan couldn't take it. McCartan could, and Hogan took him. So we'll have it tossed up. Here's Shane Crawford doing the oratory work at the MCG. 100 years for the Hawks around the grounds. Chemist Warehouse. Rampy came away with it from the stoppage. Wick skirted around him to be the handball option. It's a long and high kick inside forward 50. McLean spilt the mark. Gathered the crumbs. Corey Warner on the left. Latched onto it nicely. Under 4 minutes to play. And they re-establish a 15-point lead. 8-10-58, 6-7-43 the Giants. Lovely bit of crumbing craft from Corey Warner.
There's a big moment in the game. A huge kick to centre half forward. Often that's a really dangerous part of the ground to kick the footy. But McLean did a great job. Firstly, competing on the ball aerially, and then it was him, McLean, who was the first person to be able to get back onto the footy at ground level. So great dexterity and agility from the big guy. Found Warner streaming past, who I think that's the final piece to the puzzle for Warner. He can waste opportunity, and he's not going to be a player that's going to get a lot of opportunity. He might be, 12 touches a game, and if he gets one or two scoring shots, he needs to make the most of them, as he did on that occasion.
Grundy goes with the second fist to restart the action. Callahan came up with it. Fed it to Briggs, who boots it inside, attacking 50. Off hands out the back. Hogan nearly took possession. Bobbled off his chest. Wicks chasing after it. Does a sidestep. Then uses composure to find McInerney at centre half back in space.
See Tom Green there looking around when that ball comes back inside the 45, looking back at defenders, wondering why they're not coming up the ground to defend.
I reckon McInerney's role in this quarter has been prominent as well for the Swans as he goes wide to Roberts, defensive side of the outer wing. Swans by 15, 3 to play in this third term for onlinefencesupplies.com.au. Hamling went up, couldn't bring it in. Spilt to Tom Green, who releases Whitfield. A long searching handball is okay. Handball to Ware, it goes to ground. The handball received from Thomas, who is lurking again. Callahan came up with it, fed it out to Ash. Inside 50, Cadman gets it knocked out of his grasp by Melican. Ball over the boundary line and out of play. Will throw it in in the right forward pocket for the Giants.
20% of your list make 80% of the mistakes. It was just the wrong play at the wrong time who ended up with ball in hand. It needed to be a Whitfield or a Callahan who was the final player kicking the ball inside forward 50. Just couldn't quite make it happen.
Ball spins back into play for Macca's. The new Tennessee barbecue range is out now. Jim McMullen was the target by hand, and it just went past him. Tom Green found it, was found pretty quickly off the deck. Oh, hard ball won by Chad Warner. Claimed the footy, spun out of a tackle, got it to Florent. Florent, then Candy Commerce came from Corey Warner, who's going to get it back from Florent. Bottom left-hand point of the square as Darcy Jones gives chase, but Warner releases the kick inside forward 50. Little rush of blood to the head. He got too much on it, and Sam Taylor picked it off for the Giants. Crucial mark at an important time. 2 minutes and change to play. It's still the Swans by 15 points on the scoreboard for Combank, backing Melbourne businesses.
Ware's kick was a little risky. Ash did well to take the mark. Wanted to go quickly. Gave the handball to Tom Green, who just plods along the outer wing. Takes a bounce. Gave the handball to Thomas, who sends it inside 50. I reckon Toby Green slipped over, which allowed Francis to come in and take the intercept. Looks as though he's been shifted to defensive 50 as he goes short to Roberts and now to Wicks. Short ball inboard to Corey Warner, who's running up for Ream at the moment. Australia's favourite hot water. He's been in everything in the last 5 minutes. Kicked a goal and a run through the midfield. Didn't have the greatest of kicks inside 50, but links up now with Jordan on the outer wing. 8:10:58 plays 6:7:43. As Jordan sends it long towards left half forward, off hands. Grundy at the fall of footy, fed it back to McLean, up and under kick inside attacking 50. Good work from Fonte, brought it to ground and smartly into the path of Ward, who takes a bounce out of defensive 50.
Has support runners to his left. He uses Ash and Callahan needs to get rid of it. Campbell bearing down. McMullen got it back to Callahan. Drops the handball over the top to Ware. Where does he go now, Jacob? Where he goes is onto the chest of Toby. 45 out to the right, directly in front. They worked it well. Right through the corridor of the SCG, and this is the man's hands they wanted in. And if ever there was a time for a captain's goal, trailing by 15 points, 37 seconds left in the third quarter, it's now. Just the 8 disposals for Toby and 1 behind. He dearly loved to have an impact on this game, JJ. Now's the time to do it.
I'm backing him.
On the runway. From right on the arc, and he's made a meal of it.
Too close to the man on the mark.
Dropped it high up on the leg too. It almost looked like a shin effort.
It's another one you've mozzed.
Yeah, it just got far too close to the man on the mark. Whether he had some queries on getting the trip, not sure, but he liked that routine all over again.
So 58 plays 44. As we wind down the clock to three-quarter time, Haywood gives the handball to McInerney, defensive side of the broadcast wing. Campbell's kick won't mean anything as we hit the siren. Three-quarter time, it is Sydney 8:10:58 leading GWS 6:8:44. The Crowes Electrical and Solar bench still sees Angus Sheldrick yet to be activated for the Swans, while at half-time Toby Bedford was subbed out of the game with an eye issue, which is a injury off the back of incident in the second term with Lewis Milliken, as there's some great pictures coming through from the MCG for Hawks fans.
Like any club that celebrates a milestone, when you get to look back through history and the iconic names that are bringing out premiership cups all the way through to the present day players, the AFLW players, but I mean it's just extraordinary when you've got Lee Matthews and Rocket E bringing a cup out together. I reckon it was Peter Hudson was bringing one out as well. I mean, you name it.
Fading down to the sound effects means we need to take a break,
don't we?
Yeah, stop your editorial.
What game are we doing?
Hit the buzzer. It is Smithy by 14 points.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Combank, backer of Melbourne business. To kick your business goals, talk to your Combank team today.
This ultra-class haul truck is 15 metres long and it's hauling 304 tonnes of iron ore up a 45-degree muddy incline. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because a Pertec, we supply and service hoses for massive machines like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec, drama resistant since 1980.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-flight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 Endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
What's the coolest thing in Docklands? Ice skating! And at O'Brien Ice House, there's fun to be had for everyone on 2 Olympic-size ice rinks. Fun for individuals, fun for groups, and fun for the whole family, with public skating available 7 days a week. Come on, get along to O'Brien Ice House at District Docklands with family and friends for a great time. O'Brien Ice House, Australia's premier ice skating experience. See o'brienicehouse.com.au. That's o'brienicehouse.com.au.
Cool. At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range. Kicking flavour goals.
So it's an 8-point margin at the moment. He starts at left and got it to shape nicely back to the right. Very good finish from Francis and a bit of breathing space for the Swans. Brown inside forward 50 and Hogan stands strong in the contest. Crucial contested mark from last year's Coleman medalist. Works it right to left and sneaks it in the right goalpost. That'll fit.
At three-quarter time, it is Sydney by 14 points, 8-10-58 plays, 6-8-44. Who's covered the most ground so far for Pertec? Australian Industry trusts Pertec drama resistant since 1980. Jacob Ware has done so with 11 kilometres so far, as has the debutant Josiah Delana, as we're underway.
Giants get the crucial first clearance. Hogan dumped underneath one tackle. He did get it to Toby Green, but he was well tackled by Rampy. Ware, clean pick up off the carpet and a handball forward towards the goal square. Rampy latches onto the loose pill. Bouncing handball, hemmed in deep in the left back pocket. Blakey brings him out of defensive 50. Just finessed the kick and found Campbell. Gee, they did that well under enormous pressure, the Swans' defence. They lead by 14 points. They've won the last 4 clashes between these two teams. And they go up the line on the broadcast wing. Heaney with a little one off the ground. Francis picked it up and was picked up by Whitfield in the chicken wing tackle over the boundary line for the drain man. Gone holding the ball.
Yeah. It was a clever tackle from Whitfield. Had the left arm pinned. Francis had no opportunity to get rid of the footy. He was trying to roll over the boundary line but just couldn't make it in time, so perfect tackle.
That's the voice of Josh Jenkins with us for MEGT. Build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Whitfield went to Callahan, who went short to O'Halloran. He hasn't delivered the greatest of kicks for Himmelberg, whose handball ricocheted off Florin. O'Halloran has another crack at cleaning up the mess that he started. Tom Green went without it. Aaron Francis now cleans things up for the Swans and releases Blakey across the middle. Took a bounce, gives a handball to Florin from right on 50. Vacant goal square, but it's to the right. Minor score. I think that was Heaney standing at the top of the goal square pleading, saying, I was in space, give it to me.
Difficult. It's difficult. He's running 3/4 speed and he's got to kick it across his body to get it to Heaney. So you can understand why he had a shot, but Heaney can't quite see it that way.
Where buried after he kicked by McLean, but got the kick down the line, almost for the debutant Delana, who got out the back. It just didn't bounce nicely for him. It did for Wicks, who just pumped it to right half forward. McLean went underneath the footy. Iden gather off the deck and a give to Whitfield, who just couldn't get a handle on it as it goes out of play at right half forward for the Swans. So a couple of minutes played, final term on the clock for onlinefensupplies.com.au. 59 plays 44, Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Not sure the Giants can absorb the first goal and still make a run at this. They haven't been at all offensively potent today, so you think they need the first goal.
Heaney got it to Rampy, and then Rampy gave it to Tom Green, who got it back and then just thumps it down the line out of wing. Blakey went to spoil over Stringer. Toby Green couldn't gather it. Wicks now can, just above the circles. Put a little step on Delay and then gets it back. The give and go was just brilliant. Then Wicks choppers it across the face of the goal, and it bounced into the left point post. Just got a bit big for him, and wheels were spinning.
He's been all right in that new role this season. Small defender. He's pretty dogged and determined to not let these dangerous small forwards play their part, and equally he's becoming a little bit more comfortable week after week when it comes to the attacking side of the game as well.
Boundary throw in left forward pocket. Warner snapping across the face for the Swans. Mark just inside from Hamling. Doesn't elect to take the snap. Goes the short ball to Jordan, who's a little further out, but a little more central.
It's not the worst way to play as a forward, is it, the way Hamling's played? He's just opted to be back shoulder on Taylor and Buckley, and that's all he was doing in that occasion. Warner kicked it as high as he could. He was having a shot for goal. Hamling just ducked in behind Buckley and took a smart mark, and equally as smart, shared the footy.
Jordan to come in, and he puts it through. The Swans get the first of the final term and extend their lead. 9-11-65, play 6-8-44 for Harvey Norman. 10% in gift cards, plus bonus local delivery on selected Hisense TVs and fridges. Conditions and exclusions apply. Go Harvey Norman.
So there's the all-important first goal of the last quarter. Hamling was able to shift that ball ever so slightly. He's had 2 cracks at goal himself, has hit the post on both occasions. So
his first 2 career behinds they were as well.
There you go. So he's at least broken some kind of personal record today. But it was good work from him to identify Jordan in space. I'm sure he's eager to get a goal, Joel Hamling, but did the team thing, found Jordan, who pretty reliable when he gets his opportunities. Played all day as that negating half forward against Lockie Whitfield, and Whitfield's been all right, but Jordan always sticks to his task.
It was 2-5 to 1-3 in that third term. The Swans could have put them away, and maybe they have now. Giants haven't really been able to score regularly, but Toby Green sends them long inside forward 50. It was a good fist from McCartan. Hogan has not really been a factor in this game, and you can credit the man in number 30 for that. And maybe a bit of the delivery hasn't been ideal either, as we're getting a boundary throw in for the drain man in the Giants forward 50.
Just 5 disposals and 1 goal won for Jesse Hogan for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart. It's been a difficult day at the office for him.
Toby Green takes the footy from the restart and is taken down by Chad Warner.
I reckon it's as good as I've seen Chad Warner play as a full-time mid this season. 22 disposals and been prolific through the middle part of the ground.
30 out from the Giants goal. Darcy Jones was hunting. Stringer was dispossessed by the rampy tackle. Callum M. Brown found it. Little flick pass was good to wear. Right where the 50 meets the boundary, put one up a chimney chute, deep into the right forward pocket. 2 players go down. Stringer stayed in the contest and sent it through from a tight angle off a step. That's what they got him to the club to do. Just his 4th goal in charcoal and orange. But it's a timely one. 15 points, the Swans lead. 16 minutes to play, final term.
I was going to say at the very next stoppage that it's a really big last quarter for Jake Stringer in regard to his place in the team, I think. Now, that's going to help. And his career at the Giants might come down to these type of moments where he gets half a step to get a look at the goals, which he had in the 3rd term, and he missed everything, was unable to score. But we've always known he's been able to do that. He throws it on the boot. A Swan diving across him in Lewis Malikan. He's able to kick the goal. If he can kick another goal in this last quarter and show a little bit of life, then he stays in calculations. Do we keep him as sub and bring him on as an impact player? Does he get an opportunity in the front 6? Or otherwise, if he can't impact, are we better off without him in the team?
From the restart, the Giants win the clearance inside 50. He's lurking again. Stringer got hands to it, brings it to ground. Jones puts it out in front of him, paddling it in front of himself, trying to escape Blakey. Does so. Snapping ball smothered. Bounces back into the path of Jones, who gives it to Hogan. Snapping ball, but he's to the left. Killed it too much. Minor score for the Giants. 7-9-51 plays 9-11-65 for Harvey Norman. 7 travelled final term on the online fencsupplies.com.au clock. Do it yourself, made easy.
Big moment gone begging for the Giants. 14 points is the lead for Sydney. From the kick in, the target was Chad Warner, who had to contend with 3 Giants, and they quelled the threat. And we'll have a boundary throw in just backward to right half forward for GWS. 9-11-65 to 7-9-51 for Harvey Norman. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Vic Police. They're recruiting now. All spins back into play for Pertec. Drama resistance since 1860. Swooping on it and surging through the stoppage was Cleary. Got it to Heaney. Back to Cleary. Bottom left-hand point of the square to McInerney. Can't make the most of it from the arc of 50. Superb on the counter-attack then from the Swans. And McInerney couldn't put a cherry on it. It's a minor score. They've kicked 9-12-66 now to 7-9-51. Accuracy and inaccuracy keeping the Giants in this game, courtesy of Sydney. Buckley at left half-back.
He took a great mark and then hoisted towards left half forward. Off hands, it'll go over the boundary line and out of play in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand. Around the grounds, we're underway at the MCG. Hawthorn a minor score. A couple of minutes in, the Tigers yet to impact it on a glorious sunny day at the MCG. It's been sunny in Sydney as well. And the tension is rising in this final term. Both rucks didn't do anything with it from the boundary throw-in.
Briggs down, clutching an ankle.
Toby Green is claimed. Rowbottom and Rampy affecting the tackle. Ball up.
Trying to get field position before worrying about scoring with Toby Green. He's staying up as a forward. Rampy going to take the ruck, in fact, because of Briggs' issue.
Yeah, which means Grundy palmed it down. And the shuffle kick forward cut off by Roberts. Gives it to Cleary. Navigates traffic as Briggs is hobbling from the ground. Ball towards Himmelberg. Stolen by McLean. Gives the handball to Lloyd running past. Drives it inside 50. Hamling knocked away from him by Buckley. Through for another minor score for the Swans. 9-13-67. Plays 7-9-51 for Harvey Norman.
You're right, JJ, about their efficiency. Neither side really on song going into attack. 20% the Swans, 17% the Giants for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be too worried if you were bumping into one of these two teams in their current form in a final next week. Fortunately, they've got a long time to figure it out. Jeez.
Ash has turned it over. He tried to be a little bit too cute on the kick. Rowbottom had a vacant goal square, 45 metres out, tumbled it towards goal, and it broke right when he needed it to go left.
It's a bit of an issue, that turf at that end of the ground, isn't it? There's been at least a handful of players.
Briggs not looking good here.
No, he looks no good. You're better off to sit him by the time they try and get him restrapped and sorted out. There won't be much time left in the game. So Callum Brown, I reckon, has been all right in the ruck, so he might be your option.
Ash wisely goes for distance this time around. It was fisted away from Hogan. Bice was bumped off it by Tom Green. It was an awkward ball for Himmelberg to trap. He couldn't do so. It ricocheted off him, out of play. It went about 15 metres. They were appealing for out of bounds on the full. Just having a look at this on the replay for Sheen Panel service.
It'll just be a nice turned ankle here.
Yeah, it is. The left ankle.
Yeah.
So boundary thrown at left half forward for the Swans. 17 points, game getting away from the Giants. Heavy collision. Rampy wore a bump from Callaghan. It started going the Giants' way. Callum M. Brown, little toe poke to himself. McInerney made it uncomfortable. Stringer dispossessed. And Blakey sees it over the boundary line, right in front of the interchange for Krause Electrical and Solar. 9-14-68, 13 and a half to play. Swans lead by 17 points. Giants 7-9, 51 for Harvey Norman.
And that's Brown kicking the... Nothing comes of it, but it looks dangerous. Things happen when Callum Brown's around the ball, so it might be a blessing in disguise, this move.
Grundy goes to the ground. Lloyd picks it up, gives it to Heaney. Handball, awkward for Roberts, but was able to get the kick and found Cleary in space. He elects to play on, gives it to Chad Warner, runs inside 50, has a look at goal, but it's to the right, falls short. Hayden knocks it through for a minor score. Those moments last year he would have capitalised on Chad Warner. 9-15-69 plays 7-9-51 for Harvey Norman as Ash brings the ball back into play.
Did a good job off the outside of the right boot to actually miss to the far side. I mean, the way his body was facing, you'd think he wouldn't have been able to get the ball in line with the goals, but he pushed it too far across.
Game not beyond the Giants yet, but they might need to start taking some risk. Callaghan bounces it from the corridor to backward to right half forward. Thomas goes back to Taylor. They're in their defensive half now. Broadcast wing, McMullen massages the kick into the middle. Whitfield on the right. Nice kick and nice Dukes out in front for Darcy Jones. On the wraparound, Himmelberg wanted it, but the man on the mark is about 46 metres out to the right or directly in front. Does he have this journey in him?
He banged one home. He banged their first goal home from about this far out at the other end of the ground. So based on that, he most definitely has the trip in him. So needless to say, the Giants would love it. Gets them back in the hunt, but we've seen him do it before, so hopefully he can do it again.
Darcy Jones, deliberate in the approach. Does it sneak in? No, it slams into the left goal post. 7-10-52 to 9-15-69. Inaccurate and not that efficient going inside forward 50. The story of the day for these two teams. It's a 17-point lead to the Swans. 12 to play on the clock for onlinefensupplies.com.au. Josh Jenkins, MEGT.
It might still be a cracker late, but it hasn't been the game we thought we'd turn up and see today.
Jones almost took the intercept mark, received the 1-2 as a flying shot from 45 out, and it's off to the left. Another minor score. 7-11-53 plays 9-15-69. So we're back to 16 points.
JJ, it's easy for me to say it here, but that's two players in a row, in Jones and at the other end Chad Warner, who didn't want to use their opposite foot and took a step too many trying to get onto their preferred, had to rush the kick in the end. Is that an issue?
Well, that's just how players play these days. They're not going to change, are they? As they trust the outside or the inside of their preferred foot versus running flat out and using their non-preferred, I guess.
Callaghan Took the intercept, sends it back inside 50 for the Giants. They've got territory, but they need to capitalise. Ward flicks the handball to Whitfield, to Ash at centre half forward from beyond 50. Goes to the square, bouncing ball for Stringer, but he can't keep it in and goes to grounds. Another minus score. That's 3 in a row for the Giants. They trail by 15.
Just fell over there.
He's blaming the turf.
He's at the wrong end to blame the turf. He had a play on the ball and he just simply fell over. He just missed his got a flat tyre.
His foot got stuck on the replay for Sheen Panel Service. Looking at a Sheen Panel Service replay, a message from Sheen: choose your repairer when insuring your car.
Just that type of day for the Giants, isn't it? It's been just clunky.
Swans have turned it over. Lovely little show and go. Fonte put him in the rear view and then pops a high kick inside forward 50. Stringer flew. Hogan stayed down. Now searching for crumbs and couldn't gather them. Blakey could though. Nice little handball up off the ground. Rampy shed one tackle. Looped the handball to the top right hand point of the square. Jordan shaped one way. Went inside the other. Campbell careful to the top left hand point of the square. Hamling let up hard at him. Nice passage to exit defensive 50 and set up an attacking moment.
Yeah, 3 or 4 chances go begging at one end and the Swans go deep inside 50 at the other.
Hamling heaves it to a pack in the right forward pocket. A big fist to put it away from the pack to the arc of 50 again. Campbell emerged with it and got it to Corey Warner. Dinked the kick into a little leading lane that opened up for Francis and he found him.
Well, they've made it work thus far and Francis and Hamling would, I doubt they'd scare too many opposition defenders, but they've both been able to do enough just to be involved in the game. Importantly, control and curtail the impacts of Taylor and Buckley as key defenders, and might be a hammer blow here if Aaron Francis can kick his second.
Well, the former Bomber is a top 10 draft pick. His career was in the wilderness. Others preferred in defence rather. He's been swung to attack. He took all the 30 seconds off the clock and at the very last minute took the short option to Jordan, who was 35 out to the right directly in front. That's clever from Francis.
And it's the day in a nutshell for the Giants. Just half a step off. There was a player in McLean hobbling from the ground, so Jordan was sort of hiding beside him and not many would have expected him to pass that footy off. As Corey Warner, surprisingly, somewhat, has been subbed out for Sheldrick.
I thought he'd had a good game. James Jordan has 1. James Jordan has 2. And he might just have given the Swans the win. With under 9 minutes to play, they've got a 21-point lead. 10-15-75 with his second. The Giants 7-12-54 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. They're running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. Josh Jenkins, MEGT.
Yeah, you've got to feel like that's going to be the difference in the game. Just an overwhelming amount of scoring shots in favour of the Swans. Now they get Sheldrick most likely around the ball. He's going to go straight to the centre bounce and provide some fresh legs and some impact, and Warner's in there, Grundy's in there. I think Warner's game's been superb to this point. 24 disposals. He's not a 30 disposal a game player. He's usually closer to 20 than 30, but when he can get up around 25 plus, he's so impactful because of the metres gained he's able to bring to the table.
Plenty of chat still going on. Fittingly, Luke Bruce, the 3-time Premiership Hawk, has got the first at the MCG. 1-4-10. The Hawks, Richmond 1 behind.
There's Brown following up from the ruck. Got the handball, but coughed it up to Lloyd. Sheldrick with his first disposal. Grundy got it to McInerney, who just cleverly knocked it on to Isaac Heaney, who ignores Sheldrick running past and puts it into the pocket for Hamling. He takes the mark under immense pressure from Buckley.
Hamling had a swing at him.
Might be getting reversed, is it?
It looked like Hamling had a swing at him.
He definitely swung an elbow. Unfortunately, for the immediate future in terms of him keeping the ball, he missed, and probably the following week or two, because Buckley certainly made him earn it. I mean, Isaac Heaney's burnt Sheldrick like I've never seen in my life.
Throw at him.
For a man who's just come on and hasn't touched the footy.
Well, yeah, he did miss just on the Sheen Panel Service replay. Hamling comes in and he finally gets his first. His 97th game today. Hadn't scored in his career, as there's a lot of lip now that he's put it through with Buckley.
Yeah, no celebrating because he's fighting.
He wants a piece of everyone, Joel Hamling.
Well, Cal Ward saw it and he didn't like it, so he went straight over to Hamling after the goal, and he didn't get a chance to celebrate his first ever AFL goal. I mean, no one forgets their first goal. He won't forget his for a different reason, but yeah, I mean, Buckley made him earn it, no doubt about it. He took him to ground and sort of rolled across him, and yeah, I mean,
it was more of a flat palm it was that missed.
Yeah, it was sort of the follow-through, wasn't it?
Skidded off his back.
Trying to push him in the back.
Actually, did the back of his elbow get him?
Yeah, he did, but
reckless.
Yeah, it was careless and silly, but he made the most of his opportunity. Finally gets that first goal, and the Swannies are home and host.
Fourth club, 2016 Premiership player, finally gets his first goal in 97 games of footy.
Well, they're going to win 5 in a row in this fixture, and Rowbottom just wanted it more, rolled up off the deck, little give up off to McInerney. Hamling tried to go off the ground, then Buckley shoved him over 3 more times for good measure. Taylor falls on the footy and they on him. Ball up, 20 out. That is a battle within the battle between Buckley and Hamling, and they have not stopped drawing for the entire game.
It's two dour defenders going at it. One of them just happens to be playing in the forward line.
Whitfield just rams it out of defensive 50, bouncing ball through the middle. Melican beeline the footy. It bounced up nicely for Roberts, who swivels and kicks from the circles and sent it into a hole that only Himmelberg was in. He takes the mark, 20 out from defensive goal. 11-15-81, 7-12-54. It was a season on the line sort of game you felt for the Swans, JJ, and they've answered the Dean Cox call. They've kept the Giants to 7 goals. They've kicked 11 themselves. And when you look at those names that are missing, Adams, Amati, Cunningham, Fox, Goulden, Papley, Mills, McDonald, just to name a few, this is a win full of merit. I know the Giants didn't come into this game in form, but they're a team that people expected to be around the mark of top 4. And the Swans have had a pretty mediocre start to the season. This might have it going in the right direction again.
Yeah, they... look, I don't think either team have played anything like their best footy, particularly when you're talking about two teams who've got aspirations of winning it all this year. The Giants now, you've got to see it, I think. I've trusted them, and I trusted them coming into today, and they've been pretty average today, so I reckon you've got to see it before we start to buy back in to them. And they've just been outworked so many times. We've seen critical contests and the next player in has always been a Sydney Swan.
Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. Briggs has come back onto the ground, but he's limping once again. Himmelberg gives the handball off to Ware, who's got some space, elects to go with the handball at centre half back to Fonte. He goes over the top, but it was awkward. Callaghan with all the work to do. He took possession, but then coughed the handball up. Has to go back into the congestion, shut down by a Rampy. Ball up.
Again, messy, but 4-on-2 in favour of the Swans. So many times we've seen exits from stoppage, exits from D50, and it's been 2-on-1, 3-on-2 in favour of the Swans.
Briggs still competing, but does not look comfortable. Trapped in congestion again. Fonte claims ball up. 11-15-81 plays 7-12-54. Swans have led all afternoon. As Callaghan wraps up Rowbottom, we get another stoppage inside the centre square.
They're better off to take Briggs off the ground, to potentially give him the chance to not re-injure that ankle, but give them the point of difference in the ruck that Brown was giving them.
Fonte flicked it up off the deck. Whitfield got them moving forward. He'll get it back here. Lovely move. They were closing doors, the two opponents. Whitfield worked his way through both of them. Got it back from Darcy Jones. Harvey Thomas had butted up the kick that went inside forward 50 and sprayed surging ball that slewed off the outside of the boots, fortuitously found Stringer on a 45 angle, 50 out.
Big kick. It probably guarantees him a spot in the 22 if he can bang it through. He's kicked one. He's had a couple of other opportunities.
Came on as a sub for Krause Electrical. Right on 50. He's flushed that. That is a superb finish from Stringer. He's got a couple. Margin back to 21 points. 5.5 minutes to play. Not mathematically impossible for the Giants. But given their forward 50 efficiency today has been a meagre 15%, those stats for Capital.com, trade fast, trade smart, you can't quite see it happening on the scoreboard for Harvey Norman, JJ.
No, you can't. But again, Stringer, he's just I think more so than ever before. We know that he's always been a player that's probably low possession, high impact in terms of scoreboard impact. You know, Jai Amos is a similar player for Fremantle. Only going to get the ball 7 or 8 times. On his good days, he's going to kick 3 or 4. On his bad days, he's going to kick 0 or 1. And Jake Stringer's played, you know, less than a half a footy, but he's ended up with a couple of goals. He's had another shot on goal in the third term, so he's made the most of his limited opportunities.
5.5 to play, final term for onlinefencesupplies.com.au.
JJ, the talk coming into this was, you know, the midfield depth of the Giants been really challenged now, especially if Callaghan and Green aren't having around 30. Well, they both had 29 today. See, that's not a factor on this game. What has been missing for the Giants for you?
They were off early. They were off in the first quarter. So the difference in the game is basically the first 20 minutes of the game when Sydney kicked 5 goals to 0.
Ball came out to the wing. Jordan took possession and then floats it back to Wicks, who's defensive side of the broadcast wing. He hoists it high towards left half forward. Sheldrick got rid of Taylor and then gets knocked over the line by Ash. It'll be a boundary throw in edging towards left half forward for the Swans, who lead by 21 points for Harvey Norman. Sheldrick, the sub, activated off the Crowes Electrical and Solar bench. Kicked goals with Crowes Electrical and Solar. Corey Warner, the player to come out of the game, while Bedford was subbed out at half-time with an eye issue. Stringer activated at half-time. And a boundary update for the Drain Man. As the Giants have worked it forward, Thomas gives it to Jones, pokes it inside 50, shut down though by Roberts, who takes the intercept mark in defensive 50. And he's been one player that stood tall in the absence of all the key players that they've got missing. He was leading their disposals coming into the game, or average disposals coming into the game. Matt Roberts as Grundy infringes, and the Giants will take the free kick. Thomas just beyond 50. The kick was interrupted, fell into the path of Florent, who looks around and then puts the kick towards the centre wing on the outer side, where there is space for it to trundle and trundle and trundle close to the boundary line. Cleary did well to make it look as though he was the intended target. Ball knocked over the boundary line and out of play in front of those big golden arches, all thanks to Maccas.
On the other side of it, JJ, what do the Swans take out of this? 11-15 they've kicked, so if they were accurate, they actually have really put the Giants away here. They just haven't been able to be as accurate as they would have liked for the scoreboard to say as much.
Yeah, not sure. Chad Warner must have given away a free kick in the middle of the ground. He's been a real shining light for them as the Giants turn the footy over, or close enough to once again.
They get it back. Whitfield just in front of the circles. There's time to assess the situation on the right. Cadman the target, knocked out of his hands, fell to Stringer. Stringer's got 3.
Well, he's getting
Little cameo for Jake when JJ suggests that his name on the magnet board very much needed a cameo coming on as the sub. He's the leading goal kicker on the ground now for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart from 30 out.
Gee, what was that free kick for?
That's the least aggressive thing that's happened today, and there's been a free kick pinged for it in the middle on the replay for Sheen panel service.
And what it does is just give the Giants a pulse, not much more than. And again, Stringer, right place, right time. The ball lands in his lap. He gets half a second to have a look at the goals, and he goes bang. So I think this is what his life will look like as a Giant. I don't think he's a part of their best makeup, but he is a player, particularly as a sub, who can have an impact when the forward line's not functioning.
How many goals did Collingwood kick with how little time left last night to give themselves a chance? So it's not done yet.
Rowbottom disposed of. After disposing the footy, cleaned up by Campbell. Wheels around. Pokes it into the path of Lloyd, who takes the mark inside the centre square. He'll go inside 50, where the opposite sub that was activated for Sydney, Sheldrick, takes the mark on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out.
I was going to say there is a pulse, but it'd be an awfully undeserving win if the Giants were able to pinch it. This would absolutely shut it down. Sheldrick, who is still recovering from the scorching that Isaac Anning gave him.
Something's happened to training during the week, surely.
Boy, I've never seen anything like it.
Sheldrick comes in, the kick on its way, and that shuts the door. Margin back to 21. Sheldrick with his first, the sub activated only a few minutes ago for Corey Warner. Comes on and makes an impact. 12-15-87 to 9-12-66, all thanks to Harvey Norman. A couple of minutes left on the online fentsupplies.com.au clock.
Yeah, that'll do it. Sheldrick again in any amount of space inside 50. It's going to be an interesting review for the Giants. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, probably in the coaches' meeting, not necessarily the actual team review, because it is almost always just sugar-coated a little bit. But I'd love to be in there with Adam Kingsley and that coaching group as they try and assess where they're at. It's not the worst time of the year to be not playing your best footy, but you've got to be confident you can recapture it. It's not just going to be because you get a few players back. You need to be confident that your system can improve.
So, 2:43 left to play. Swans had started moving forward, but Fonte found the footy and fires the Giants inside forward 50. McCartan had it land in his lap. The outlet handball was good to Francis, who's been sent back in the final stages. Himmelberg, though, pounced on a loose pill. Handball inside. O'Halloran danced right and then left. They work it around the arc by hand. Tom Green has a little look at goals and then tried a little pop kick to Stringer, but he had two to beat. Lloyd threw it up the chimney. It comes down 45 out from the Giants' goal off a standing start. Tom Green with a pretty quick response. So 2 minutes left to play. 15-point margin. It would take some kind of miracle from here, but they continue to fight it out, the Giants. 12-15-87. Tom Green gets his first of the day. 10-12-72 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now.
There's been interesting criticism. I think David King has led the charge on Tom Green. Some numbers around, what he does against top 8 teams versus what he does against bottom 8 teams. But I mean, when you play those teams and where they fit in the top 8, you're effectively playing against a bottom 8 team. But I reckon he's been pretty good today. I thought he's worked really hard. I've been watching him for a big inside midfielder. He does actually cover the ground quite well. 34 disposals, that goal, half a dozen clearances. He has been far from their problem today.
Covering ground for Pertek, drama resistant since 1980. Grundy extracts it from the mess. On top of the centre circles, floats it inside 50. Iden sitting underneath it, takes the mark. They've got to go, the Giants. If they're any chance, as slim as it is, O'Halloran off right half back, goes to right half forward. Himmelberg takes the mark, wants to wheel and go, sells some candy to get around Francis, pops it inside 50 for Jesse Hogan to take the mark. He's up against the boundary line. McCartan stands 45 out.
Just got to go back, take no time, one deep breath, and do your best. Tough pocket.
He spins and stutters, Jesse Hogan. He comes in, the kick is on its way, it's close and hit the post. A minor score, 10-13-73 GWS, trailing Sydney 12-15-87 with a minute 14 left on the clock in this final term for onlinefentsupplies.com.au.
I was going to say, don't tell me it's the first term. It hasn't been a fantastic game of footy to sit through. I couldn't go through it again. Yeah, it's one of those days. When you're in form playing well, that ball finds a way to go through the goals.
Halloran hacked the ball back inside forward 50 for the Giants as they reclaimed the pill from the kick in, GWS, but straight down the throat of Nick Blakey, who's going to just launch for length on that left foot. Actually a bit shallow, the kick, and Callum Brown can take the mark with 46 seconds left on the clock. He's whipping the kick across the body into the corridor. Harvey Thomas tripped over his own player, so Francis had free rein. Handball out to Florent. Just a little stutter. Slowed right down into first gear, enabled Jordan to run on to get it to him via the required distance by foot, and 22 seconds left. Had to win today, the Swans. They were 2-5, and when you're 2-6, there's a very slim door ajar to make finals from there. Rowbottom sees it over the boundary line. There'll be 3 losses in a row for the Giants. The Swans coming off 3 losses of their own. So just as they were at this stage last year, the Giants are going to be questioned about where they're at. They lost a lot of depth in the off-season. Ball spins back into play. Grundy slaps it towards the boundary. Ward up off the deck. Whitfield, the siren's going to sound. The first step in their season resurgence is a positive one. 5 straight wins over the Giants for the Swans in a brutal battle of the bridge. Expended attacking each other as there was attacking the footy. The Swans kicked the first 5 goals in a feisty first term. A couple of goals for the Giants later, and they got back within a goal at half-time. But after that, it was really all Sydney. Barring inaccuracy, they could have put it away in that third term, but they did enough to hold on to a 14-point win, 12-15-87 to 10-13-73. Sydney claim their first victory at home in 2025. And while it wasn't pretty, it got the job done. They led by 21 at quarter time, 6 at half time, 14 at three-quarter time, and that was also the final margin, 12-15-87 to 10-13-73. As we move into our post-game show, Josh Jenkins, your immediate reaction post the final siren.
Yeah, well, I mean, we spoke about it across the afternoon. It was far from a skillful and high-octane game of footy. It was very, very combative, very spiteful. Both teams were probably more eager to do some wrestling and some fighting than they were playing footy. But in the end, the Swans, as you guys referenced, they just had to find a way to win this game. It didn't necessarily matter how they won the game. They just had to do the job. And led by Chad Warner, Isaac Heaney, Tom McCartan down back, they were really, really good. They found a way. Now, look, they don't have a key forward setup that's going to take them a long way, but at the moment they've just got to find a way until they get their best cattle on the park in Marty and McDonald and McLean, who again was dangerous. McLean, he's an interesting player because I'm pretty sure he was going to be their number one ruckman before they decided to recruit Brodie Grundy. So he's probably, he's genuinely 50% ruckman, 50% key forward, but he's having to make it work as a key forward. He's doing a pretty good job of it. But again, they were led by their stars. James Jordan was really good, iced the game for them in the end, but always sticks to his task. Whitfield was impactful, but not dominant. And you guys talked about the improvement this year in Matt Roberts' game. He had 25 touches today. So all in all, they just had to find a way to win the game, come up with the 4 points and move on and get 1 week closer to getting some soldiers back. And that's what the Swans were able to do for the Giants. As I mentioned, I was all in. I was still trusting them, believing that if their best players could play better, then they would be okay. Now, Green and Callaghan played well, but Jesse Hogan and Toby Green, again, did nothing. Unsighted. Now, Hogan, you give more of a pass to Hogan.
Good job by McCartan, and you spoke before about the delivery to him was not great.
Yeah, and he didn't look as active today as he normally is. He's normally the busiest forward in the game in terms of his work in the phone box and his ability to stay on the move and be hard to play against. Didn't quite look as active as he has been, whether he's fully trusting that calf or he's carrying something else, or he's just not playing at the peak of his powers. And Toby Green, again, was interesting. I mean, he's a little bit more fumbly than he's been. He's not making swift decisions when he does get the ball, and he's playing, really splitting his time as a forward and a mid and a forward. So, whether they need to settle him down, whether he needs to play up the ground, I'm not too sure. But they've got a bit of work to do, the Giants. Adam Kingsley will Fortunately, it's not a long trip home, but I reckon he opens the computer as soon as he gets home and gets to work.
As the winning team celebrates for Tobin Brothers, celebrating lives every day of the year, the Brett Kirk Medal, which will be awarded today by Jude Bolton, I believe, is currently taking place on the ground. So while we await for that to be awarded, the defender of the game for Vizzy Tread, temporary surface protection available at Bunnings Warehouse.
We can definitely give that to Tom McCartan. I thought he was a standout. Tall defender on the ground. He kept the reigning Coleman medalist to only a handful of touches and one goal.
I thought you were going to give it to Joel Hamling, given the defender turned forward today, all thanks to Vizzy Tread. Around the grounds for Melbourne Airport parking, Melbourne Airport's value car park. I'll pause because there's an on-field ceremony taking place.
And the GWS Giants. Both teams played for the Sydney Derby Cup. Tonight, the Swans defeated the Giants. And before we call up the winning captain, I would like to ask Brett Kirk to come forward and present the Brett Kirk Medal to the best player on the ground. And the winner of the Brett Kirk Medal this afternoon is Chad Warner from the Sydney Swans.
First of all, thanks to the Giants. It's always an amazing competition. Thanks for coming out, making it just a great game for the crowd. As well, it's so good to see everyone out here and so much how Sydney footy's grown over the last few years. So it's great, and I hope to see you at the next one. Thank you.
So Chad Warner gets the Brett Kirk Medal, which was presented by Brett Kirk. Jude Bolton is presenting the cup for the winning team out on the ground. But around the grounds for Melbourne Airport's value car park, it's just $12 a day. Plan ahead and book online at melbourneairport.com.au. The Hawks are in front, but it's not convincing.
Well, they're wayward. 2 goals, 5 they kicked in that first quarter. Richmond wasted a few as well, 0-3. So 2-5 plays at 0-3. And I bet you Chad Warner can't locate that medal in 3 years' time.
You're suggesting it doesn't mean that much?
The only person I've ever come across who really, really rates those medals is Big Sammy Jacobs. He loved them. 3-time showdown medalist. Tells me every time I see him.
Good little drive-by there from you, Josh Jenkins. The Smart Pay for Acquired Financial Services, funding tools and vehicles for trading.
Again, I had trouble with this in the first half, and we didn't see a lot more of it in the second half, did we? But there was some sharp and some clever work from the Swans. They got back. I reckon we saw a handful of passages through the corridor, through the middle of the ground. Now, I'm convinced the opposition teams have really gone to work on it, but, when they adjust, you've got to adjust back, and I think the Swans were able to do that with some of their ball use off half back. I think Riley Boss was pretty clever and pretty smart in the way he moved the ball.
The ladder update for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists. So Sydney, they move into 14th after starting the game 15th. The Giants will remain in 8th position on the ladder. The coaching move of the day for Henley Holmes. Henley Breakthrough Collection build from only $227,900. Henley Holmes.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the end, you've got to give a tick to Dean Cox and the coaching group for finding a way to come up with a key forward duo or trio that could get the job done, and in the end Aaron Francis and Joel Hamling alongside McLean were able to keep a really, really powerful intercept pair in Buckley and Taylor quiet, and they didn't impact the game. So whenever you can keep it sort of neutral, that's a win for guys like Hamling and Francis.
Essendon, Carlton and Melbourne to come for Sydney. They should win all 3 of those.
Yeah, they should, yeah. And then they've got Adelaide in Sydney. So,
5 could very well...
Yeah, could be anything. Could be.
The Tobin Brothers Forever Young Player of the Day, celebrating lives every day of the year. Can we give it to Hamling for his first career goal?
Go Yardis.
Who kept their cool for Pertec? Australian Industry Trusts Pertec's drama resistant since 1980. I think that is an accurate assessment given the tension out there. Pertec drama resistant since 1980. And the Mackay Tall Timber Ruckman of the Year for Mackay Timber, manufacturer and suppliers of quality Tasmanian oak timber.
You've given me a
Give it to Callum Brown.
All right, I'll give it to Callum Brown. I actually don't mind what it looks like for them when he's in the ruck. The other two ruckmen, Grundy and Briggs, fought out a 0-0 draw, really. Grundy 8 disposals and Briggs 12, but not really any of them effective.
That's all thanks to McKay Timber, quality Tasmanian oak timber. Your votes, please, JJ, with a minute before we head over to the MCG for Hawthorn and Richmond.
1 vote, Tom Green. I thought he was the Giants' best player. 2 votes to Matt Roberts and 3 votes to the Brett Kirk medalist, Chad Warner.
Which JJ reckons he won't be able to find the medal in 3 years. Thank you, JJ.
Good work, boys.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Matthew.
And it has been a pleasure to bring you the Sydney Swans and Giants, the 30th edition of the Sydney Derby, the Battle of the Bridge. The bridge is probably burnt down as a result of what was going on out there this afternoon. 14-point victors, the Swans. They defeated GWS 12-15-87 to 10-13-73 as we take you to the MCG now for Hawthorn and Richmond. We're a couple of minutes into the second term. Jack Ginnivan's just kicked a goal, so the Hawks have a handy lead. Enjoy the remainder of Sunday afternoon footy. It's Hawks and Tigers and then Lions and Suns tonight.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Harvey Norman. Cook with the world's best brands at Harvey Norman. Right now, get 10% off selected AEG kitchen appliances and 10-year warranty. Go Harvey Norman.
Subscribe to SEN Sports on YouTube for all the best analysis from SEN's team of experts. Watch your favourite radio shows from inside the studio. Search for SEN and subscribe today.
Brown, little kick down the line looking for Campbell. Harbury did well. McGuinness comes back from outside the field of play, gathers the footy. Huswaite, Warple, they share it back through hands. Impey, eventually back to Sisley, just walking around the ground at the moment. Goes right across the other side, but it won't be far enough.
That was too casual by Sisley.
And Steely Green chopped it off. So can the Tigers make them pay the other way? It's Banks. Kick out in front of Lynch. It's going to have a little bit too much carry on it. Bounces Barris, and Lynch will be happy to get it out of bounds for a throw in the forward pocket for the Tigers. We go inside 50 for the first time this term.
Well, Sisley he was just too casual with the kick. He had a player bearing down on him, and he was in second gear. Got to be faster and be more urgent than what he has been.
Welcome to the new audiences that have joined us from our coverage of the Sydney Derby. It's Hawthorn against the Tigers here at the MCG. Not the prettiest game so far. Hawthorn 3-5-23. The Tigers 3 behinds. We've played 6.5 minutes into the second term here at the MCG. Jordan Canellis, Julian De Stoop and David Schwartz, your call team this afternoon.
So it's Ward for the Hawks, and Morrison clears outside the 50, looking there for Chol. He's had a good battle so far with Bolter, but this time Bolter comes through. He might have just dropped that in the tackle from Jack Gunston. He did.
Their tackling technique's better than that of Richmond at the moment.
Here's a chance on the stretch. High ball from Weddle's going to give Ralph Smith a run at this with Morrison. He did well. Morrison lays the tackle. It's a good tackle in the end. But the umpire said he had no chance.
Good contest.
It was a good contest. We're going to bounce near side wing here for right on the members' wing. It's the Hawks by 20 points. Meek gets it down. Ross, Handball put down under a little bit of pressure. Eventually comes out to Ralph Smith. Might have been a throw. Huswaite trying to come through.
Big numbers there by Hawthorn, just at each stoppage. Probably got 1 or 2 more players than that of Richmond at the moment.
So a ball up in the centre square. And Curvis just moves Meek out of the contest and does well on the follow-up to get the clearance. Taranto to Dow. And it's spread out wide here to Campbell, who can take a few steps in some space. Then works it inside 50. Fall underneath it. Was pressured by Weddle. Barras had a little fumble. Morris Rioli's applying the pressure. He's detained Sicily. The kick was a poor one. Turned over. Back to Campbell. Now to Hopper. Off a step to the goal square. Barras flies. Hits the ground near the goal square. Rioli's still toiling away. Lynch gets some separation. Needs a yard. Runs back into trouble. Comes out to Rioli. Kicks the goal. It won't count. It's a free kick to the Hawks for their work on Tom Lynch, who got rid of the ball incorrectly.
Well, he got around 3 and then he went back into trouble. And Barras wrapped him up. Was it Barras or was it McDonald? McDonald wrapped him up and was able to deal with him quite simply in the end.
So the Tigers still yet to score a goal in this game.
Good grab.
Hawks 3-5-23 to the Tigers, 3 behinds. It was a good grab from Mabior Chol. A couple of bites of the cherry at right half-back, and he's held on, and the Hawks will use the outer wing.
Chips it. He's going to pitch just in front of Huswaite. I think the Richmond player thought he marked it. He didn't. It's play on. But he stands off him, gives Huswaite the chance. Load up inside 50. He's going to get over the back. Nankervis. Dunstan trying to close him down and push Miller under all sorts of pressure. He swung in the tackle.
Oh, that's holding.
Oh, it should have been. The umpire let him get away with it. And Hopper gives it to Broad. Switches it to this near side. Rioli Sicily's going to try and close him down. Just sweating on him, Sicily. Just sweating. He takes the bounce. He's got to be gone. And Sicily lets him know about it. James Sicily, not surprisingly. Oh, that would be 50. It has to be 50 against Taranto, who got sucked in by Sicily. Richmond players don't like it, and they're getting in there. Weddle's been thrown on the ground. Ginnivan and Campbell going at it. Here comes CJ off the bench.
Ginnivan just got taught a lesson on how to wrestle.
They are right.
Something to spark this game.
This is a fight. Hopper and Morrison going at it. There's a scuffle at ground level. Hardwick is right into the neck of Taranto, I think.
And the Nank is giving it to, absolutely giving it to the Wizard. And it's on again. It's not. There's a couple of punches being thrown in.
This is on.
Watson is at ground level with Ralph Smith grappling around.
He's not happy. He's impy either. He's filthy.
The biggest fight we've seen in a while now. It's starting to disperse.
Well, Sicily, he sucked them in. He got stuck into Rioli after he'd given away the free kick for holding the ball, and Taranto just went and knocked him over.
It should have almost been reversed with Sicily's action on Rioli. It could have been.
But that's done by Taranto.
No, it was
got to be
silly.
better.
But you know what? Sometimes you've got to draw the line in the sand, as Dermot would say. And the sand might have just had its first line put in it. Because it was good.
Anyway, Sicily kicked the goal, and it's a 26-point lead to the Hawks. 4-5-29, the Tigers 3 behinds.
Is Ginnivan copped it?
Ginnivan and Watson.
He almost ended up in the car park. He got buried. And then complained to the umpire about being buried, and then Impey went crazy. He was not happy with Jaden Short.
So the Hawks with their 4th goal in the midst of all of that. James Sicily from the goal square. 4-5-29 to the Tigers, 3 behinds so far. We've played 11 minutes into the second term, and a free kick from the centre bounce going the way of Mabior Chol. This will put Hawthorn back inside 50 again, and it's a lovely kick from Chol. That's a laser right onto the chest of Luke Bruce, who takes the mark 45 out.
That's the problem with Camden McIntosh rucking. He doesn't know how to do it. I like him. I like him as a player. He's honest. He's a toiler. But he ain't a ruckman. He ain't a ruckman. So Lynch and Sicily going at it.
Luke Bruce, who's got 1 goal already from 50, sends it on its way, and it's tailing out to the right all the way through its flight path out for a minor score.
Well, we saw the Battle of the Bridge today, Sydney versus GWS, and they punched on from start to finish. And this game has just gone up a notch with the ferocity towards individuals.
Bolter getting the boost. Nice kick, though. Covered 60 metres and found Steely Green right in front of the Tigers interchange bench. Nick Roston about to come back on for the Tigers, who they need a couple to stem the flow. They're pretty good in the first term. The Hawks have been pretty dominant so far in the second. Kick down the line, almost a mark to Lawler. Gets away. Now he's going to take Huswaite on here. Kick, not great. He's in 2 minds, and in the end just rushed the kick. And unfortunately, from a Richmond point of view, kicked it out of bounds on the full.
He had to have a bounce, didn't he? He had more space and time in front of him than he realised. Thought the player behind him was going to tackle him, but he cleared away from him by a couple of metres. So just not enough awareness or not enough voice from his teammates.
Jaff for the Hawks, going to kick it to this near side. Bolter and Chol. Over the cup, Bolter, who's playing a pretty good game, Noah Bolter. It's a good battle, actually, between he and Mabior Chol. So he'll get the boost. He'll load it up. Falls calling for it from a long way out. It's a kick in his direction. Up he goes a little bit too early against Jaff and gave away the free kick.
Well, I blame Jaff. He was going to sit on his head and Jaff kept running forward. And Fall, he just went up. He did. Jaff just moved at the wrong time.
The Hawks will try and clear it down this Shane Warne stand side. Impey's getting called to play on Orioli. Oh, it's a nice little instep around Orioli. Rioli chased him down beautifully. Great second effort from Rioli. Impey thought he got him, but the pace of Rioli allowed him. He plays on quickly. It might work out here for the Tigers, who might get their first goal. A great dive.
That was a Superman dive on the goal line by
tip
Barras.
over the bar from Barras, who's in absolutely everything. Tom Barras prevents a certain goal for the Tigers.
I don't know how they're going to score their first goal. Adam Uze not happy in the box at all.
So still without a goal here, the Tigers, from that spectacular diving effort from Tom Barras. Morrison sits up a high kick to the wing. Newcombe went the fly, couldn't hold it down as he fell back down to earth. He ran into his own teammate. And it's a bad kick though from the Tigers. Ginnivan controlling it across
Charles
half
not
forward.
feeling too well.
Here's Ralph Smith. Yeah, he was the one that Newcombe sat on, so he's got squashed underneath that. And Ralph Smith being held up back on the ball here in the
Got a
traffic.
Brisbane player coming off with a crook right shoulder too. He's got a dead arm. Miller it is.
Ball thrown up at right half forward for Richmond. Ralph Smith chases it down. Newcombe sits on top of him. Ball somehow comes out between the legs. Huswaite. Oh, gee, that was...
Gee whiz. That is 3KZ taken off.
That's going to be a free kick to the Tigers. Hopper inside 50 through the hands of Lynch. Weddle, it's...
Had to be a free kick to Lynch.
Out of play.
Had to be a free kick to Lynch.
Oh, it was fully grappled out of play.
He was.
His head ended up in row 3.
There'll be a boundary throw in instead. It's inside the Tigers forward 50.
Weddle doing the ruckbook this time up against Lynch. Gets it down towards Morrison. Handle under pressure. Ralph Smith with the boundary line too close. And we'll do it all again about 45 metres out from the Tigers' goal. So Sicily's got 13, Hopper 12, Jath 10, D'Ambrosio and Barras also 10 disposals each for the Hawks. So it'll be Weddle and Lynch again. Weddle wins it down again.
Oh, he can't fumble.
Yeah, little fumble there. Trainer and get him over the top. McIntosh and Wells wrap him up. And we'll have another bounce. This time about kick and a half from the Tigers' goal. So 16 minutes into this second term. They're yet to get onto the board. 4-6-30 the Hawks. 4 behinds for Richmond. Ralph Smith. And a whistle's gone. It's going to be a free kick to Newcombe for the Hawks.
That's right work again. Against McIntosh.
Newcombe dance around McIntosh on the mark and then delivers towards Moore on the wing. Flicks a handball quickly to Morrison, who does the same for Ginnivan. Handballs up the line for Bruce, who cuts his way through the traffic, shredding tackles as he goes. Inside 50, Chol takes the mark uncontested.
They're waxing those two. Chol gave it to Bruce. Bruce giving it back to Chol. Almost the same position. Almost exactly the same position.
Takes the mark about 35 metres out, Mabior Chol, just left of centre half forwards.
Got a good leg on him too. He's improved a lot of aspects of his game. His goal kicking is one of them.
He's a bit better than a 45-degree angle, so it's an angle, but it's a decent one. Plenty of the goal face to aim.
He's had 15 shots this year. Set shots, 9-6.
On the runway, a couple of steps, leans back, very casual. It might not even carry the distance. It doesn't. It drops on the goal line and is parried through with a rush behind to Sam Banks. So
Sam Banks had the mark though. He's sitting on the goal square. It's a chest mark. You let it go through. It's a point.
The Hawks another. It's a 27-point lead for Hawthorn as Weddle intercepts on the kick out from the Tigers.
Yep, got there in front of Mansell. So he's a kick and a half from goal. Wants to bring it back through the middle. They've got some numbers. Battle right in the centre circle. He's got Connor McDonald if he wanted him. Chose to go by hands to Impey instead. They work it around Morrison. Eventually McDonald gets it, but now he's outside 50. Moore giving him a lead. Gunston in short. Scholl up there if he wants. He's just going to go back to Impey. Too far out to score. Right half.
Be patient here, the Hawks. They're going to be patient. It's 2 leads.
So go back to Battle. We'll go to Hardwick. Load up and everyone's ahead of him. Sideways. Getting a lot of this so far today. So Battle takes the mark. He decides to go. He's going to load up. He's going to kick it right to the square. It's going to cover. Joel, great mark. In between a couple of Tigers, including Toby Nankervis. And he takes the mark right on the goal line here.
Too big. And even though the Nank was there, he's just too big. He was caught in between Broad and Nankervis, and good timing. He's in good form at the moment. He'll go back and kick Hawthorn's 5th goal from inside the goal square.
Well done to Big Marbior Chol. He gets his first and 14th for the year, and the Hawks get their 3rd of this term, their 5th of the game. They get that margin now out to 33.5, 7, 37, 5 individual goal kickers for the Hawks. The Tigers just fall behind.
Well, I can't see Richmond scoring opportunities getting much more than what they've had in the first quarter and a bit. They've just really struggled to go in with any method. It's a concern. I saw the frustration on Adamuse's face. They've won enough of the footy. I mean, have a look at the stats. Probably tells a bit about it that we're not miles apart in there's 150, 120 possessions. Inside 50s, 21 to 20. So they've gone inside just as many times but can't score.
David Schwartz for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. The centre bounce, the Tigers get the clearance. Hopper to half forward and Hardwick intercepting across half back for Hawthorn. Just on the replay from the key to XGT 40 VMAX, that set-up kick from Battle. He's kicked that from inside the centre square to about 2 metres out on the goal line for that Chol goal. Incredible kick. It was a bullet. Here's Jaff at fullback for the Hawks as they move it from right to left over to the broadcast side on halfback. D'Ambrosio nurses it down the line. It's a bad kick though because it favoured McIntosh, who parries it down for Banks. And he's sat upon. It'll be a ball up on the near side. AFL Nation for Elders for Australian Agriculture. This Sunday afternoon, round number 8, the Hawks 37, the Tigers 4. Haven't scored a goal yet, and we are into time on of the second term now in this contest. Ball up, and it's not going anywhere between McIntosh and Newcombe, so same position, another stoppage. Nankervis engages with Meek, wins the tap. Nankervis, Hopper, quick hands to McIntosh, who slaps it onto the boot and trundles it up towards half forward. It's roped in by Weddle, who sends it back down the other end of the ground from whence it came towards half forward. At ground level, swooping upon it was Bruce. Collects it cleanly, dishes the handball to Hustwaite, pokes the kick over the top in the Meek and Bruce direction. Just needs to sit up for Bruce. It does. He sidesteps and then puts Banks on his backside, wobbles it inside 50, and the intercepting mark from Tom Brown in the heart of defence for the Tigers saves the day.
Still got some tricks, Bruce.
He's been sharp today, Luke Bruce. Bolter, kick at the bootstraps there of Ross, who gathered nicely. Gets it to Dow. He can go out wide and find Campbell, who slides into the ball out of wing in front of Jaff. Looks up and a lot of numbers back pretty quickly for the Hawks, so he just has to go sideways. 15 metres, so Taranto's going to have to play on. Kicks it high, but favours Battle. It comes across in front of Lynch. Couldn't quite take the mark. They might be able to at least force a stoppage here. Good strong tackle from Waller.
Good luck, Lynch, trying to get a kick today. When you're 2 on 1, you need to get your structure. They're playing the loose as well. It's almost impossible. You've got to go in smart. You've got to go in short, then wait for the lead.
Meek wins it down. Taranto and Lawler at ground level over the top Sicily, and they'll bounce again 45 metres out from the Tigers goal.
What sort of crowd, gents? About 45, 50?
More than that, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon it's a good. I reckon it's 60.
Okay.
The Hawks are clear from the stoppage. Morrison out to Jaff, who just stops, props. He's going to have to go on the left in the end. McGuinness beautifully picked up at ground level. Off to Battle, off to Morrison. They're trying to work it through here, through hands. Battle's done well. It's an inside of McDonald. This is more like the Hawks that we know. McGuinness just held up pretty well though there by Bolter. Forced to kick quickly. I've lost it, and Chol over the back. Watson was standing on his own. 45 out. He's going to square it up. That's a beautiful kick. Beautiful kick. He's had nothing to do so far today, Nick Watson, but he got his opportunity and he hits D'Ambrosio and he can line up. 20 metres out, not much of an angle.
It's a good point you bring up. Just having a look how many possessions Nick Watson had. That was number 5. So hasn't had a big impact.
Couple of punches in the fight.
Yeah, a couple. I reckon he didn't win his bout. It was a lightweight versus a heavyweight.
So D'Ambrosio comes in, and sometimes these good field kicks are not great from the set shot. And sprayed that one to the left.
He tried to steer it instead of kicking it. You should. Your kicking action for goals shouldn't change. Still kick through it. Still kick it with plenty of gusto. Don't try and steer it.
5-8-38. The Hawks, 4 behind the Tigers.
For Mate Internet and Mobile in this second term, the Tigers chipping it around their defensive 50 to build up. It's with Thompson Dow at right half back. Down the line. Goes up to the contest. Nankervis puts himself in the mix. Soft hands out the back. It rolls out towards Mansell, who gathers in along the boundary line, then is chased down by Weddle. Ball jarred free. It's mopped up by Warple. Now to Newcomb. Swings a handball in field towards D'Ambrosio. Near edge of the centre square. Cuts it across the line of half back towards Morrison. He can take off and go here. He's taking a bounce. He's run into trouble. Wasn't aware of the issues behind him. Got rid of it cleanly, but the Tigers have the numbers. Ralph Smith pushes it on to Taranto. Now to Ross, who can take a bounce. He can roll inside 50. Handball's inboard to Campbell, who can finally score Richmond's first goal of the game.
Thank goodness.
Converts from 20 metres directly in front. Came from the turnover in the centre square from Harry Morrison, who was unaware of the pressure behind him. And with 2 minutes 50 left in the second quarter, Seth Campbell scores Richmond's first goal. It's Hawthorn 5-8-38. The Tigers now 1-4-10.
Well, 28 points, it's not a lot.
They're not out of the game.
No, they're not out of the game, but other than that piece of play, we haven't seen too much open forward line action for the Richmond Footy Club. But good pressure on the midfielders on that occasion. Didn't allow the overloop handball and just shut it down and then use their hand to get back inside 50. So Adamuse, not a smile on his face, but a little bit more content after registering their first major of the afternoon.
Right under Seth Campbell, he was the man that laid the tackle on Harry Morrison, and he got on the end of it.
Good reward.
They get another one before half-time. Dow over the top to Taranto. They've got numbers 4 to the ball here again. If they use the McIntosh, gets it off to Ross, kick the full forward. It's going to lob in front for Fall.
Here we go.
They just got a yard on Barras, and the young man can line up for 2 in a minute for the Tigers.
Really like the way he plays. Got a good starting position, good set of hands. You've got one they can build on here. He can just do a great apprenticeship under Tom Lynch for the next 2-3 years and then take the forward line by storm.
Game number 4. He's got 1 goal so far in his very brief AFL career. So right on the stroke of half-time for a couple for the Tigers. He comes in and he's got it. So well done, Jonty Fall and the Tigers. Just keep a pulse alive. That margin back to 22 points, 27 minutes into this term. 2-4-16. The Hawks 5-8-30.
A little bit of spirit, a little bit of connection, good handball. Got their second goal of the last minute and a bit, which is nice. Tom Lynch, though, was just watching him. He's going to have a horrid afternoon. He got players all over him. I don't even think he was on that occasion when that ball came down. I think he was having a rest.
Most open player a lot. He was on the bench.
That's the only time, man. I'm just watching him. He goes, "Get me back on." What is there? There's about a minute left, and just looking at the captions on Channel 7, and they're calling him the Fall Guy. Pretty original by Channel 7. Good work.
In the middle, so it's 22 points now the margin. 2 goals in a couple of minutes for the Tigers. Newcomb from the centre circle gives it to Impey. A few steps and then hammers it towards the 50. And Brown takes the intercept mark all by himself at half back. He'll swing it to the near side quickly by foot to Lynch.
He's been
butting heads with CJ.
He's been belted from pillar to post today, Tom Lynch. He's going to come off very sore.
Lynch at right half back. Call to play on now. Goes down the line with a thumping kick. Weddle and 2 Hawthorn players ran into each other. Ball back in dispute. Barras mops up and then D'Ambrosio just puts it onto the boot and slams it towards half forward with no real thought of direction. Ginnivan was in the area, couldn't take it. Gunston was held up, ball jarred free. Trainer gives it over to Steely Green. He kicks nicely towards Lynch, marking on the wing. He was then pulled off his kick by Sicily, but I think the umpire did call play on.
Well, he shouldn't have, because he didn't run off his mark.
Should have been a 50. I agree. Barras will square it towards Impey at centre half.
I'll just say, when they did that caption on Channel 7, they spelled it FALL.
Instead of his real name.
Instead of his real name. So it was just pointless to caption.
Weddle bounding through the centre square towards Newcombe by hand. Up to the goal square. Watson can't take the mark. Out the back. Gunston fell into his lap and kicks it from 5 metres out. Two Hawthorn players in there. Watson was in front. Went through his hands, and then on the quick swivel, Jack Gunston with goal 499 in his AFL career. And the Hawks, in red time of the second quarter, with 30 seconds to go to 6-8-44 to the Tigers. 2-4-16, 28 points again.
Well, a bit lucky, a little bit lucky over the top, but they got it inside quick. It's going to be ball movement. The defence of Richmond, not as organised as that of Hawthorn. Weddle involved again. They're just getting it in fast, making it really difficult. And I thought the Wizard had an opportunity there to take a pretty good mark. Just flew over his head, and Gunston, clever, knows where the ball's landing, and was able to slot his first of the afternoon. And in fact, that for him this year is goal number 18.
Yeah, just his sixth game. So one more chance for either side if they're good enough. We tick up towards half-time. They're going to go forward here again. Ward with the 1-2. Now, can he hit a target inside 50? Can. This time, Watson, that could be 50. It should be 50. But I don't think the umpire's going to
got to be 50.
And Boston
that's a 50 all day. Just want to have a look at the replay on this, because he marked the footy. Marks the footy. Oh, he still had him in the air, I guess.
Yeah, probably fair enough.
Benefit of the doubt.
So Watson, who's come alive in the last 5 minutes, a squaring ball to D'Ambrosio. Certainly set up a goal for Gunston. So can he get one after the siren? He's been man for the occasions. I don't think he'll kick this. Watson just trots in and kicks the goal. Straight through the middle. The Hawks come from everywhere. And after the Tigers kick two in a minute, just keep an eye on this, because the Tigers players are over there. There's a little bit of tension going on between these two teams.
You might get a little bit argy-bargy.
Boston and Sicily having a good chat. Going to escalate.
They look like brothers. Boston and Sicily, other than the long sleeves.
So 7-8-50 the Hawks. The Tigers 2-4-16. 7 individual goal kickers for the Hawks in that opening half.
That quarter brought to you by Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout. Ox, quick thought before we go to a break?
Richmond just don't have the class up forward. Hawthorn look like they can put the foot on the pedal, and it could get a lot worse before it gets better.
Yep. A couple of goals at the end there for the Tigers, their first of the game. They had plenty of inside 50s, but just couldn't convert through most of that first half. So the Hawks with an equal game high lead of 34 points. The margin at half-time, 7-8-50 to 2-4-16. This is AFL Nation. For 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture, our half-time show is next.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence, thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel, and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Power up your business with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Built for professionals who don't mess around. Whether you're an arborist, forester or tree surgeon, Makita's XGT, LXT and Direct Connect platforms deliver the runtime, power and performance you need without the noise, fuel or fumes. Go cordless. Get more done. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Makita back. You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's. I'm loving it moments. Macca's new McSmart meal is here.
Works the handball away to Jath, who darts one inside 50, right onto the chest of Jack Ginnivan. Ginnivan trots in, kicks it from 50, flies through the middle to Taranto. Now to Ross, who can take a bounce. He can roll inside 50. Handball's inboard to Campbell, who can finally score Richmond's first goal of the game.
Gets it off to Ross, kick the full forward, he's going to lob it from the ball. Right on the stroke of half time. Couple to the Tigers, he comes in and he's got it.
Towards Newcomb by hand, up to the goal square. Watson can't take the mark, out the back, Gunston fell into his lap and kicks it from 5 metres out.
Welcome back to the MCG. It is the Hawks by 34 points at halftime. The Tigers finally got on the board at the 25-minute mark of that term. They kicked 2 in a minute. But the issue for them was the Hawks responded with goals to Gunston and Watson after the siren at halftime. 7-8-50 the Hawks. The Tigers are 2-4-16. This is our halftime floor show for Choices Flooring, stylish and trendy.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Spaces for living. Live bold. Step bold sale on now.
So goal kickers for the Hawks are all individuals so far. Bruce, McGuinness, Ginnivan, Sicily, Chol, Gunston and Watson, while for the Tigers, they're solitary goal kickers, Campbell and Fall. Looking on the stat sheet, Hopper 16, Newcomb 14, D'Ambrosio 14, and Battle, who was pretty significant in that second term, has 14 disposals for the Hawks. David Swartz will go through some of the individual awards shortly, but just quick, it hasn't reached great heights this game. Just
no, it hasn't.
Overall assessment.
No, it hasn't been a great game at all. Both sides struggled to go inside 50 with any real ferocity. Game changed a little bit when Sicily kicked a goal after being pushed over by Taranto from 60 metres, and then the punch-on started and it was on, and the game kind of livened up a little bit. But there's a couple of glaring stats from the team's perspective. So disposals now 195 to 154, so they're getting on top in disposals. Inside 50s, dead even, 25 apiece. The disposal efficiency, 80 to 75 in favour of Hawthorn, which is pretty good. Hawthorn is smashing them in the free kicks, 14 to 5. Hit-outs, pretty similar. Clearances, 14 to 12. No big deal there. Contested possession, 63 to 45 in favour of the Hawks, so a lot better there. And they're also winning the uncontested possession, 127 to 106. So just looking at those numbers, it would say that Hawthorn are probably cleaner. They're just a bit more tougher in the contest, and they're just better when they're going inside 50. So Richmond, other than Tom Lynch and Fall, who got one late, their tall targets haven't been sighted. The little fellas haven't taken their opportunities, and it has been one ugly game of football for a half.
Yeah, if you look at the Hawks, I mean, they brought in the two guys to play, big roles in the back line, and today they've been excellent. Barris has had the better of Lynch, even though, as you say, he's often outnumbered. Lynch, and it makes it difficult. And Battle all year has been ultra consistent, and particularly in that second term, he provided plenty with the footy.
Yeah, I don't know where Richmond are going to get their scoring from. There's a couple of times they linked up by handball through the middle of the ground. I thought, yep, that's the style they want to play. And then, the forwards working hard enough. We just know what Richmond are. They're in a rebuild. They're 4 years behind where Hawthorn are at. Hawthorn have got still a lot of players out, and the margin is, 34 points now. It's going to be double that at the end of the game. Hawthorn are going to get going. I don't think Richmond are going to be able to hold them out for much longer. They've had pretty poor second halves, the Tigers, this year. They'll go in at half-time. They gave up 2 late goals. They were back to within, 20-odd points there towards, with only 2 minutes to go. They got their work cut out, and I wouldn't mind seeing Adamuzze swing the magnets a little bit.
So how would Sam Mitchell be feeling at half-time? I mean, they're 34 points in front, but and it doesn't matter, as we said before the game. They don't have to be playing their best footy right now. They're in a good spot, 5-2, but they're just not ultra sharp at the moment.
No, and I think he'd be frustrated because he sees some really good stuff, and he just sees some, a perfect example is Impey before, where he got the ball deep in defence. He got around his opponent with ease in Rioli. Then he cruised out for the next 5 or 6 steps and got tackled and was caught dropping the ball. Same as Sicily. Sicily gets it here off half forward. He turns to go inboard. He just as slow, and the kick missed the target, and then they turn it over. It's just the little clean-up things that Hawthorn need to do to get right, and they'll be sharp again. But if they came up against a Collingwood or someone at the moment, they get beaten because they're just not as polished as what they need to be.
Yep, I'd agree with that. Let's go through some of the individual moments in the first half. Let's start with our toughest players so far. For Truckline, keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Gee, Jaden Short, he was in the middle of that punch-on, and he took on Impey, and he took on Wizard, and then he took on Sicily, and I don't give it to Jaden Short. I thought he was outstanding to hold his ground, and even at the end of the quarter, Impey was trying to explain what the hell was going on, and Jaden Short was saying, mate, I've got a half-time break here. We're 34 points down. Give me a bit of a break. I'll see you a bit later on.
Yeah, there was a bit in that stoush halfway through the second term. Hasn't been a big game for highlights so far, but an unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Barris was a pretty good mark. Chol in the goal.
Oh, Barris was a ripper.
Yeah, that will give it.
Barris was an absolute ripper. He got up, he got the second lift and didn't put his wheels down, and he got himself in a bit of strife. Great grab.
A crucial moment of the first half at New Farm, Australian through and through.
I like Noah Boulder. I liked his first couple of possessions. The crowd let us know who Noah was. In fact, a lot of Hawthorn supporters didn't see him in the first possession and didn't know what was going on, and then so the boo was about 5 or 6 seconds late. But we were waiting for it. We got it early. He's actually had a pretty good half of footy, Noah Bolter.
Yeah, it's been a good battle, that one, between Marvior Chol and Noah Bolter, two guys that know each other pretty well. Breakout player of the first half for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Let's have a look. Certainly, Sicily has had plenty of it. Newcomb's been pretty good. Let's give it to Jath.
He's been pretty good.
I thought he's been all right. He's had 13 touches and has looked half decent. So he had a bit of a battle down here with Tom Lynch, which was kind of funny. But, yeah, he's up and about. So give it to Jath, who was lucky to be in the side today.
And the other game today was the Sydney Derby, and there was some spice in that one.
Was there ever?
And a win for the Swans by 14 points. So 3 consecutive defeats now for the Giants. And the Swans, they were desperate for that win just to get their season potentially back on track. And you mentioned during the call the Lewis Melican swinging arm that made contact with Toby Bedford, who was subbed out of the game. It looked like he had a swollen cheekbone. What do we think? It's going to go straight to the tribunal.
Yeah, so Melican will go to the tribunal. Eyes off the footy, hits him in the face. I don't know if he's broken his eye socket or what. He's certainly claret everywhere. I am saying he will miss over a month of footy. I will say 5 or 6 weeks, possibly 5 weeks for that.
Yeah, I think if you see Nash got 4.
It's worse than Nash's.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And more damage caused. I will say he'll miss 5 weeks, and it's probably the worst one I've seen in a couple of years, to be honest. Wasn't good.
No, it wasn't
good at all, and got it horribly wrong, or whatever happened, just didn't look good.
Power play rankings are so Sicily leads the way with 64, D'Ambrosio 60, Newcomb 54, Morrison 51. For the Tigers, their highest rated player so far, Jacob Hopper 45 and Tom Brown 44. What about a flexible player that we could see move in the second half? Flexholt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep. You mentioned the magnets. Which magnet would you like to see moved?
Bolter. I want to see Bolter go forward. And I know he's good down back, but get him forward and make Barras and Sicily more accountable.
Let's get a breakaway tackler of the first half. John Newcomb has the most so far for Bar Crusher Boats, and our subs have yet to be activated, McDonald and Tresice. That was the Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Spaces for living, live bold, step bold. Sail on now.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate, engineered timber and hybrid.
Connor McDonald.
There's more of a slingshot.
Now Hustlate has it on the near wing. He's got Reddle riding shotgun. He goes in that direction. And teams it up towards half forward, and Chol beats Bolter and then offloads quickly to McGuinness, who comes in and from 15 metres out scores the goal.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
It's the OMF Mate Sale, and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like the Revivify Support Mattress for under $800, or the Mornington Mattress for under $1,200, and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus this week, get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale, and soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Through 100 years, New
Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano-EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano-EX are not instant, and Nano-EX is not available on all models.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
How did the handicappers of the Store Gift have it that Lachlan Kennedy, but more so Gout, aren't able to even make the final? This is a once in a generation, maybe once in 3 generations athlete potentially in Gout, and the system has him not even making the final against the bloke who actually beat him only 2 weeks ago, Lachlan Kennedy. What's going on?
Whoever it was and however it was.
Just get him through the final.
You've got this massive event. You've got great government support. You've got broadcaster support.
He's got to be in the final.
You've got the whole nation tuning into the most watchable thing on television.
Change the rules. Just get him in the final.
Get him to the final. If you told an American that, he said, we've got this generation.
We've got no loss.
And he didn't make the final. That is one of the great own goals. He stormed home to finish second in a race that he was not allowed to win.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Here at the start of the third quarter, right on the opening bounce, and it's Sam Lawler who gets the opening clearance out towards half forward. Hawthorn repel it, and the Tigers are out on the wing as we speak. 10 seconds into the third term. Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage roll, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Jordan Canellis, Julian De Stoop, and our expert David Schwartz. Brought to you by MEGT. Build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. The Hawks 50, the Tigers 16. A 34-point lead for the Hawks here at the start of quarter number 3. As that kick from the wing from the Tigers goes up towards half forward, Sicily stands underneath it and takes an intercept mark.
Had plenty of it, Sicily.
It's down the line looking for the lead of Chol, who is awarded a free kick in the end.
15-5 the free kicks in favour of Hawthorn at the moment.
Standing underneath light tower number 4, underneath the Shane Warne stand. Chips it inboard to Hustwaite. Sweeps the handball towards Impey, who rolls through the centre circle and works it towards Gunston at centre half forward. Has kicked a goal today. Too far out to score, but he steers it inside 50 and finds the chest of Jack Inovan, who takes the mark.
So he's had a few shots at goal today, Jack. Coming in for shot number 4. He's kicked the 1. So needs to kick these as a small forward. You don't get too many opportunities, and you can't be kicking 1-3 and 1-4 and expecting to hold your spot.
The radar was off in the first quarter at this end for Jack Inovan.
Close to the man on the mark.
He gets very close, kicks it from 50 metres, gives it a good whack, and he has squeezed it in. Jack Inovan for his second goal of the afternoon. Went close to the line and close to the right goalpost as well, so he just threaded it into a small pocket in the end. And Hawthorn kicked the first goal of the third term. It is 8-8-56, the Hawks, to the Tigers 2-4-16 for Deutz Far Tractors in this third term.
Well, good transfer again. Hawks, I think they're going to open this game up in the second half. Just looks threatening. Haven't seen too many changes from Adamuse. So Lynch going straight at the full forward. We haven't seen him move. Fall's still there. The little fellas, Mansell, still in there. So I'll stick with this setup that they had in the first half, and hopefully they can deliver better results. But Hawthorn, I think, just getting a taste for this game, and it might get ugly.
Lawler in at the centre bounce. We'll redo that one again as it went a bit skewiff there from the umpire. Newcomb's been good for the Hawks again. The centre bounce as well for the Hawks, as well as Huswaite. Meat works his way to the front, straight down to Newcomb, who's wrapped up immediately. Umpire said play on, so it comes to Banks, off to short, long, looping handball. Was going to find his target. Nankervis can spread it out here to Campbell. So here's a chance here for the Tigers. Seth Campbell, that's a good hit up, and finds Ross. Probably too far out. The man on the mark, Impey's right on the 50-metre line. So Ross is going to load up, just chip it to the top of the square. Oh, fell over there, Tom Lynch. And it comes to the front and a goal to the Tigers.
Gee, good crumbing.
Excellent crumb there from Mantles. Lynch just went down off the ball, but I think he just tripped over in the end. But the Hawks couldn't make the most of it. And a goal to Mansell. They get their third 3-4-22. The Hawks 8-8-56. That's on the Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard.
Gee, unusual for Hawthorn not to have someone front and square on that contest. They had too many players flying for it. So just watching Lynch and Barras. No, Lynch just fell over.
Yeah.
He looked like he was shot from the stand.
Probably done his Achilles.
Yeah, because he tripped right where the line is. And I thought, oh, well, he's tripped on the line. But good front and square, good finish. But they had Weddle, they had Sicily, and they had Barras all flying for it. And Mansell said, all right, well, if you're not going to guard me, and the player was Newcomb, I'll just go in and slot it. He's happy with his work.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage rolls, so back to 34 points as it was at half-time. Huswaite chases down the footy. Taranto stops him in his path, and we'll have a secondary stoppage next to the circle. Thrown up. Nankervis clunks it down. It rolls out towards the wing, and D'Ambrosio hairs after it. He's
got good speed, D'Ambrosio.
In pursuit. Here's Sicily. Feeds it forward to Newcomb, who whacks it. It's spun awkwardly through the air, but mopped up nicely by Gunston. Gives it to Meek, who scythes his way through the traffic, finding Warple. Now to Impey. The handball went to his feet, but he gathers him nicely. A left foot kick poked inside 50 for Hustwaite, who takes the mark. Left half forward.
Just way the numbers, wasn't it? Every time they made a fumble, Richmond, Hawthorn were there in numbers. You can't afford to do it against most sides, but in particular this one, they moved the ball so quickly.
He's only kicked 2 goals in his career, Henry Hustwaite, back 2 years ago in his debut season of 2023. He's going to line up from around left half forwards and kick from the paint of 50. Gives it a ride on the left foot, and it didn't come off the boot well at all, actually. It's gone way out to the left for a minor score.
Didn't sound good, did it?
No. Sounded heavy off the boot. 8-9-57 Hawthorn, 3-4-22 Richmond.
So it'll be Vlosten to bring it back in. He hasn't had his biggest game today, not that many intercepts. Gets this one out to Miller, who looked a bit sore in the opening half. Came off with a bit of a dead arm, but he's okay. He's back out there to start the second half. Board, but in the end he's just going to go long down this near side, looking for a contest there, and he gets one.
Good grab by Fall. Came up with the footy. You've got to get the contests. I'll be just hoping that he can get to more, and he gets better and better. Game 5, he's just starting his career, but he's got some serious talent.
They went back to Bolter. He's just going to chip it back to Vlosten, where they basically started the move with Fall. Behind the wing. He hasn't got a lot of players moving.
There's no movement whatsoever.
So he's going to go towards Lynch. Barras in the pack as well. Good push there from Lynch, but Battle just came across third man up, took a good intercept mark, goes back to Jaff, who's going to go back and across. He's just going to chip it towards Sicily, but it hung up a bit long. Well done to Fall again, who got back out there and smashed it out of bounds for a throw in at half forward for the Tigers.
And that's where they're breaking down, right at that 45 to 60, just getting the plays to lead up. They've got to get it across the ground, go inside, got to be patient.
Boundary throwing, grabbed out of the ruck by Meek, who drags it onto his boot. He was dragged down by Nankervis, so the kick didn't really have much purchase. And it'll be a ball up as everyone piles in from all angles. Hawthorn centenary game today. They went through the pre-match ceremony. Shane Crawford, the ringleader, introducing all the pre-game, all the legends, the flags, the cups. So it's a big day for the Hawks. The game is just a little bit flat, I suppose, but they are in front, the Hawks.
Geordie. Very diplomatic. You suppose. It is flat. The game, other than a 5-minute fight, it has been pretty quiet and pretty bland, to say the least.
The fight has been the highlight of the,
it has.
Of the day. 35-point leaders, the Hawks, as that rolls out of play again. So a few stoppages in a row. Ball in. Coming up. The two subs, Bailey McDonald's for Hawthorn and James Trezise for the Tigers. They're to be spotted. Boundary throw in. Meek guides it down. Warple just underran the footy, but he chases down in the next phase of play, lays the tackle and gets the free kick. Here, James Warple, as he ragdolled Thompson down, gives it over to Impey.
Impey charges forward. He got inside 50. He's just going to load up. Charles there. Going to fall short of him. Comes to the front. Gunston, standing start kick, but just have no balance on it at all. It's going to fall in the opposite back pocket. Comes to Relsman. Kicks it very high. And
no, it was a good kick. And he had to do it because he had no one there.
That's a good call. At least they can make a contest. Comes to Hardwick. He goes back to Barris. But they've got so many numbers here, the Hawks. Jaff, who just chips back. Well, that's an interesting kick. Over the head of Sicily. Fall, who eventually Impey's going to get around. They just got away with it, the Hawks. Kick out wide to McGuinness. A bit of slow motion this game in the third term. McGuinness, he chips it out wide to Meek, who fumbles. Fumbles again. He's going to allow the nank in, but he just gets the handball back to McGuinness. He's kicked to half forward. That's an absolute mung. And it's gone. Nearly went to Moore, and he's wrapped up by McIntosh. That was an ugly 30 seconds.
Have the teams come out of the sheds from half time?
No, I think they're playing footy now where it's a cross between circle work and end-to-end.
And then Curvis grabs it out of the ruck and Meek slams him into the ground, and we'll do it all again.
It's the best rule they changed. I'm glad Ruckman can take it out of the ruck now. It was the stupidest not rule that they introduced, and I don't know why.
Curvis wins the tip. Warple got in the way. His handball coughed up to Hopper, who was being harried by Hustwaite. Gave it off to McGuinness, who wobbles a kick to the goal square, falls to the feet of Chol, goes beyond him. Watson, he's scurrying after it in the forward pocket, and he's dragged out of play. A boundary throw in. It's right on the paint. It will be a throw in.
He'd take it by short then.
Directly next to the left behind post for Hawthorn. We're leading 57 to 22. Boundary throw in. And Curvis wins the tap, and then Watson went chasing after it and got one around the neck. And that'll be a free kick to Nick Watson inside 50. He'll kick this from 25 metres.
Well, the first tackle was good, but then Nank just decided to give him a clothesline. The first tackle was fine, and then Nank came in for the second one and just went, all right, bit of chin music for you. I'll grab you by the Adam's apple.
We know he does like to duck a little bit, but that was genuinely across the neck from Curtis.
And got sat on by the 110-kilo Nank too.
Not a hard decision.
Everyday free kick. Nick Watson straight in front, looking for his second goal. Trots in, right foot kick, strikes it nice, gets the goal. Hawthorn up by 41 points at the MCG. 9-9-63 to the Tigers, 3-4-22. Wizard gets his second goal of the afternoon, and the Hawks lead by game high margin on the scoreboard for Deutz Far Tractors.
Well, he's kicked 11 goals for the year now. So Charles got 14, Gunston's got 18. So he's doing his job as a small forward. Moore's only got the 8. So he's outperforming more as we speak. Hardwick's got 7. Hasn't played a lot up forward though. And the other one, that's about it. Oh, 9 to... No, Watson's got 11, so that's it. So, little forward, if he's kicking roughly a goal and a half, if he's getting 30 a year or 40 a year, he's had a great year.
And we saw earlier in the year, he can get up the ground and do some damage as well, Nick Watson. So back in the middle, it'll be Chol in the ruck, this time against McIntosh. Bobbling around, and we'll do it all again in the middle. There's Meek and Curvis take a bit of a break. Winter down. Husway gathers it beautifully, gets it back to Jath, who just standing start, left foot's going to wobble up towards half forward. Bruce in the pack, beautifully crumbed by McDonald, but he's quickly wrapped up.
There's a good tackle there by Brown, because I think it was Brown, was it? Or was it...
Trainer.
Yeah. It was a good tackle because he could have bounced him off the turf, and thankfully he didn't, because he would have been probably missing a week of footy.
Easy little kick from Trainer, finds Mansell, who takes the mark in front of Sicily, off to Taranto. So Tigers trying to get something going here. Nice delivery. Out wide, finds Seth Campbell, who's having a good year for the Tigers. Goal in that opening half.
Had to move it quicker, gave him too much time to set up.
He's found someone though. Mansell just worked a bit harder than Sicily on that occasion, and he's going to go short, very, very wide. Probably a tougher kick, really.
Changed his boots at half time, Mansell. Wearing the whites here, the orange ones early. Didn't recognise them.
Goal, he's got a couple of touches there. So Lynch to kick a goal today. Big Tommy Lynch, he's kicked 9 on the season so far.
Going to kick a banana here by looks of things.
He is. He's going to bring it back around, and it's not coming around at all. It's going right across the face and out of bounds.
That's a long way out to try and kick a banana. And if you are going to kick a banana, you've got to get your body angle right. He's facing towards the centre square.
Margin stays at 41. Finn McGuinness to bring it in from the right back pocket using the broadcast.
It's the right margin though, isn't it? 41's about what it should be.
Yeah, it feels about right.
Yep.
Hawks have kicked 2 goals to 1 in this quarter. McGuinness at right half back, who gives the handball to Morrison and guides it across defensive 50 to Barris, and then chisels it towards Ward, who's being closed down by Campbell. Battle comes up and receives the handball towards right. Hawthorn just waxing across defensive 50. It's back with Sicily at right half back. They haven't really progressed it here. Hawthorn gone back and forth. Now Battle goes forwards with a precise kick to Ward. He goes on the left foot on the 45 degree towards McDonald in the centre square. This has opened things up for Hawthorn. McDonald inside 50. Bruce gathers on the half volley. Tried the handball to D'Ambrosio. Battered down. Comes out to Newcomb. Standing start. It's out to the left. A minus score from 45 metres for Jai Newcomb. Hawthorn up to 64. The Tigers 22. It's a 42-point lead now for Hawthorn.
So just some stats. Hopper's leading all stat getters with 19, then 17 to Battle, 16 to Jath, 16 to Newcomb, Sicily's had 16, and D'Ambrosio's had 16 as well.
Good mark there from Lawler. Just got in front of Given a bit bigger and took a good mark.
He can seriously go okay, except for when he's kicking short.
Turn that one over, chopped off by McGuinness. Now Watson, he can take on Miller here. He's going to duck inside. Miller nearly got him. He's going to get it back. Oh, a bit of showtime, but he should get a free kick, surely. He was pushed in the back, and Watson says, hello, umpire, come on, what are you looking at? In the end, the Tigers are going to clear through Floston, but that had to be
It's the boy who cried wolf, though. That's the problem. When you try and stage free kicks, you are judged very heavily.
The Tigers, Mansell got in the centre square. He goes right across to the Chamberlain stand side. Banks has been okay for the Tigers. Goes short, finds Trainer. Come back to centre half, back to Floston. He hasn't got a lot to switch to unless he goes really wide to Rel Smith off the bench. Beautifully done, down short. Timed it beautifully. So short. Bit of time to size up his options, and it's a nice kick inside 50 and finds Steely Green out in front of Sicily. Have to take a shot from about 50 metres out on a pretty tough angle.
That's when Richmond have had their best success, when they've been patient. Just switch it out wide. Don't have to go down the corridor if it's not there. Just wait for it to happen. They got a bit lucky with the man coming off the interchange in short, but still they were patient in their build-up.
Steely Green just runs out to the right to try and get the extra distance, and he's done it beautifully.
Good kick.
Right on Steely Green. He gets the Tigers fourth. They're up to 4-4-28. They still trail by 36 points. The Hawks are 9-10-64, and that's all on the Deutsche Fast.
I thought Hawthorn might be able to open it up here, but Richmond defensively have been well organised. We've spoken about that all day, but when they get their opportunities and they're actually patient and they get that build-up right, they look as good as any side in the competition going inside 50. And, you know, Tom Lynch hasn't touched it. Fall's been pretty limited. So their mids and their half-backs have had to work pretty hard to stay in this contest. It's 19 shots to 8 on goal, and the possession counts and all the stats are leaning towards Hawthorn, but they've been okay. They've only had 184 times over the Tigers. They just need to probably hold the footy a little bit more and be happy to build it up and use the kick to actually spread the defence of Hawthorn away from each other.
They have to activate their subs here at Tigers. I think Rioli looks like the man that's been subbed out training.
Finish from Steely Green will go down as a contender for goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's for hybrid flooring. Lovely long-range finish on the set shot.
Goodness me.
That is a horror kick from Dow. Just puts it right up and down. Went about 20 metres in the air. It felt like it went that high. Didn't go that far. Out to the wing. Impey, Campbell. It's a lot of players in a tight area. Not many of them winning the footy. Weddle's sitting on top of it, and the umpire's going to circle and call for it. Out at the right half forward near the boundary for the Tigers. Down at the punt road end. All thrown up. And Curvis pats it towards the boundary line. Kept in for a heartbeat longer by Ross, and it goes out for a throw-in. About 65, 70 metres around on the forward flank. The Tigers, 2 wins this season, have come against Carlton and Gold Coast. Both around the 2-goal margin, 13 points and 11 points. Hawthorn with the 5 wins, 2 losses this season. Getting back on the winners list last week after 2 losses in a row, beating West Coast last week. They go inside 50 here, the Tigers, but Hawthorn have the defensive numbers there, and McGuinness was first to sweep up. Battle chips a kick into the heart of defensive 50 to Moore, who works it forward to Impey, who starts to hair away. He's run a long way without taking a bounce. Feeds the handball forward to McDonald, who coughed it up, and now the Tigers can turn it and go the other way. Short runs into Newcomb, but releases Ralph Smith to his left, who he kicks to space.
Short's giving away a free kick. I want to have a look at the replay of this.
Kick was going nowhere anyway from Ralph Smith, but a free kick back in the centre square.
Let's go to Newcomb. Oh my goodness.
Replay from Makita XGT 40 VMAX. What actually happened?
He just clipped him in the face on the way through after getting rid of the footy, and then sort of grabbed him around the neck. I don't always pay those, Ox.
Did you think it was there?
Probably technically, but I don't always pay it.
No.
The Hawks switch it right across the other side. Hardwick to McGuinness at left half forward for the Hawks. Going to chip it back to Hardwick, who's playing in defence today. Battle, who's had plenty of the footy. Josh Battle, who's seen this competition with the Hawks back 6. Kick inside 50, but not a great kick. 2-on-1.
Good grab.
Marked by Trainer, who's impressed in his early days as a Tiger. Going to Bruce 2-on-1 is probably not a great option.
No, the other one was Miller, who's 198 centimetres.
Got the Hopper, who leads all Tigers in terms of disposals. Game 150s. Back to Vlosten. They can switch on the other side if they like. Looping handball to Bolter. He's got some numbers here on the members' wing. One of those is short. Takes the mark. Sideways to Broad. High speed this game, mate. Fair to say. Wars is going to go short, go back to short. For an interchange. Sub McDonald yet to be Bailey McDonald into the game yet. So Shorts is going to load up, go in the direction of Lynch. Barris did the early body work. Didn't take the mark though in the end. Did everything right. Steely Green wrapped up in a good tackle from Ward. About 60 metres out from the Tigers' goal. It's the Hawks, currently by 36 points. play 22 minutes. The new tech time clock automation for manufacturing.
Curtis around left half forward for the Tigers. Got the tap, but Hawthorn had the numbers at the back of the stoppage. Morrison was one of them. Gives it to Jaff, who swings it across defence to left half back, switching it to the southern side of the ground. Hardwick goes up the boundary line with a short kick to McGuinness, who's been running hot for Ream in this third turn, backing them up. Here's Weddle. Funnels the handball forward to Ginnivan, who just treads water for a bit and then guides his kick towards half forward. Moore competed through the air with McIntosh. Morrison mops up. Weddle sends the Hawks inside 50. Gunston collects it in the pocket. Fingertip mark near the behind post on the boundary line, deep in the gutter. And this will be a milestone moment for Jack Gunston, lining up for career goal 500.
I don't know what happened to their structure there, Richmond, but maybe Chol was free for about 3 minutes as well, so they'd gone up the ground a long way, trainer, and hadn't got back.
Gunston, 2 steps, hooks it around the body, right foot kick, sends it high, sends it through for the 500th time in his career. And every Hawthorn player at the MCG gets to him. He becomes the 65th player in VFL AFL history to reach the 500 goal milestone in the league. And every Hawthorn fan knows it as well. There's a noticeable rise in the decibels at the MCG, and now the graphic goes up on the scoreboard. 500 goals for Jack Gunston.
It's a great effort. We thought he was gone 18 months ago, and that he was just going to play a bit like Todd Goldstein. Maybe play occasionally, or might play a handful of games, but might be the first pick at the moment in the forward line for Hawthorn. Still got the frame, still got the legs, still got the smarts. Now he's got 500 big ones under his belt.
The second goal for the day, and Hawthorn's 10th. 10-10-70 the Hawks to the Tigers, 4-4-28.
Milestone on a milestone day for the footy club. Well done, Jack Gunston. Goal number 500. Taranto was held. Advantage paid. Kick inside 50. Fall coming out. Barris got the punch down towards Jath, who tries to switch on.
Well done.
Little 360. He's been sharp today, CJ.
Been probably one of their better players.
Off to Battle. Off to Impey. Out wide. Shoal. Bolter coming late. Affects the score. Not the Chimneys. Probably should have been a free kick for too high. The umpire let it go and goes back. Applies the tackle on Moore.
He nearly knocked his headband off.
Handball out there towards Chol. He's just going to gather inside
a little
the
bit of
boundary.
candy.
He took on short, but couldn't get away. But the boundary line saved him in the end.
That's holding the ball. If you try and get around a player and you get tackled, you don't get rid of the footy, and it only went over the edge, over the boundary line right at the very last second, that's holding the ball.
Probably a bit lucky. Comes off for a rest as D'Ambrosio comes back on. Bolter has a spell for the Tigers as well. Meek puts it down there towards Ward. The top of the footy, Warple buzzing about, grabs it, but he's immediately wrapped up by Nankervis. Do it all again. At half forward for the Hawks, who currently lead by an even 7 goals. 10-10-7.
Free kick. I don't think it was handed back. I don't think it was handed back to the umpire.
Had a couple of those this weekend. Towards Vlosten, who's going to get sandwiched by a couple of Hawks. Weddle was one coming through. Hopper coming the other way, did well. Spun out of trouble. Got it to Vlosten. Back to Taranto. Probably rather Vlosten kicking the footy. Kick inside 50 towards Young Fall. Battle is too strong. He's been good, Josh Battle. Off to Hardwick. Off to Jaff, who could bounce. Here he goes. Running out towards that Shane Warne stand. Gets it to D'Ambrosio. Can he hit a target with that searing left foot kick? Miller did well. Got out there in front of Gunston this time. With Impey. Back to D'Ambrosio. Going to go by hand this time to Gunston. Up against the boundary line. Good enough to get away. Handball over there looking for Jaff, but let's lull her in. And Jaff wrapped him up in a good strong tackle. Impey, Hardwick, the numbers will win out here for the Hawks.
Numbers everywhere, Hawthorn.
And McGuinness gets it to D'Ambrosio.
Finally try and work it forward, the Hawks. They do. Down the southern side, there was a attempted leap out there from Vlosten, who didn't get too much air. Putting his head in and over the footy, was bruised and foraged hard. Burrowed in, and the umpire said he's thrown it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was a throw. It's an offload.
Good one?
Good offload.
Back to his New South Wales roots.
Free kicks, 18-7 in favour of Hawthorn. Clearance is 21-17. Contested possession, 90-64. That's where they've killed them. That's a belting.
McIntosh, the recipient of the free kick, goes down the line. Sicily leads out, had a good piece of it and has been awarded the mark.
He actually got rewarded for holding the man in the end, which is a crazy decision.
D'Ambrosio, left foot kick. He smites it inside 50. That was a big kick. Gunston feeds the handball to Meek. Off a step, and he has sprayed it.
Call a ruckman kick.
It was, yeah, it's actually just only sneaked in for a minor score. It was that close to the behind post, nearly out on the full. The Hawks go to 10-11-71. The Tigers 4-4-28.
Broad got himself in a little bit of trouble, but in the end found Trainer in the left back pocket for the Tigers. So came on 3-point lead now for the Hawks. It was played on. He can't play on there. He's run out of bounds. The umpire said it was okay. It was going to come back anyway because he's turned it over to Newcomb. Off to Hustwaite. Here's a chance for the Hawks. Moore. He's going to duck around. What's he got inside 50? Kick to the pocket looking for Watson. Going back. Well done, Trainer. Stood his ground. He's going to be a good player, this young man. It'll mark Moore free kick as he goes back across into the goal square.
Not happy, Watson. I don't know what he was so angry about.
Short, still inside defensive 50. He's going to go by a hand to his premiership team, Boston, and he finds McIntosh. Southern stand wing. He's going to bring in Lawler. He's going to set it up though. Weddle over the top. Stood his ground, Lawler, but Weddle was good enough to get it at ground level. Back to Moore. Back to Hardwick, and he'll go right back to Jaff. He's going to bounce and go. Near side, he's got Morrison on the outer wing. The depth in the kick is too much for Rel Smith to get back. So he takes the mark off to Impey. He chips it down the line to McGuinness. Moore always working hard, Dylan Moore. Up and back. Goes inside to Warple. He can run to the 50. He's going to pull the kick. The idea was good. The execution was terrible. He's turned it over.
Well, he kicked it right between his two teammates.
So the Tigers will bound out of defensive 50 through the running bounces of Broad. And now Taranto, who spreads the play to the far side for Brown, who's taken the mark on the wing. And then hoiks it towards half forward. Jaff did really well, getting airborne and punching it down to his teammate Battle. He's got it back, Jaff. Now to Weddle by hands. Funnels it backwards to Battle, who seizes it in the back pocket. Weddle's being pushed back by Taranto. He takes a bounce near his own defensive goal square. Gives it to Morrison. Back to Weddle in game number 50. And then chips a kick to the edge of defensive 50. A 40-metre pass to find Impey. He gives it back to Weddle, who keeps on going, Josh Weddle. Handballs into the centre square for Hustwaite. Now to Newcomb. In the centre circle, Warple to Jaff. Hawthorn building nicely. This kick will take them inside 50. Into the pocket. Watson gathers on the bounce. Looking to skirt around Woolston. Opens up some space and scores.
Look out.
Patient, deliberate build-up from one end of the MCG to the other. And Nick Watson finishes the job with his third goal. A little scuffle afterwards as well as he gets up in the grill.
He kicked it. I didn't like that. He kicks the goal. You don't have to do that. Just trying to look at the replay how severe it was, or if he was trying to milk another kick. But great ball movement by Hawthorn and great speed. Boston's not going to catch him. Doesn't matter how he turns him. And he got away from him pretty simple. And then don't see. We might get the second angle.
Not much.
Not much in it. No, there was nothing in it.
So his third goal, first player to kick 3 goals today. Nick Watson.
Well, he's having a go at a bloke who's 2 feet higher than him.
And Miller, yeah.
He's got some fight in him, the little fella.
It's just quintessential small forward, isn't it?
Yep.
11-11-77 to 4-4-28.
He'll pick the wrong target one day. He'll end up in the probably with the concussion rule.
Dying moments of this third term as the siren sounds and the Hawks extended their half-time lead in the end, and it's out to a game high 49 points in that term. 4 goals to 2. A big one for Jack Gunston. He kicked his 500th goal. Ginnivan kicked his second, and a couple from Nick Watson at 3/4 time. It's the Hawks 11-11-77 on their centenary day. The Tigers 4-4-28.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range. From 170 to 350 horsepower, it's Deutz-Fahr Evolve. Visit deutzfahr.com.au.
This is one of Australia's most remote oil rigs. It's taller than a 10-storey building and gets pounded by tropical storms and 12-metre waves. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. We're Pertec, and we supply hoses and hydraulics for this rig. We know they can perform in extreme conditions. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max, delivering professional grade performance without fuel, noise or downtime. From felling trees to clearing undergrowth, XGT's high output batteries and brushless motors power through the toughest jobs. No cords, no mess, just relentless performance. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
It's the OMF Mate Sale, and we are looking after you like a true mate would. Get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like the Revivify support mattress for under $800, or the Mornington mattress for under $1,200, and get up to 40% off selected Manchester and up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. Plus this week, get a free mattress protector. Mate, we're not mucking around. OMF's Mate Sale, and soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Macca's new McSmart meal is here.
Far out the score, but he steers it inside 50 and finds the chest of Jack Inovan very close. Kicks it from 50 metres, gives it a good whack, and he has squeezed it in. Nervous wins the tap, and then Watson went chasing after it and got one around the neck. Trots in, right foot kick, strikes it nice, gets the goal. Weddle sends the Hawks inside 50. Gunston collects it in the pocket. Gunston, 2 steps, hooks it around the body, sends it through for the 500th time in his career. This kick will take them inside 50, into the pocket. Watson gathers on the bounce, looking to skirt around Boston, opens up some space and scores. the third quarter, brought to you by Macca's. Macca's new Tennessee barbecue range, kicking flavour goals at three-quarter time. The final change here at this MCG encounter, round number 8. The Hawks leading 11-11-77 to the Tigers 4-4-28. David Schwartz is our expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Ox, it's a 49-point lead for the Hawks at three-quarter time.
Yeah, they're doing what they have to do. It's not a flash game of footy. Other than Jath, I think everyone's done their job, but it's just been almost going through the motions type of game. So, Richmond, they want to win the quarter. Hawthorn will want to find a bit of percentage and really stamp it. They've got Melbourne next week, so they've got to find a little bit of form. But at the moment, the game has been a little bit ordinary.
And Nankervis off the ground to get us started in this last term. Goes to half forward. Hardwick over the top of the ball, as is Tresize, the sub who came in for Rioli in the third term. Hawks have activated their sub yet. Bailey McDonald.
Yep, Dylan Moore's just gone off and McDonald's on.
There you go. So just as you little spell there for Dylan.
Yep, just have a rest, Dill. You've been pretty good for a year or two. You can have a break.
Bouncing around, comes to Ward, goes on the right boot, just hurries a kick, that's going to find Ginnivan, just forward to the centre circle. Ginnivan's going to play on and bring it over to this near side. Here's a chance for Hawks. He comes broad the other way, just got a good contest there. D'Ambrosio kept his eye on the footy, or was going to duck inside, but then he slipped, and he's going to be, the umpire's going to pay hold of the ball, then he put his whistle away. Green, he's thrown down Campbell, in a strong tackle from Watson, who's leading the way with 3 goals for the Hawks, and will ball it up just outside 50 for the Hawks. Well, they put their foot down here and really have a big win. Meek nicely down to Newcomb, who's been good again. Ginnivan, left foot kicks, hooks it back into a dangerous spot, but going back and taking a good mark is Tresize, who is the sub for the Tigers today.
So he's got a 50-metre penalty here, just as he kicks. And now the mark didn't come back far enough. Harry Morrison.
There's a big game after this tonight.
Clash. Yes, the Q clash.
Which will be a little bit more probably exciting than this one.
Second versus third on the AFL ladder as Tresize delivers inside 50 and Mansell takes a good mark.
Much better in the white boots.
Yes.
The second half's been a lot better than his first. So he should go back and slot this. We got the 1 in the third term. We've got 4 between them, that's the problem.
Came back last week after a spell out, Ryan Mansell. Comes in now, will be kicking from left half forward. Right foot delivery is across the face of goal, and a minus score for Mansell to give his personal tally another behind. So 1 goal, 2 for him for the day. Yeah, the around the grounds earlier today in the Sydney Derby, it was the Swans who beat the Giants 87-73, 14-point win, and then the Q clash tonight begins at 7:20 Eastern Standard Time around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse.
The Hawks will bring it back here. 1-2 between Sicily and Jath. Off to McDonald. That's Bailey McDonald, who's just come on as sub. He's got some leg speed. And he finds McGuinness. Right on the logo. Shane Mornstand's side. He goes back inside to Ward. Jath wants it. Running on top of the ground today, CJ. Kick inside 50. And Watson, there's no one near him. Complete defensive breakdown there from the Tigers, and Watson can go back and kick number 4 from about 40 metres out.
Don't know what happened. He had a ton of room, didn't he?
So did Joel. They're both there. So after a quiet start, he's turning this to a pretty good day, Nick Watson. Kicked 3.
He's got the 3, 12 for the year, goes to 13. Only 1 behind Joel, only 6 behind Gunston.
40 metres out, 45-degree angle, just hooking and just misses.
Went back on that. It was a different kicking style. He normally does lean back a little bit, but that was a real lean trying to steer it.
The Hawks out to a 49-point lead. 11-12-78, the Tigers 4-5-29.
It's an uncomplicated kick that he has, but just technique-wise, just a little bit flawed where he drops it. The ball drops too high.
Walters put a dangerous kick up towards centre half back. 2 Hawthorn players converging in on on Banks, but there's enough Tigers players around to help mop up, and Broad gets it away with a kick out towards the wing. A nice handball in from Fall towards Ralph Smith, whose handball was pilfered by Warple. Hardwick was there as well, and now Warple gives it away to Sicily, whose handball was shocking, and Fall was allowed to get the footy back for the Tigers.
It's making a lot of errors, Sicily. And they're not even hard errors. They're clumsy, silly ones.
Trainer sends it up towards right half forward for the Tigers. Ross pounces onto it. Lawler delivers inside 50 with the perfect kick to Lynch. Hardwick completely lost sight of where Lynch went.
They'll be filthy on that because they've kept they've kept Lynch goalless today, and that was a pretty simple one.
Just a couple of steps away, got some separation from Hardwick, who lost him. An easy mark for Tom Lynch. Now a fairly simple set shot coming up as well. He'll be kicking from about 30-35 metres. Right foot kick. He starts at left. It does swing back and hits the post. 0-2 for Tom Lynch today. The Tigers go to 4-6-30. The Hawks 11-12-78 on the scoreboard for Tyre Power. Mega Maysail.
Watching Sam Mitchell's face there when he hit the post, just a wry smile with Dylan Moore and kicking back, feet up, eating grapes.
So Impey went out long, it's going to come back. Bolter. Dow, and it's back on the wing, or sure, that was a lazy Sicily type kick. He's going to turn this over. This could be a result in the goal the other way. Weddle, he looks up, he's got McGuinness away to his left, or he might just go long and kick a 60-metre goal. Now they pounced on a terrible error from an experienced player, Jaden Short, and he gets the first of the final term. The Hawks 12-12-84, Tigers 4-6-30. That's from the Tyre Power Mega Maysails.
That is a horrible blunder. That is. So you've got to play. He kicked it off his back step. He stubbed his toe. He missed the target by 20 metres. And Weddle says, "Thank you," and puts on another one for the Hawks. And the errors now, they're 12th one for the Hawks, so they're 12-12-84. The errors from Richmond have been really noticeable. They've broken down in the wrong part of the ground often, and a good capitalisation by Weddle just to slot it through with ease.
Put up in the goal square as well after kicking that one in his 50th game, Josh Weddle. The Hawks will get the centre clearance. Hustwaite to Warple, who delivers it to the edge of the 50.
It's opening up now.
Roost takes the mark. The Hawks leading by 54 points. He chips over the top to D'Ambrosio, darting into the left forward pocket.
That's the difference between a short kick. You actually kick with your momentum going forward rather than on the back step. Not the right spot for a left footer, but can turn it both ways.
So Massimo D'Ambrosio will start his run up from just outside the 50, standing on the boundary line.
And you actually have to hold it the opposite way in which you want it to swing. So if you want to swing right to left, you've got to hold it left to right.
Let's see how he goes. Left foot kick. He starts at left. It straightens up. It's a beautiful finish from Massimo D'Ambrosio. Excellent stuff. Expertly worked by the left footer, who just bent it back with the curve of the boundary and put it through the middle to give the Hawks a 10-goal lead. 13-12-90 Hawthorn to the Tigers 4-6-30 for Tyre Power Mega Maysail.
Well, they're a fair way apart in their development, these two sides, and it's been pretty evident today that Hawthorn were running away with the game with ease. So at the start of the day, they were in 7th position with percentage of 116.1. Currently now they're in 2nd position with 125.3 is their percentage. So they've had a very good afternoon. The Hawks in just the 4 points and a nice little booster as well.
Yeah, pretty good day, D'Ambrosio. 21 disposals a goal and nearly over 600 metres gained. So one of his better games so far this year. The Hawks are going to go forward again, so they could really whack onto the percentage here, the Hawks. As Hustwaite finds Ginnivan. He's got Players streaming at him. One is Gunston, who just got away from Bolter. He looks around, says, what happened there? And he kicked his 500th in the third term. He'll line up for another one, number 3.
Well, that's all you want. You just want your forwards to present. And Ginnivan looked up and he had to give it to him. He had 5 metres on his opponent. You got to give it to him.
For his third, Gunston. These used to be a soda for him. Not quite as much anymore. He's got very close to the man on the mark, but it's not going to matter because he's put it through.
No, it's touched.
Touched off the boot. Must have been touched off the boot.
You called it right.
Get close. He had to kick it high. Review it.
For review. Please check if it was touched. I just confirming it's touched.
You called it.
Review underway.
Touched by the thumb, isn't it, with Noah Bolton?
Oh, yeah.
Left, right thumb.
Looks like the thumb's got a little bit of hitchhiking action about it. He's got it out.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball is touched by the right hand of the Richmond defender. Decision on the scoreboard.
Oh, please. You can't be booing that. it's the rules. If it gets touched, it's touched. There we go. A few Hawthorn supporters in this box too.
It might have been just because it was Noah Bolton who touched it.
They got the patches on it. Well, and also the Garen Gunston was the kicker.
61-point leads. Bolter.
Oh, I thought it was Bruce.
Takes the mark.
Or was that a Musa?
Raking kick down the line. Mark taken by Miller. Going a long way forward.
Needs to do a lot more of this. Needs to come up the ground a bit and get involved. Oh.
It's under the kick. It's a great kick. Weddle eats it up. Takes a defensive mark inside his own D50.
He's had another good game, Weddle.
Yeah. Hasn't missed a game since he made his debut.
Does remind me a lot of Blakey. Just the way that he lopes and goes for it.
Similar haircut as well. Jath pokes a kick towards the wing. That was good from Newcomb though. He didn't take the mark but was able to slap it along ground level and find Ward, who takes a bounce and then works it forward to Ginnivan. Runs into a dead end but had support in D'Ambrosio, who lopes forward, wants the handball, goes very short to Jath. It's almost a hospital handball. Jath's handball was a hospital handball to Ward, who did well, put the body work on, gave it to Weddle. Now it's opened up. Jath, left half forward, pokes it inside 50, coming across. Bruce couldn't take the mark, lost it momentarily after the contact. He wraps up Banks in a standing tackle, and then the umpire will call for a ball up. Left forward pocket, deep inside 50 for the Hawks. The umpire throws up now. McIntosh against Weddle in the ruck. Weddle tips it down. Chol near the goal square, looking for the overlap run of McGuinness. And wrestling away, grappling after the footy is Miller. It'll be a ball up adjacent to the goal square, deep inside 50 for Hawthorn.
Another chance here for the Hawks. Weddle doing the ruck work, grabs it out, just missed it. His hack kick at goal. Dow goes in for the Tigers, but he's immediately wrapped up.
Not a bad crowd, 62,321. Was the Hawks in the 100-year celebration?
Tigers should get out of trouble here. It's Ranto, kicks it back outside 50. 1-on-1, young Fall, nuts under it by Battle. It's the extra sprint. D'Ambrosio, kick across the 50. Well done, Campbell getting back. Didn't quite hold the mark though. Chance here for Ward. It goes on the left boot from 45 metres out. Was that hit the post or was Joel knocked it back into the field of play? Joel knocked it back in. Weddle wrapped up. Dancing around, the Tigers a chance to clear here. Size over the top to Broad. Campbell out towards Campbell. He's got some speed, but Newcomb says, "You're not getting past me." He wraps him up in a strong tackle and throws him over the boundary line. Another good day, John Newcomb. 23 disposals.
He didn't get sucked in, did he? He just went to the hips, stayed at the hips, tackled the hips. Got a play coming off the blood rule here, or I know, we're just trying to find which two are going to be contesting the ruck.
Played 13 minutes in this last quarter on the clock for New Tech Automation for Manufacturing. Ball is out on the opposite side of the grounds underneath the Shane Warne stand. Handball from Trezise misses its mark. He's looking for Taranto, and he's going to get himself a free kick, Taranto, for a trick.
It's contact below the knees.
Oh, it's against Taranto. Yep. Pardon. Newcomb takes his free kick, works it inside 50, just a yard too long for McDonald's. And so it's mopped up by Brown, and now Ross will kick from the back edge of the centre square out to the AFL logo. Mark taken by Brown. He works it back towards centre-half forward in the corridor. Green. He's 60 from home here, Steely Green. And he's directed to the pocket where there was absolutely no Richmond players in the vicinity, and he's found Josh Battle.
Well, what he did, he just had to lower the eyes. He had 3 players sitting 30 out. Adam Uzo will show him that piece of play and just say, if you can't notice that, you won't be in the side. They're the basics and the fundamentals of playing at this level.
Battle goes across the face of his own goal to Sicily in the right back pocket. And they'll work it out of defence here as Bailey McDonald gets his first proper touch, takes a bounce and runs out of defence. Gives the handball to Newcomb and out to Husway. Over to Jaff. Back to McDonald, who's kept on running. Out to the wing. Pulls the kick towards half forward. Mark taken by Gunston. 60 from home. Wants to square it up. There's a couple of free Hawks plays there. D'Ambrosio sat underneath it. Takes the mark. 40 out, straight in front, D'Ambrosio looking for his second goal.
A lot of players with hands on hips at the moment from Richmond. Just way too much space, trying to zone off, trying to cover other space, and the kick was too good. I think the disappointing thing for Adam Uzo today is they've only scored 4 goals, 6. They've only had 10 shots. They had so much of the play in the first quarter, weren't able to capitalise, and we thought that might be a huge problem. They just haven't had any answers to Hawthorn's movement today.
D'Ambrosio from 45 metres with a brush of his left boot scores his second. Straight through the middle from D'Ambrosio. And the Hawks score their 14th goal of the night. 14-13, 97 to the Tigers 4-6-30. Massimo D'Ambrosio with 2 goals. And the Hawks this game was in the bed a long time ago, but they have been enjoying the occasion of their 100th year celebrations, today being their centenary celebrations.
What they've done as well is they've found the fat side of the ground really well. Maybe 4 or 5 occasions they've bypassed the middle and gone right across. It's good penetrating kicking, but it's also smart play. Keeps the opposition more accountable. Weddle led up, and there was just so much space and not enough work. All voiced by the Richmond defenders.
The last 5 goals of this game, the Hawks. It's Taranto. Wide for Trainer. Just trying to gather on that Shane Warne stand side wing. Short and finds Dan Curvis, just the 15 metres. Lloyd Meek. Nicely to Dow. Takes the mark in front of Newcomb. Still a kick and a half for goal. Short and find Taranto. Slow movement again from the Tigers. Pop it up in the direction of Mansell. Barris goes back. Did he give away a free kick there, Barris? Or was he got a hold? No, it might be going the other way. Push against Mansell to Jack.
I think that's what it was, yeah.
Back for the Hawks.
I think even the Hawthorn supporters are just waiting for the game to finish so they can celebrate with their 150 past players that are here this afternoon.
I would have thought that'd be a career high for CJ, wouldn't it?
It's got to be.
In a game. 30 disposals for CJ. Or Ginnivan crunch as he found D'Ambrosio.
It certainly is. Previous best 28.
Back with some courage. He had a good day, D'Ambrosio. A couple of goals in this last quarter to finish it off. Just chipped it short to Connor McDonald.
So his previous was 28. It's a good return. Really good return.
D'Ambrosio just mopping him up here. He's going to go right back to Hardwick. Missed him, but he's got plenty of time to gather in front of 4, and we'll go out to that man again. Jaff.
Let's make it more than that now.
31. Just chips over the top. We'll get it back here. Battle. Is he? Yes, he is. So make it 32. Handball back inside. 40. Hawks. Bailey McDonald. Ginnivan just goes right back to Husway. He's got Sicily and he's got D'Ambrosio just lurking around 50 if he wants. Goes to Newcomb. He's going to line up. Kick into the pocket. Gunston Watson. Watson flew but couldn't take the mark. Offhand, throw in, forward pocket for the Hawks. The lead is going up by 67 points, 19 minutes in this final term. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. The Mega May Sale, save on fork and tyres.
A forward pocket, boundary throw in for Hawthorn. Goes over the head of both ruckmen. Meek tries to get it on the bounce. Newcomb dives in, works the handball away to D'Ambrosio, who just sort of shovels an awkward handball towards Sicily, being pushed backwards, and just to keep possession for the Hawks. Finding Hardwick, who retreats with a kick of 30 metres back into the centre square. Now Hustwaite, forward of the centre circle, has a bit of space, urged on by the Hawks fans, but he was more aware of the situation, had a lot of Tigers players in front of him. The Hawks have circumnavigated the forward 50 out towards right half forward, and Gunston's taken the mark.
Well, Hustwaite was on the wrong leg, so he wanted to get back onto his left. And Short and Jaith, and there's a bit of bit going on. Mansell, not happy with each other.
Scuffle in the centre square. He's still going at it as well. Gunston's
Hardwick's involved.
Feeling the pressure to keep this.
I reckon he'll sort some things out, Hardwick.
Gunston gives it a good roost from 50 metres and gets his third goal. That's a great hit. He was on a pretty tough angle, 45 degrees out near the boundary line. He had to kick that all of 50-ish metres to get his third of the night. And it brings up triple figures for the Hawks. 15-13, 103 Hawthorn to the Tigers, 4-6-30. We're escalating different scales now. It's been a thrashing, now it's a belting. 73 points the margin.
Then he's booster.
I'm just watching Mansell and Hardwick go at each other. I don't know what they're saying to one another, but it is very, very... Hardwick just can't stop laughing. Don't know what it is or what it's about. But very, very funny. Hardwick came in and gave it to Mansell. And then Hardwick got on top of Mansell. I'd be backing probably Hardwick in that exchange.
That's all right though, Mansell.
Does he?
Tough character.
So you'll take Mansell?
No, I'll take Hardwick. But I don't think it'll be an easy fight.
Okay.
Might go 12.
12 what?
12 rounds.
Seconds?
So Ward gets it to Scholl. So 6 in a row they've kicked the Hawks, and there's a bit of time to add a couple more. So Scholl into the pocket, looking there for Weddle, but just didn't quite have the length on the kick, and Ward was able to chop in front and take the mark. He's had a run in the ruck, he's had a run in the forward line, he's had a run in the back line. That's just what Weddle does in the game of footy. Ranto chips over. Trainer switches all the way on the other side. Short, he goes very short, 15. A couple here for Miller, but just gets around McGuinness. Comes straight back, he's turned it over. Battle. He's been very good again.
Well, he's had some marks. I think that's number 11 for him this afternoon.
That was possession number 30 for Josh Battle. So
make it 12. Make it his 12th mark.
Go into the middle of the ground looking for Connor McDonald. Oh, Mansell did well. Put the spoil in. Taranto down, McIntosh. So can they get goal number 5 here, the Tigers?
Big Nank's there. Big Nank. He wants it.
Brown's going to have to go to a 2-on-1. He's going to go longer, looking for Lynch at the top of the goal square, but Battle used his body really well. And they should get away here, the Hawks. Ward, Battle, and they do. Ambrosio, what's he got on that left boot? He's going to look for Weddle. He's going to have the height. I'm going to grab around the waist. He did. So free kick to Weddle. Too cool for young Banks, and he'll take the free kick just behind the wing.
Still 4 minutes to go in this contest. The Hawks up by 73 points, and they're running in waves here. Just party time. It's Ginnivan over to McDonald, kicking inside 50. Targets are plenty. Gunston's one of them again.
Good leader, Gunston. Good timing of the lead. He's patient, and he's got serious marks.
And he's unselfish as well, because he's found Mabior Chol all by his lonesome in the goal square, and he pumps it up into level 3 of the MCG. Mabior Chol for his second goal. And the Hawks up by 79 points now with their 16th goal of the night. 16-13, 109 to the Tigers, 4-6-30. The Tigers haven't scored a goal in this last quarter. It's been 2 behinds to the Tigers, to Hawthorn 5 goals.
His improvement's been very good. Marbiel, he's a big man. He's a really good second ruck option. He's a good kick. And if you don't play him right, he can kick, a bag of goals on you pretty quickly. So, really good, unselfish football there by Gunston. Where did Charles came from? Oh, there he is. He's just come from the forward pocket. Sam Mitchell was watching that and really enjoyed it. As you would.
He's in the ruck now against Dan Curvis. Bounce favours Dan Curvis and just got outside that circle. So we'll do it again. It's a good percentage boost, but you win by 80 and the opposition only kicks 4. That is decent for the percentage for the Hawks. We've got the D's here next Saturday.
That's a tough one.
Oh, D's are back in town.
So 116-1 they started the day with, and they're at 125.3, 128.5. So gone up 12%.
The office is Lawler, who's got a touch of class, as we know. That's a nice kick. Finds Lynch leading out from full forward, who should kick this 30 metres out directly in front to break a run of 7 consecutive goals.
He hit the post on his last effort. His Lynchy kick for the year. He's kicked 9. This will be number 10 into double figures. Oh, he's pulled it. Oh, boy. He pulled it badly.
That's a shame.
3 behinds for Tommy Lynch at a miserable day. 4-7-31 the Tigers. Yet to get the goal this last term. The Hawks are 16-13 at 109 for Tyre Power. Mega on 4-20 buys. Elders for Australian Agriculture.
So they only kicked 4 goals for the day. They didn't kick a goal in the first quarter, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, and then 0 again here in the last quarter. It's been
might get one here though with a turnover.
Flat day. They might indeed. Here's Campbell, who finds Dow, who measures the kick to the goal square. Now Brown kicks the goal for the Tigers on the goal line. He just sneaked in from the left forward pocket and took the mark uncontested in the goal square. Tom Brown and puts it through for the Tigers' first of the last quarter. They are 26 minutes old in the last term. Hawthorn 16-13, 109 to the Tigers 5-7-37 on the scoreboard for Tyre Power. Mega May Sales save on Falcon tyres.
I think that's the problem. They're just lack of scoring chances. They haven't looked threatening at all. They haven't been able to even, work it out. It was a Rubik's Cube. They wouldn't have one side of colour yet.
I only got that because it was a terrible kick from James.
Yeah. So that has been the big issue for them. Defensively, they're okay. Often it's their own mistakes and a young list that just turns the footy over and they get killed.
So a couple of minutes to go. Joel in the ruck, one down pretty easily on that occasion from Dan Curvis. Watson having a little run up on the ball and flicks it out to D'Ambrosio's owned his wing today. Kick towards Vlosten, who just socketed it out in front of Bolter. Turned nicely, got it back to Vlosten, who's still there. Ranto. Trainer's done some nice things again. Kicked it half forward, battle coming off Lynch, but can't quite get there. That probably no. Mark taken by Campbell, who's got someone loose inside 50 and finds it. Lawler dropping into a hole in front of Jack and takes the mark 30 out directly in front.
Just haven't called his name that often today, have we, Lawler? So we'll have a look how many. Not a lot. Still going down.
11.
11, is he? So 11. Coming in for number 12. Just a young player on the rise. We know how good he's going to be. Shows some really, really good signs. Hard when you're getting beaten by 80-odd points, though, to really stand out.
Comes in for the Tigers. 6th for the day, but he's left that out to the right. He's 3-4 from set shots so far in his career. 5-8-38. The Tigers, the Hawks, 16-13, 109. 71-point lead, 28 minutes gone in this final.
And just over a minute left in the contest as well, so finish line now in sight for the Hawks. As far as time concerned, margin was not a problem. Hasn't been a problem for about a half of football. D'Ambrosio guides it down the line. Sicily is beaten to it by Brown through the air. Out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Sicily forward, playing on Boston. Look like brothers.
Alter gets off the Tigers.
Fair complexion players.
Yep.
boundary throw. Pasty wide if you want to be a little bit less diplomatic. Boundary throw in. Here's Hopper through the traffic. Gives the handball backwards to Dow. Gets it back to Dow as well. 1-2 by hand. Short chips the kick into the centre square for McIntosh. Trainer off the back edge of the centre square. Sweeps the handball wide to Broad, who just cruises along the outer wing. Back in board to Trainer, who darts it in. That's good movement. And Hopper takes the mark. 50 out on the paint. And there's free players inside 50. Doesn't go the distance though. Hopper finds Trezise. So he plays on, wheels around, left foot kick and gets the goal.
Where's that been? Might be Hawthorn taking the foot off the pedal.
I think it's a bit of that.
Yeah, a bit of that, I reckon.
I think it's Richmond's fantastic build-up.
And that is actually James Trezise's first goal of his career as well, so very understated. Yeah, it is. 16 games in, and that's goal number one.
Well done.
A boy from Tooradin, came through the VFL system. It was a mid-season draft pick 2 years ago. So, first goal of his career. Well done, James Trezise. It comes with less than a minute left in this game here at the MCG. The Hawks 16-13, 109. The Tigers 6-8-44 on the scoreboard for Tyre Power. Mega May sale.
So just watching the players, I think even the players didn't realise that he hadn't kicked the goal. So when they did, they go, "Oh, hang on,
we better get around him.
Do the right thing."
You reckon he just went, "Hey boys, just my first one, thank you."
One more chance here for the Tigers. Hopper kick inside 50, pulled it nice. Just couldn't quite take the mark there with Mansell as McDonald comes away and wraps up a good day for the Hawks. Centenary celebrations, and they've won the game by 65 points.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin and Hawthorn. Come on, may you fly the striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one, the way we play at Hawk. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
Hawks led all the way from start to finish, up by 14 points at quarter time, 34 points at half time, 49 points at three-quarter time, and 65 points in the end, with a game-high margin of 79 points in the middle of all of that. There were 3 goals for Jack Gunston, 3 goals for Nick Watson, 2 for Ginnivan, Scholl and D'Ambrosio. For the Tigers, they were all single-goal scorers across the board. Career best day for CJ Jaff as well, with 30-plus touches. And the Hawks, in their centenary celebration day, go to 6 wins and 2 for the season.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come on, may you find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one's the way we play at Hawk. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
So the Hawks with their second win in a row after 2 losses in rounds 5 and 6 to Port Adelaide and Geelong. They've now had wins over the lower ranked teams, West Coast and the Tigers, ahead of Melbourne next week, whereas Richmond will take on fellow cellar dwellers West Coast and North Melbourne in the next fortnight ahead. So definitely winnable games ahead for the Tigers, despite how much today's loss might sting them by 65 points. AFL Nation brought to you by 4 and 20 Pies and Elders for Australian Agriculture. Final score 109-44. Jordan Canellis and Julian DeStoop with you. Our expert for MEGT. Build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts is David Schwartz. This is our post-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job search, Before You Dig online every time. And Trojan Tools built tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. David Schwartz, your thoughts at full time in a game that was fairly easily done by the Hawks. It was probably around, first couple of goals in the third term that we knew this game was definitely in the Hawks' palm of their hand.
Yeah. What do you say about it? I think the best way to describe it is they're two sides in totally different areas of their evolution. Hawthorn are a long way in front of Richmond. Richmond just make far too many mistakes. They're a very young list. They've got a forward line that is just understanding each other. They haven't played hardly any footy together. And that's, Lynch and Fall and those type of players. And then, you mix in just the youth that they've got. Even Trezise kicking his first goal for for the year off for his career in that last minute. You know, Lawler's barely played, but then you got Hawthorn, who have got real depth. It was a big game for them today. They're playing in their 100th year celebration. They had a couple of hundred ex-players that were been here, and just to see them walk through the change rooms would suggest that they were going to be up for it, and they were. And I still don't think they got through third gear. I thought that they just did what they had to do, and that was it, and they were able to be... I think they were able to do what they wanted to do on their terms. They were able to let Sicily go free. There wasn't any pressure from Richmond that were going to cause them any trouble pretty much after the first 14 or 15 minutes of the game.
How do you rate their depth? Because you were talking about it before the game. You've got Nash, McKenzie, Day, Amon, Scrimshaw walk back into this team.
Yeah.
Got Deer in the wings. Hopefully by the end of the year, got Mitch Lewis available as well. So I think we're seeing...
No, they got depth.
They got good depth.
They got serious depth. And we saw that last year. We saw that last year when they got Battle and Barassin. So we know they're going to be deep. My concern for Hawthorn right now is you're relying on Bruce and Gunston to get it done when they're into their mid-30s. And Marbiel Charles is a good player, but he's not a Tom Lynch, and he's not a recognised key forward as such. So that's my concern for Hawthorn. Other than that, they've just about got all the pieces.
Yeah, the most frustrating thing for the coaches, I'm sure, and for Hawthorn fans would be Mitch Lewis's injuries.
Yeah, no doubt.
He looked ready, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Yeah, looked like you could see that he can take a contested mark, he can play against some good key defenders, but just can't keep his body fit. So that's been the one stumbling block for the Hawks. Cal Shadir's looks a good sort as well.
He can play. I'm a huge fan of his. He actually plays that centre-half forward, full forward role absolutely brilliantly.
Can he be a number one key forward?
Easily. I'd build a forward line around him.
But not for a while.
No, he's probably 3 years away. But if for example, if he was with Richmond under Tom Lynch, the most perfect apprenticeship, because in 3 years' time he'd flourish and just go, right, let's build one around him, and he could hold it down. I like the way he plays. He flies at the right time. His starting positions are right. He's got really good body positioning in the air. Got a good set of mitts, and he's level-headed. You know, he's not up and down. He's pretty even, and but good luck trying to get him out of Hawthorn with his famous family and name and everything they've been through. So no, he won't be leaving the brown and gold.
So the Hawks win by 10 plus goals. They were leading by about 12 plus at one stage, but as you said, they never really got out of third gear. But having also said that, they were troubled at times. I mean, that first half was a
first quarter. The first quarter they really struggled to.
It was a pretty ordinary game, but they were actually being contained by the Tigers. They couldn't beat that Tigers defensive unit.
Richmond do that to you. Richmond have played some ugly footy this year. Some real ugly footy, and they've made it hard for opposition. When they beat the Gold Coast Suns, that was the best, exciting, fast, non-stop footy I'd seen. But I've seen them play 3 or 4 games like this now, and they frustrate the opposition because they just want to slow it down and they want to get things right, and they want to, but they just don't have the firepower when they turn it over, the opposition turn it over and they win it to hurch on the rebound. So, but they're well coached. I think all the players know what they're doing. This isn't about 2025 for the Richmond Footy Club. They're building for 27. Not 26. They'll take another year to be right. Yeah. It'll be 27 and beyond. It'll be around when Tasmania get into the competition, 27, 28. That's when you'll start to see movement for the Richmond Footy Club up the ladder.
An amazing story with Jack Gust, isn't it? He goes away to Brisbane, doesn't work up there. He comes back probably thinking, coming into this young team, I'll just try and help out these young forwards. He might get a shot at another flag.
He's not going out of this.
And play a key role.
He's not out of this side.
That's what I'm saying. But he probably came back thinking, we probably won't even play finals, to be honest.
Yeah.
This team's building.
And he's probably on minimum wage. He wouldn't be walking in here earning, as much as most of them. So he's in the twilight, but, well, he's a good player.
He probably thought he'd only play about a year of football as well.
Yep.
And And now the success of this team has spurred him on to play a little longer. I mean, the injuries as well. There's a few.
He might play until he's 40. How old is he?
He's looking all right.
37.
33.
Oh, is he?
33, yeah.
So when the whips are cracking, do you think Gunston and Brewster both in the song?
No, I think Brewster's further away than
I think that's probably
I think Gunston, only because Gunston plays tall.
Yeah.
He still hasn't lost his speed. He's still got a good set of hands, and I'm not saying that Luke hasn't got this, but Luke's probably only got one of those tricks. He doesn't mark super well above his head anymore. He still gets around players. Probably lost a yard off his kicking. But yeah, I think if you're playing against a Collingwood, I think Luke Bruce would be covered much easier than what Jack Gunston
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Bruce is a good sub.
Yeah, and you've got Ginnivan, you've got Watson, you've got Connor McDonald. Yeah, more players in that.
Yeah.
The Hawks.
Not many Jack Gunstons around, though.
No, there's not. There's a few 35-year-olds going around. I mean, he's 33, so he can...
The old boys are flying.
Yeah, they're flying.
They are. Dangerfield last night. And
Max.
Sidebottom, Pendlebury.
How old is Max?
Max 33.
Yeah, I reckon Maxie's 33. He's been around a long time. Jimmy presented his jumper.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, and then he did a couple of knees. So,
that's right.
So he's born in 91.
So he's 34 this
So he's 34 this year. December 91. 30th of December. Just before New Year's.
Hawks players are making their way down the tunnel, so we'll join up for the song in just a second as they've notched up win number 6 for the season. They started the season 4-0. Sydney, Essendon and Carlton Giants are the teams they knocked
the music they're playing here.
They do this every game, the Hawks, don't they, this song?
Why?
Carries on about this song all the time.
Is it? All right.
It's like I'm at a Blue Light Disco.
I thought this was like one of the players' playlist or gimmicks they do.
I think they play this after every home game, apparently.
Yeah, it's poppy.
Headset sort of stuff. Now go.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's A-Rod's request.
No, that would not surprise me.
Sure, it's been played in and out of ad breaks.
Oh, I have plenty of time. I'll get a run tomorrow, no doubt.
Andy and Gazy.
No doubt about that.
The Hawthorn boys are down in the room. Let's join up for the team song. Winning song in the rooms, the Hawthorn Footy Club getting their 6th win of the season, and they are celebrating down there for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives every day of the year. Major goal scorers today, Jack Gunston with 3, Nick Watson 3, Ginnivan, D'Ambrosio, Chol all with 2. The disposal getters, Josh Battle led the way with 33 touches, Jath 32, D'Ambrosio 30, and Hopper was the best for the Tigers with 28. The fans have been allowed on the field for kick to kick at the end of this contest, so there's a whole lot of brown and gold in particular streaming out, and Finn McGuinness will join us shortly from the rooms as our post-game interview AFL Nation coverage.
Well, someone can hit.
Someone got levelled.
2 of the biggest tackles. Please, I thought he'd get 8 weeks for that. I thought he was dead.
Was it a sling tackle, was it?
Oh, it was both. And he's still down. He's still down.
Those blokes there?
Oh, they're
Oh, it was bad. And he got spear tackled as well. Oh, it was 4. Oh, goodness me.
All right, let's head down into the Hawthorn Victorious Club rooms now, and it's apt on a day like this that we've got Finn McGuinness with us, who has family history with the club, with both his father and his grandfather playing for the Hawks as Hawthorn celebrate their 100-year anniversary. Finn McGuinness here on AFL Nation, Jordan Canellis, Julian De Stoop and David Schwartz up in the combox. So congrats, Finn. How does that feel after a phenomenal day of celebration for the Hawthorn Footy Club?
Yeah, it feels great. So many people down here in the rooms.
It's obviously a massive day for the club, 100 years. It's great to put in a good performance and get the win, not just for this playing group, but more so for everyone in the past that's played for 100 years before us. It feels great.
Were you able to reflect with family at all on your own family history during the week?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, my grandpa Norm played over 50 games for the club. Dad played over 100, couple flags. So something really special that me, my grandpa and my dad have in common. I go to visit Normie quite a bit, and always Dad's full of advice pre-game, so always chatting to him.
Take us through that moment before the game. Finn, we saw Sam Mitchell addressing the players, and a lot of past players were in that big huddle just before you came up on the ground. What was Sam saying, and what was that moment like?
Yeah, genuine goosebumps. I looked to my right and I had the Rat, Johnny Button, next to me. Looked to my left and I had the Big Dipper. Sam was just saying it's about that connection from our past players to our present players, and we run out there today, we're representing 100 years of history. So play with pride and play with passion. Genuine goosebumps moments that. So many club greats that have come before us. I thought Dipper, he might have just run out with us. He was ready to go. He was fired up. But it was something that I'll definitely look back on for the rest of my life. Pretty special moment.
Finn, the game seemed a bit dull from a viewing point of view. Did it feel like it got to the heights that, even though you had a really comfortable win, did it feel like you were playing the exciting, really clean football that you're known for?
Yeah, it probably did feel a bit dull from a viewing point of view, and I think we did what we needed to do, but we still got a couple of gears to go to yet. A few times we were we're overusing the footy a little bit, weren't as clean as we could have been through the corridor, but I think we still got a lot of improvement yet to come from this year, and still a couple of gears to go. We'll have another look at it, but we did what we needed to do.
Is Sam Mitchell trying to manage those gears, as he said, all right, let's just sort of, obviously you want to win every week, but are there kind of restraints that you guys are just holding back on for the moment and trying to save things for later in the season?
No, I don't think so. I think we're trying to play the best footy we can. We just need to improve. So we've got some improvements yet to be made, but we're trying to get better as quick as we can. We're definitely not saving anything in the tank. I'm certainly not. I'm trying to get a game every week, so I don't think anyone's saving anything.
Just on that, Finn, we've seen you play the run with roles. We've seen you play as a forward in more recent times. Where do you think you best serve this team right now?
At the moment, I'm playing a bit of a high half forward, outnumber at contest sort of role. Played a bit on the wing today. I don't mind that, a bit of that wing high half forward. I love tagging. I'd love to go back to that. I love going head to head with people. I love that contest and the individual matchup. I'm a competitor, so I love doing that. But I'm not sure if I'll get back to that this year. Hopefully, maybe when finals come around, when the games are on the line, that's what I'd love to be doing. But I'm happy to do whatever Sammy wants me to. He normally throws me around a bit, so always got to be on my toes.
If you were to tag next week against the Demons, is it Christian Petrarca? Is it who's a player that you'd like to go and meet up with?
If anyone, we need to shut down Big Maxi Gone, but I'm not sure if I'm put that in me.
You won't be playing on Max.
No, I think that's Mickey. Track's in good form, and then you got players like Cozzy Pickett.
Might be quick. He might be just a bit nimble.
Hey, might go. No, he might have been covered. But I'm not too sure. I haven't had a look at them yet, but I'm sure there's a couple in form there.
There is. Well done. It was a great day for the Hawthorn Footy Club. Go and celebrate with the past players and your teammates. Your well-deserved win was a great way to celebrate 100 years.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
Ben McGuinness with us down in the rooms, had 22 touches and a goal for the night tonight against the Tigers.
So he wants to play on Cozzy or Max? I reckon you have a better result with Max.
Turn it up. He could play on Cozzy.
No, he couldn't play on Cozzy.
Yeah, he could.
Cozzy would have him in a knot within 5 minutes.
Be physical, be smart.
Yeah,
You've got to be able to catch him. But he's not slow.
No, yeah, but
I know Cozzy's quick.
Cozzy's pretty.
You reckon he'd have more chance on Max, do you?
I think he would. I think he'd have more chance on Max.
So he goes up in the ruck against Max.
Can you imagine Cozzy coming out of the goal square with Finn? I hope it happens soon, where Cozzy gets the top of the inside 50 by himself, and just watch the nervousness. He's quick.
Who's quicker, Bobby Hill or Cozzy Piggott?
I don't know.
Speed Bobby Hill showed in that run down.
Yeah, he's quick.
Goodness, did he close quickly?
I tell you, you should ask Alistair Clarkson. I know what he thinks of Cozzy and where he rates him. Like he's seriously.
That was on your show.
Yeah, no, but I think
really wrapped him up.
Yeah, I think you'll. Yeah, he's still got levels to go to, but I look at him playing. He plays very much like Jeff Farmer, and every time I mention Cozzy, I always get Wizard's name mixed up because they're just so cheeky and so exciting. But Bobby Hill is very, very quick.
Do you reckon taggers love tagging? Like Finn McGuinness said, he wants to be a tagger.
It's a good question. I think some would.
I think Jack's enjoying it. Jack Viney.
Yeah, but I think some it's sort of their role to stay in the team, and they probably reluctantly do it. But he seems to love it.
Yeah, he said and
he was good at it.
And he was.
That one day on Nick Dacos, he made life help.
I reckon the best taggers over the years probably enjoyed it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think, your Ryan
Cameron Ling liked it.
Crowley,
Kirk.
Cameron Ling.
Yeah.
That's what you said, Ling. Yeah, those guys.
Brett Kirk,
100%.
Yeah, they would have loved it. But, McGuinness, there you go. Loves tagging. All right, let's get our votes before we take a break. We're on a little bit longer because we've got the Q Clash coming up with a later kickoff or later opening bounce time tonight. 7:20 is when it gets underway. So we'll take you up to Queensland in a few moments for the pre-game of that one. Should be a massive clash between second and third on the AFL ladder. But Ox, before we farewell you and take a break, let's get the votes for the AFL Nation Player of the Year.
They weren't easy. Early. Yeah, getting away early. Old. Been on radio since 6:45 this morning.
You've done a massive shift today.
I
don't reckon the votes were easy today.
No, they wouldn't have been.
I don't reckon they were easy, so I'm going to be a little bit, not flippant, but...
Shoot from the hip.
Okay, one D'Ambrosio. 30 touches, 9 marks, 2 goals, 1. Not bad. Pretty good finish. Didn't waste it that often. Really good. 2 votes, Jai Newcomb. 27 possessions, 5 tackles. Didn't make a mistake. Thought he was outstanding. And the player who came into the game late, Jath. Is it Jath or Jath? Jath. 32 possessions, 7 marks, and just command. He had the ball on a string. I thought he was possibly the best player on the ground, but could have had them in any order. There weren't any players from Richmond that could be squeezed in. So 3 to Jath, 2 to Newcomb, and 1 to D'Ambrosio.